Chapter 72, Episode 72. Red Death, Part 1. Vikir reminisced about a distant past. In his mind, he saw strange outsiders similar to those seen by the Balak hunting party in his past, and a snake-shaped patterned dagger passing by. Come to think of it, that incident happened around this time. Here, that incident refers to the Red Death. Once infected, the entire body turns red with spots, and the person experiences vomiting and diarrhea, ultimately succumbing to a gruesome epidemic. The Red Death quickly spread throughout the forest, killing a vast number of indigenous people. It was as devastating as the Black Plague that had afflicted the empire in the past. This dreadful disease rapidly spread, even reaching the empire's borders before Morg's chief priest spread the flame barrier to contain it. Additionally, Sister Dolores, dispatched from the Quavadi's sacred family, used her potent divine power to treat the afflicted. However, her treatment was limited to the empire, and the indigenous people living in the enemy and Black Mountain territories suffered a death toll of over 40%. These circumstances favored the Baskerville clan. With the disappearance of the savage tribes that played a crucial role in the enemy and Black Mountain ecosystems, lower-level monsters proliferated, leading to a sudden increase in monster waves and civilian casualties. As the number of monsters surged, the Baskerville clan's influence in guarding the borders grew, further solidifying Hugo's political standing. I can't stand to see that. So, Vikir intended to prevent this epidemic. He had heard quite a bit about the Balak tribe over time. Meanwhile, within the Balak tribe, the old and young generations were in conflict. The dispute between the older generation, who wanted to perform a ritual to prevent the epidemic, and the younger generation, who wanted to abandon the village and move elsewhere, showed no sign of ending. Chief Aquila remained silent, her brow furrowed. She, too, seemed reluctant to leave this village where the ancestors' remains were buried. And the village shaman, Ahuman, understood Aquila's feelings well. How can we abandon this sacred place where our ancestors' remains are buried? Moving is out of the question. We have been here for nearly 200 years. There were over 99 remains stored in the sacred sites around the village. Ahuman's central argument was how to manage and care for these remains if they were to move. However, Ayin, representing the younger generation, was not backing down either. What if the epidemic returns, and all our children die? Who will carry on our tribe's future when all the seeds of the future disappear while trying to protect the ancestors' remains? Who will be responsible for the tribe's future? Balak's children already had a high mortality rate. Typically, Balak women gave birth from the age of 14 and had new children approximately every 2 years. The number of children born in a lifetime was roughly 10 to 15. The problem was that more than half of them died within a month of birth. Only about 20% of infants survived beyond 3 years. Most children died from malnutrition, infectious diseases, war, accidents during hunting, and more. In addition, many mothers died during childbirth or suffered from postnatal complications, making Balak's birth rate significantly low. With the addition of the Red Death, the future seemed bleak, with no clear solution. In the midst of the generational conflict, Aquila, who was unaccustomed to the situation, spoke up. The problem is how the Red Death arrives and afflicts us. What is the Red Death? Why does it afflict humans? Unless this question is resolved, finding a solution would be fundamentally impossible. Various answers came from different sources to Chief Aquila's agonizing question. It's a curse, definitely a curse. No, it's not. It's an epidemic transmitted through gazes. The vengeful spirits of hunted animals are seeking revenge. It's because we ate weird mushrooms. Our negligence in tending to our ancestors' graves angered them. There must be insects spreading the poison. The gods have forsaken us. The forest god, the empire brought the disease. While the Balak people did not know the answers, they refrained from saying that they didn't know. Offering some answer, even if it was baseless, was considered a virtue. Initially, this came from a good intention of not wanting to disappoint the one who asked, but in this situation, it was not proving helpful. Aquila, her brow furrowed, was expressing her perplexity when a quiet hand was raised. Vikir. He met Aquila's gaze and spoke up. If you want to know how to stop the Red Death, I understand it. About 10 days had passed since then. Splash, splash, splash. A tied-up monster struggled in its restraints. It was a goblin. the weakest among the humanoid monsters. The goblin was tied up with its limbs and hung upside down, enduring torture. No, no, stop, Kaya. The goblin was repeatedly submerged in a large pot filled with water and pulled out. It thrashed around violently for a while but suddenly calmed down. Gradually, red spots began to appear on its skin. The goblin vomited and stopped gnashing its teeth, the aggression it had shown just moments ago. Then it slowly shuddered in anticipation of the impending death. On the other hand, Balak warriors threw the goblin, now afflicted by the Red Death, into a pile of firewood soaked in oil. There was no room for sympathy since it was a vile monster that kidnapped and ate human children. Before long, the Red Death-afflicted goblin burned to death. Then the Balak warriors turned their attention to the next goblin. In front of it stood Ayan, holding the rope that bound the goblin. "Vikir, is it true that the Red Death is really transmitted through water?" she asked. Vikir, next to her, nodded. "Yes, that's right. Contaminated water is the primary cause, but if you boil the water once, there's no problem." "Is that so? Really?" Ayan looked at Vikir with a trusting gaze. Then she placed another goblin in a different pot filled with the same water, using it as a comparison. Suddenly, splash, the goblin perished instantly. Vikir touched his forehead with his hand and said, "You have to heat the water back up before putting them in." "Ah, I see." Ayan nodded, also touching her forehead. Soon, the water in the pot was boiling again. The Balak warriors carefully placed another goblin into the pot. Despite 10 days passing since the onset of the Red Death incubation period, this goblin did not become infected. Chief Aquila and all the Balak warriors, astonished, cheered, "We found a way to overcome the Red Death." The answer was in the water. Simply boiling and drinking the water can prevent the epidemic. "Vikir, you're a hero of our tribe." Praises and admiration poured in, along with looks of respect. The elders were pleased and the younger generation looked up to Vikir. Vikir, who didn't particularly enjoy being in the spotlight, complied with the customs of the Balak, where everyone surrounded him, spitting on their hands and showering him with praise. He responded with polite applause and gratitude. "Anyway, be careful with the water. Don't let it touch your mouth or eyes. It can also infect through the respiratory system, so be cautious of morning mist. Always boil and drink the water. Avoid approaching swamps." Simply following this rule significantly reduced the incidence of the Red Death. It was common sense not to come into contact with the excrement or corpses of the infected. "You know everything." "Huh?" Ayan exclaimed in admiration. Vikir didn't offer any specific response. Chief Aquila spoke up. "Tell the other tribes about Vikir's teachings. To be careful with the water." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was important for as many people as possible to know this fact. Then Aquila got up and approached Vikir. Vikir lowered his head quietly. When he first faced her, it felt like a massive mountain pressing down on him. However, he no longer felt that oppressive weight. It was more like the warmth and tenderness of homecoming, the kindness of a real mother welcoming him. Aquila spoke with a gentle smile. "Thanks to you, we can see a way out of this crisis. I genuinely appreciate it." Just judging by her current expression and tone, one would never think of this woman as the night fox. Vikir simply lowered his head in response. Then someone spoke up. "HMPH, how do you plan to stay away from the water when the rainy season is coming soon?" It was Ahuman, the shaman. He stared at Vikir with a stern expression, clearly even more resentful due to a previous incident where a curse was wrongly attributed to the side effects of drugs brought by merchants. Vikir's claim that the Red Death was not a curse, but a preventable disease seemed to threaten his position. However, Ahuman's point was not entirely wrong. When the rainy season arrived, the rivers would flood and countless raindrops would fall. The air would be filled with humidity, and numerous aquatic creatures would crawl out onto the land. If they carried the disease, there was no way to withstand it. Boiling and drinking water and washing with it had clear limitations. The Balak warriors began to murmur. Ahuman smirked, watching them become increasingly uncertain. "However, we need to carry out civil engineering work before the rainy season comes," Vikir continued calmly, firmly advancing to the next step of his plan, hydraulic engineering. It was a necessary task for Vikir's future plans. No matter what. Chapter 73. The Red Death Part 2, Chapter 73. The Red Death Part 2, the rainy season had come to the Black Mountains. Dark clouds covered the entire sky, and this rainy season seemed longer than any before. Even the oldest inhabitants of the village had never witnessed such a record-breaking downpour. The river surged like mad, and areas that were flat not long ago had turned into turbulent swamps. Everything was submerged in the floodwaters except for the Balak village. Pull it tighter, secure it firmly. Hoist the beams. Steady those foundations, don't let them wash away. The Balak village, located in the lowlands, had now become a highland. They hadn't moved the location. They had simply connected the high trees with canvas and logs, creating waterfront houses. These tree houses, perched at least 15 meters above ground, provided a cozy shelter even as the world was flooded by the river. Vikyr was at the forefront of this large-scale civil engineering project. He gazed at the river, which had risen just a few meters below. They had constructed bridges using ropes, planks, and logs between the very tall trees. They had securely anchored the huts to withstand the storm. Furthermore, beneath the water's surface, they had dug drainage channels between the tree trunks. In some places, they had piled rocks and soil to create barriers, redirecting the flow of the waves. Thanks to these efforts, despite the river's overflow, the Balak village remained relatively unscathed. Some men were installing rope bridges made of woven vines and netting between the trees. As Vikyr passed on the bridge made of woven vines, they waved their hands in gratitude. "Hey, Vikyr, thanks to you our homes are safe. Thanks, following your advice was a wise choice." However, Vikyr didn't respond to their greetings. He merely narrowed his eyes as he looked down below, where a massive shadow was slowly approaching from under the water. "It's dangerous," Vikyr warned the two men who had greeted him. Startled by Vikyr's warning, the men looked down below. Just 3 meters beneath the surface of the muddy water, a massive shadow lurked. Then, suddenly, splash, the surface shattered as something emerged from the water. It was a giant catfish with a mouth wider than 5 meters. The catfish leaped toward the two Balak men on the platform above, its mouth wide open. This had happened a few times since the start of the heavy rains. Aquatic creatures would leap from the water onto the prey on the trees, but the catfish couldn't achieve its goal. "Get lost!" Arrows rained down on the catfish from the tree branches. It was Ayan, who had been protecting the construction of the bridges. Thud! Several arrows struck the catfish's head, causing it to writhe and then retreat back into the water. Vikyr quickly crossed the vine bridge, heading for the trees while the storm raged. What about the catfish? He looked down, but the brown surface of the water showed nothing. It was already too turbulent due to the heavy current. Seeing Vikyr furrowing his brow, Ayan smiled lightly. "That was not a catfish." "What? I just saw its head popping out of the water." "You didn't see its body, did you?" Ayan's words sent shivers down Vikyr's spine. Suddenly, the surface on the opposite side broke apart, and something enormous surged upward from below. Finally, Vikyr understood what Ayan meant. It wasn't a catfish. Despite its massive head and abnormally large mouth, it was the colossal serpent. Danger level, a plus size, 32 million, also known as the whole-body intestine snake. A massive serpent entirely composed of intestines. It boasts a large mouth that can swallow even an elephant in one bite. And according to legend, this enormous mashasu has existed since ancient times and is said to be capable of devouring entire villages. It is famous for making no sound when moving on land or swimming underwater. This particular breed of giant snake known as mashasu raised its scales as if to signal that it intended to devour all the Balak residents on the floating houses. It hissed menacingly. Ayan bit her lip. "Damn, that dangerous creature has descended upon us." This breed of snake, being born fast and strong, was not an easy opponent. Moreover, the specimen before them seemed quite old and experienced. Hiss! The creature opened its mouth so wide that it could be mistaken for a catfish, revealing rows of teeth filling its entire mouth. Ayan quickly shot arrows, but the smooth and tough scales, combined with the pouring rain, made it difficult to land a hit. Then a voice came. "We have to capture the snake up close." Behind Mashasu, there was a shadow moving like a ghost in the darkness. It was Vikyr, hidden within the darkness. He silently approached the snake's neck and revealed his hidden fangs. He pierced his wrist's vein and revealed the dark magic sword Beelzebub. Then, The aura of a high-tier sword graduator filled the area. NTH technique, won't let you run away. 6 fangs were released. This technique was intended to inflict terrifying pain on the opponent, and that was its sole purpose. The crimson aura emanating from Vikir's blade spun rapidly. The hard scales of the snake shattered mercilessly, and the soft flesh underneath burst and scattered as if exploded. "Aarg!" the snake screamed in agony. However, Vikir paid it no heed. He grabbed the snake's uvula and turned away. Soon, he jabbed one of its eyes with a spear. With fatal wounds to its neck and eye, the snake spewed hot blood and quickly retreated. But it wasn't so much a retreat as being swept away by the torrent. Vikir briefly considered pursuing it, but in this heavy rain and strong currents he judged it to be impossible. What a waste! Suddenly Ayin, who had approached unnoticed, was wrapping a rope around Vikir's waist. Vikir and Ayin held onto the ropes around each other's waists and returned to the original tree branch. At some point, all the village residents had come out to watch Vikir's battle from the wooden terrace. "Amazing! Vikir, you're the best. That giant snake is called Ka. It used to be the ruler in this area for decades. You defeated such a creature, incredible." The villagers cheered for Vikir continuously. This irritated Ayin. "Hey, you people, did you not see me shooting arrows? If it weren't for me, boo!" The children jeered at Ayin. "Sigh, this is why I dislike kids." Ayin grumbled while shaking off the rain and river water that had soaked her entire body. Then she looked at Vikir, who was still dripping wet, and asked, "You might get the Red Death if you're soaked like this." "I don't know, let's go and dry off quickly." Without making much of the recent battle, Vikir promptly got up and left. Seeing the villagers' unwavering support, Ayin spoke the words she had consistently said for the past 2 years one more time today. "Approved." Vikir entered the cabin. Outside, the storm raged, but inside the cabin, it was bright and warm. Although the leather walls continued to ripple, they were securely anchored with heavy rocks and strong ropes, preventing them from being blown away by the wind. Vikir had not only discovered a way to prevent the Red Death, but had also become a hero to the Balak tribe, if not the entire jungle, due to his leadership in the recent construction project. But the hero himself was now deeply troubled. It was because of a task he had never undertaken before, both before and after his regression. "Unclee!" As Vikir entered the cabin, Pomeranian rushed towards him. She had been sitting in a corner of the cabin, endlessly gazing at family portraits until then. Pomeranian had been avoiding everyone else, but she stuck to Vikir like glue. She had followed Vikir all day, never leaving his side even during sleep meals. Or baths, "You should eat." Vikir didn't quite know how to handle the child, so all he could say was something like this. Vikir then quickly lit a fire in a corner of the cabin. Snails were abundant as a result of the snail invasion, making food more accessible than before. Vikir prepared a simple dish with cow's milk butter, herbs, and snail meat. He cooked the sugarcane sugar with the cream made from bird eggs until it became greasy. The rest of the snail meat was seasoned with the spicy spices he had bought from merchants long ago and served as a decent meal mixed with vegetables. "It's delicious. Uncle Vikir." "As expected, right? Your uncle is really good at cooking." Beside Pomeranian, who was smacking his lips, Ayin was also casually eating. Pomeranian, who followed Vikir, was now following Ayin. "Mom, Dad, similar." Pomeranian turned around alternately to Vikir and Ayin and laughed. Ayin scratched her nose with her index finger. "Children are really nice, aren't they? Didn't you say you didn't like kids earlier?" "When did I ever say that?" Vikir touched his forehead. With Pomeranian clinging to him, the already narrow cabin became even narrower with Ayin around. "Don't nag too much. Anyway, you've finished eating, haven't you?" Looking at Ayin, who spread her legs and swayed the leather skirt back and forth, Vikir could only sigh. At that moment, the entrance's tent was suddenly lifted and the storm blew inside. Since a heavy stone had been placed on top of the entrance tent, it naturally wouldn't be blown away. But at this moment, someone pushed their way inside. It was Ahun. Both Vikir and Ayin frowned at the unexpected expression on Ahun's face. His face had turned pale, his expression distorted, and he looked like he was about to cry. With a desperate voice that sounded like he was vomiting, Ahun cried out, "Please, Vikir, help my younger sister. Chapter 74, Episode 74, Red Death 3, a fierce storm howls through the jungle. The tent walls flutter noisily. Inside the tent, a fire was lit. Dimly, it casts a reddish glow on the bed. Ahul, a girl who had just turned 14, lay there whimpering. Faint spots on her skin, the Red Death. It was slowly consuming her body. Ahul's older brother, Ahun, pleaded with Vikir, his face filled with concern. "Please, Vikir, please save my sister." Vikir approached without saying a word, looking at Ahul. Red spots on the skin, uncontrollable bowel and bladder movements, soaring body temperature, joint pain, swelling in the throat, armpits, and groin, all these were signs of the Red Death. Why did this happen? She went to the swamp to help in bringing wood for construction. Then, Ahun answered in Ahul's place. Ahul must have gone deep into the marsh for wood and got infected. What should we do? Vikir, Ayan asked with a worried expression. But once someone was already infected, there was little Vikir could do, even if he were a healer. Prevention was something anyone could do, but treatment was the realm of specialists. Just then, the tent's flap flapped open. In came the shaman, Ahuman. As soon as he entered, he glared at Ahul and Ahun. "You brats are quite something, not even listening to the old man's words and wandering around." Ahuman shouted, spitting as he spoke. "You are tempted by this damn Imperial. So it's no wonder you ended up like this. It's only natural that things turned out the way they did. Grandfather, your words are too harsh." Ahun stood up abruptly but received nothing but a slap in return. With a red mark on his cheek, Ahun slumped back down and couldn't get up again. Ahuman looked down at the fallen Ahun with a disdainful gaze. "No different from your worthless parents." Eventually, tears welled up in Ahun's eyes, while Ayan sighed, thinking, "Here we go again. If you have a cure, then say it." Vikir spoke up. At his words, Ahuman snorted, and Ahun widened his eyes. Ahuman forcefully pushed Vikir's chest and left the tent. "Do you want to be fooled by this damn outsider again? This is a divine curse, and the only solution is to offer a sacrifice to appease the spirits. Now that it's come to this, the chief will surely approve," he said, emphasizing the shaman's authority. Whoosh! Ahuman swung the tent flap wide open, letting the wind and rain in, drenching everyone inside. Left behind in the tent were Ayan, Vikir, Ahun, and the suffering Ahul. Vikir said to Ahun, "First, you should collect Ahul's urine and feces yourself. Be careful not to touch her body. Also, sterilize the utensils you've used with boiling water. And burn mugwort in the fire to drive away mosquitoes, fleas, and bats from around the tent." I got it, so. Will that be enough?" "It's not enough just to do that." Vikir turned his head to look at Ayan, and he brought up what he had originally intended to ask. "I have to go outside." Upon hearing Vikir's words, Ayan's expression stiffened. Normally, there was no discrimination against those who came from outside and became part of Balak, the jungle tribe. They could freely go anywhere in the jungle, except for the chief's tent and the shaman's shrine, just like the native Balaks, but there was one exception. Leaving the jungle was strictly prohibited. An outsider like Vikir could only leave the jungle if they met two conditions at once. First, they had to have lived in the village for more than 2 years. Second, they had to have a relationship with a native Balak and give birth to at least 3 children. Vikir didn't meet either of these conditions. However, despite that, Vikir was asking to be allowed to go outside. "If you let me go, I'll bring back a cure for the epidemic." Ayan bit her lip upon hearing Vikir's words. Would her mother, Aquila, who was both the tribe's leader and her mother, allow this exception? Probably not. Aquila was a staunch traditionalist. Ahul will probably be abandoned, a sacrifice for the tribe, but Ayan didn't want that. She didn't want to see Ahul, who used to sing cute songs and take care of laundry and cleaning, dying in agony from vomiting and diarrhea. But there was a more fundamental issue that was troubling Ayan. Would Vikir really come back? Strictly speaking, he was a foreigner enslaved by the tribe. If they allowed Vikir to go outside and gave him his freedom, would he really return? Until now, Vikir had been able to move freely on his own within Balak's territory. But that was all within the boundaries of the Balak tribe. If Vikir had tried to escape, the search parties and wolves that confirmed his absence that evening would have tracked him down and punished him. Vikir wasn't foolish enough not to know that. However, it would be too late to catch him. Ayan paused. Hesitation was uncharacteristic of her. In that brief moment, Ayan deeply considered the psychological factors that had caused her to hesitate, eventually discovering the reasons within herself. She raised her head. Her eyes were already tinted with the color of the fire, with the difference being that they were moist with tears instead of flames. Go, the order had come. Ayan didn't report to Aquila. It was a given that she wouldn't allow it. All responsibility rested on Ayan's shoulders, with the Pomeranian on his back. Vikyr ventured into the flood. Anyway, flood control alone won't completely stop this epidemic. Vikyr thought, what about the other tribes that hadn't done flood control? To prevent the spread of the Red Death and stop the Empire's revival, even thwarting the threat of Baskerville required a more fundamental solution. Clunk. Stepping on floating logs, Vikyr crossed the river in one swift motion. Due to the abundance of floodwaters, he could run across the river, making the journey shorter. Right at that moment, Vikyr abruptly stopped on the riverbank. Rain poured down on this night, and a shadow extended in the water's reflection, following him. When Vikyr turned to look, he found Ayan, soaked to the bone, standing there, breathing heavily. "Why are you following me?" Vikyr asked. Ayan was about to reply but closed her mouth. "What's the point of following me?" Vikyr told her not to follow. "I don't want to. I told you not to follow." "But I'm your master," Ayan shouted with her still childish voice. But Vikyr, with a cold gaze, drew the line once more. "Repeating myself 3 times is unusual, you know. If I say not to follow, then don't follow." Seeing Vikyr's gaze, Ayan froze in place as if shocked. "How can you look at me like that?" A muffled question emerged. Vikyr didn't answer. In response, Ayan struggled to say something, and among many things, she brought out only selected words. "Where are you going? Even if you're going somewhere, at least tell me. No, why are you taking Pomeranian? Why don't you leave her with me?" A situation where it was unclear who was the master and who was the slave. Well, Ayan knew it from the beginning. It was something she had felt since she first saw his face behind the iron bars of the slave traders. Her voice soaked with emotion. "Then at least answer me this." "What?" When Vikyr asked, Ayan finally managed to speak after taking a deep breath. "You'll come back, right?" Naturally. Hesitation in her voice, an air of anxiety. Restlessness and heaviness hung in her tone. This time even Vikyr responded with a solemn answer. "Of course." With that response, Ayan's expression finally relaxed. She exhaled a sigh of relief. "Keep your promise." "Sure." Vikyr nodded his head. Before long, the hunting dog once again pierced through the dawn. The darkness swallowed up even the distant silhouette, and Ayan watching him, with tears in her eyes. Chapter 75. Night Hunter 1. Chapter 75. Night Hunter 1. In the southwest of the Empire, in the heart of Saint Mecca, the central city of the Quavades family, known for its neat and elegant buildings. The scene was peaceful. The streets were paved with white stones, carriages moved at a leisurely pace, and even the footsteps of pedestrians had an air of relaxation. At the entrance to the city, knights in white armor with cloths draped over them stood guard, scrutinizing those entering and exiting. Then, a carriage led by 3 horses approached the checkpoint. The knights responsible for inspecting entry and exit blocked the carriage. "We'll need to inspect it briefly." Merchants who emerged from the carriage handed over their permits and identification to the knights. The knights carefully examined them. Dortsmill 108th Street, operated by Mr. Joseph Joestar, who runs a first-floor oil store. "What's inside the carriage?" "Oil, as indicated on the import permit." The merchant stroked his mustache and glanced back. Indeed, the carriage's interior was filled with large iron barrels. The knights took a closer look inside. "May we check the interior?" "Of course." With a nod from the merchant, the knights drew their swords and climbed onto the carriage. As several heavily armed knights boarded, the carriage slightly sagged. The knights examined the iron barrels inside the carriage meticulously. The barrels were tightly sealed with lids. The knights slightly lifted the barrels. Rumble. It felt like the barrels were filled to the brim with oil. Just as stated on the import permit, all the barrels were the same. "Do we need to open these?" "Oh, come on, what else could be inside oil barrels?" The knights nodded in agreement with the merchant's words. "Clear." Eventually, the carriage passed through the city gate and entered the city. After a short time, The carriage turned into a quiet side street on the outskirts of the city, even more deserted than the rest of the area. The merchant checked his surroundings multiple times and then opened the lid of one of the oil barrels. Pop! Clank! He brought out a massive iron wrench and twisted the lid. With a loud noise, the lid of the barrel opened, revealing the oil inside. With an anxious voice, the merchant mumbled, "Now come out." Then something extraordinary happened. Swoosh! The surface of the black oil split open, and someone emerged from within. It was a man wearing a black hat, suitable for a pirate captain, a doctor specializing in handling contagious diseases, or someone who wore a crow's beak-shaped gas mask, and he had a thick fur coat. He stepped out onto the carriage floor, covered in black oil. The merchant began trembling with fear at this eerie sight. Without hesitation, the man in the crow's beak mask reached into his pocket and handed something to the merchant. It was a valuable ox bear's fang, covered in oil. Thank you. In return for smuggling him through the city gate hidden in the carriage, the merchant accepted the fang and placed it in his own pocket. Then the man, covered in oil, began walking towards the dark alley. The merchant, left alone, stammered as he watched the oil inside the barrels churn. How can someone stay submerged in oil for over 2 hours? The night's hunter returned to the dark alley, removing his coat with a whoosh. Pooh! It was Vicar, who had been submerged in oil, taking deep breaths as he shook off the oil covering his entire body. This was the first time he had attempted such a long submersion since he swam in the Styx River for 7 minutes shortly after birth. Today, he had infiltrated the territory of the Quavades family, the sacred city of faith, Saint Mecca. Knight's Hunter. He had taken the alias from the title of Aquila, the leader of the Balak tribe, known as the Night Fox. However, now that he thought about it, it didn't sound that great, but it was certainly better than being called the Hunter of Baskerville before his return. Vicar reminisced for a moment. It had taken precisely 1 day to reach this point, 2 days to escape the flood, 1 day to survey the territory of Baskerville, and another day to infiltrate the Quavades family's domain. The widespread floods had been immense, but strangely, the flood had aided his escape. Rapids appeared everywhere, carrying corpses and logs, making his movement faster than ever before. With no solid ground to walk on due to the overgrown vines and branches, he could easily cross rivers and lakes by traversing the tops of trees. Of course, amidst this, hungry monsters had challenged him. However, to Vicar, who had fully recovered, they were nothing more than mere obstacles. Giant catfish, elderly crocodiles, ferocious bears, packs of starving wolves, and venomous bats with poison, they had all adapted perfectly to the ecosystem over the past 2 years, but to Vicar, they were mere toys. No, there was one exception. Among them, the mosquitoes that gnaw bones had been genuinely dangerous. Unfazed by heavy rain, they had swarmed him, forcing him to spend nearly half a day escaping their relentless pursuit. As a result, the weak Pomeranian caught a cold and suffered greatly. As soon as Vicar had emerged from the flood, his first action had been to take the Pomeranian to the Chihuahua's office. The secretary, who had been gazing at the moon in the night sky and had fainted upon seeing Vicar suddenly appear through the window, had fainted 3 times in a row. After regaining his senses, Chihuahua calmly listened to Vicar's account of the events with amazement and admiration. "Of course, you've always been a remarkable person. My lord, your life is a completely different genre from mine. You spent 2 years with those barbarians. Soon, I will return completely. Prepare for that. Today's events are to be kept secret." "Understood, but who is this child? She looks just like you, my lord. Oh, could she be the child of a barbarian woman you had some sort of affair with during these 2 years? She does share my bloodline. However, it's not what you imagine. Avoid unnecessary talk." Chihuahua quickly called a doctor waiting in the city hall and had Pomeranian examined. They provided medicine and food. "I will take care of Pomeranian's life until you return, my lord," Chihuahua said with a determined expression. Even though it had been 2 years since they last met, Chihuahua still had a loyal appearance. Vicar knew that Chihuahua was a person who always kept their promises. Considering Chihuahua's loyalty, Vicar handed over Ox Bear's fur and horns to cover the cost of raising Pomeranian. Are you giving me all this? Feel free to sell it at a high price." "Oh, this is a big guy's leather and horns. If I can sell them properly, They'll be worth more than my 10-year salary. Make sure Pomeranian lacks nothing. You must care deeply for your daughter. You've become a good father. I have 3 daughters myself, so I understand that feeling." Chihuahua smiled at the mention of being a dad and nodded in agreement. It seemed like there might be some misunderstanding, but Vikier didn't bother explaining. At that moment, "Oh, my lord, this!" Chihuahua suddenly remembered and quickly opened a cabinet in the corner of the office, pulling out a bundle of old documents. Upon seeing it, Vikier's eyes widened. It was a file containing newspaper articles on the exchange between Baskerville and Morgue for the past 2 years, the current situation, recent issues, and more. "I had prepared this just in case you returned." Chihuahua scratched the back of their neck, seeming a bit embarrassed. Even in this situation, Chihuahua remembered Vikier and showed gratitude. So, Vikier decided to help resolve some of the issues in the underworld city of Underdog, where criminals were causing trouble due to his absence. "If it hinders your work, you can contact Cindy Wendy Senrose. She owes me a favor." Vikier discreetly instructed Chihuahua. Chihuahua widened their eyes. Cindy Wendy was a criminal Vikier had released through a judicial deal 2 years ago. "How do I find her?" Chihuahua asked. "Do you remember the girl I gave 10 billion to when I was the chief secretary?" "Of course. Her name was Judy." "She probably went to find that girl. Earning 10 billion is difficult, but keeping it is even harder. With no place to go and no support, it's easy to approach her." Chihuahua nodded quietly. If she had just been released from prison and had no money, finding investors would be her top priority. Cindy Wendy Senrose had once become an investment advisor to the impoverished Marquis Gambino, who used to be a local lord. "But even if we find Cindy Wendy, will she help me consistently? She probably has strong resentment against the local government." "I'll arrange a good business for her," Vikier replied kindly. "What kind of business is that?" In response to Chihuahua's question, Vikier explained, "She can monopolize trade with the barbarians." After the conflict with the merchants of the bourgeois family 2 years ago, the barbarians haven't engaged in any trade with the empire. If the current hero of Balak steps in, she may be able to resume that trade, and the merchants involved will gain immense wealth. Chihuahua nodded in agreement. Additionally, having her advice as a person from the back alleys would be of great help in resolving the various problems and chronic issues in Underdog City, which was experiencing an increase in crime rates. As Chihuahua quietly admired how Vikier was already showing clues to solving the problems that had plagued them for the past 2 years, swoosh. Vikier flew out the window frame once again. "My lord, where are you going?" Chihuahua cried out with desperation, but Vikier headed straight for the place where they could quickly treat the Red Death. "It's something easily done with just 1 drop of holy water from that family over there," which was one of the 7 imperial families, the Quavades family of the faithful. Chapter 76, Night Hunter 2, Chapter 76, Night Hunter 2, Saint Mecca. A famous resort town with a population of 160,000, nestled between lush forests and pristine seas. It was one of the central cities directly influenced by the Quavades family's power. People walked solemnly and reverently on the streets paved with white marble. When the bells rang from the tall clock tower, everyone stopped in their tracks and prayed towards the emblem on the roof of the Quavades family's mansion in the distance. Even if gold coins were scattered on the ground, no one picked them up. Order and security were strictly maintained by the citizens' own sense of responsibility. "Where can one find a place to hide here?" Vikier stood atop the high tower's roof. Looking down below, women were completely covered in white cloth with only their eyes showing. Men were the same. This strict control over lust and greed, driven by religious reasons, was evident. A monochrome world, devoid of exposure or fashion, in stark contrast to the tribe of Balak, who lived freely in the wilderness with most of their bodies exposed. During the 2 years Vikier had lived there, St. Mecca's atmosphere felt stifling and suffocating. Finally, waiting until darkness fell, Vikier headed for the outskirts, far from the city center. Broken glass windows, crumbling walls, stagnant water in the lower areas, steep and rugged stairs, and dangerous zones. The scenery in the slums was similar everywhere, even in a city influenced by the religious/faithful Quavades family's power. Especially here in Saint Mecca. Where wrongdoers were banished to the outskirts by the Quo Vadis family, the people were particularly resentful. They hadn't committed serious crimes deserving of imprisonment, but they had committed minor offenses that prevented them from entering the city center. Filtering them out were the checkpoints installed throughout the city and the dispatched holy knights. Vikyr climbed the steep stairs and entered the slum area located on the high ground. This place was the most remote and darkest of the slums. Finally, as the midnight bell rang from the dark side, Vikyr took out a glass bottle. Red Death, the essence of the plague collected from the blood, sweat, and tears of Ahul. Vikyr poured the liquid in the glass bottle into a well. He had unleashed the Red Death in the heart of the Quo Vadis family's territory. It's an extremely contagious plague, so a response should come soon. The incubation period of the Red Death ranged from a maximum of 10 days to a minimum of 1 day. Once it entered the body, it could manifest in as little as a day or, if it only touched the mucous membranes, about 3 days, while through respiratory or skin contact, it usually took about a week. It's the territory of the faithful Quo Vadis, so they should be able to provide relief before any fatalities occur. Vikyr briefly pondered when to proceed with the next plan. At that moment, Vikyr made eye contact with several children approaching from across the well. The children seemed to be out to catch bugs, as they carried containers, butterfly nets, sugar water, and more in their hands. The biggest child among them, who was in front, looked over this way and asked, "Who's there?" The children stopped in front of the well. Bewildered, Vikyr was barely visible in the darkness. Moreover, it was a dark night with no moon, and Vikyr was wearing a mask. They had no reason to reveal their identity, but they still needed to be cautious. Finally, Vikyr emitted life from his eyes. Fiery red pupils pierced through the gas mask's lenses and flashed ominously. "I curse this well," Vikyr warned the children. The children trembled in fear and prostrated themselves on the ground, even wetting their pants. Vikyr sternly warned the children, "Anyone who drinks from this well will surely face death." In reality, this extreme measure was unnecessary, but in a way, it was a consideration. It was to prevent the children from approaching. "He-heek, it's a ghost, an evil spirit. A curse has been cast on the well. Wow, we won't drink it." The children fled in panic. Vikyr confirmed that all signs of his presence had disappeared several times and then buried something in the dirt near the well. It was a mark left by intruders who had entered after the disaster had struck a while ago. The mark of the Reborn, an extremely ruthless family. Vikyr had realized long ago that they were responsible for unleashing the Red Death in the flood. What if they fought each other? Vikyr wondered. For generations, the Quo Vadis, a religious family, and the Reborn, a family with a long-standing feud, were antagonistic. If the Red Death spread in the Quo Vadis' stronghold, what would happen? While the suppression would likely be instantaneous since it was the Quo Vadis' headquarters, the aftermath was the problem. "I need to act quickly." Some people were already seen drawing water from the well. They needed to oust the Quo Vadis' family before innocent civilians suffered. Only then could he fulfill his promise with Ayin. The Knight's hunter moved diligently and arrived at the center of St. Mecca, the mansion of the faithful Quo Vadis' family. Despite the late hour, several carriages were lined up in front of the mansion. After all, they say illness does not sleep at night. At this very moment, those who wanted to cure their ailments by visiting the faithful Quo Vadis were abundant. Most of them were nobles and wealthy individuals who had come in fancy carriages. They all knocked on the door of the Quo Vadis' family's mansion, dressed in extravagant attire that contrasted with their frail appearances. "I heard that the saint is here for rest. I would like to inquire about her well-being, so please open the door." "Oh, saint, we came knowing that you are here. Please, just examine my condition once. Please grant us the honor of meeting you, saint." Rumors had secretly spread that Dolores, the saint of the Quo Vadis' family and a direct descendant, was present in the St. Mecca mansion at the moment. Dolores, the pride of the Quo Vadis' family, was a model student at the current Empire Academy, a second-year student, and the vice president of the student council. Because of the rumor that she was resting here during the academy's vacation period, nobles and adherents had come from far and wide. They all had high statuses and abundant wealth, and were here for one purpose, to meet the saint and seek her treatment. They were shouting their impressive titles, But even so, no one, no matter how powerful or wealthy, could open the door to the Quavades family. St. Dolors firmly kept the door closed, denying entry to anyone. "Why should I open the door to you at such an ambitious hour, considering your status and wealth?" Her voice, gentle and soft but subtly powerful, could be heard from behind the door. It was probably the voice of the saint. Nobles and the wealthy, one by one, attempted to persuade her with pleas about how remarkable they were, how much they could pay for treatment, and what prestigious positions they held. But no matter how powerful or rich someone was, they couldn't open the door to the Quavades family. St. Dolors did not yield. "Your titles and wealth do not seem to be a reason for me to open the door at this ambitious hour." Nobles and wealthy individuals, all of them exhausted from their fervent appeals, had to leave in disappointment. Finally, as the night grew even deeper, all the lines disappeared, and Vikyr, the last one standing, approached the mansion's door. In front of the door, it was so quiet that you couldn't even tell if there was anyone inside. Standing there, Vikyr politely knocked on the door, and just as before, St. Dolor's voice could be heard. "Who is it that comes to visit me at such an ambitious hour?" Vikyr paused for a moment, considering the people who had just listed their own statuses one by one had all been shouting in vain. The saint's preferences are not like that. Vikyr knew well who St. Dolors was. Before his regression, Vikyr had seen her frequently on the most desperate front lines of the war. He remembered her determined figure, treating the wounded with blood-smeared clothes. Her entire attire was drenched in the blood of those she was trying to save, and her ceaseless outpouring of white divine power. Even from a distance, the scene was truly holy and sublime. Finally, Vikyr replied briefly, "I'm just a lost lamb." And then, for a moment, it fell silent beyond the door. Vikyr waited in silence. Eventually, screeched the door to the Quavades family's mansion, which had previously been tightly shut and not open to anyone, was now open. Chapter 77, Night Hunter 3, Chapter 77, Night Hunter 3, the door to the mansion swung open. Surprisingly, there was no one on the other end, only a statue, from which the presumed St. Dolor's voice could be heard, was present. "For what purpose have you come to see me?" The voice of the person presumed to be St. Dolors came from the statue's mouth. It seemed that she wouldn't meet Vikyr directly. Well, that's only natural, Vikyr thought. His attire right now was suspicious to anyone's eyes. A large hat that pirates or criminals might wear, a bird-shaped gas mask, and a black cloak that covered his entire body. It was only natural that St. Dolors wouldn't meet him in person. Vikyr approached the statue and said, "I came to report an epidemic in the slums." After finishing speaking, Vikyr extended a cup filled with water imbued with the aura of the Red Death. If she was a priestess, she would be able to sense the unique energy emanating from this water. Momentarily, the voice coming from the statue stopped. Vikyr had a hunch. The saint had ceased sending her voice through the statue. And then, thud, the door behind Vikyr closed, but that wasn't all. Thud, 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 the doors on the front and sides began to close one by one. The main hall's lobby was instantly isolated, transforming into a shape reminiscent of a gladiator arena. Thud, thud, thud. From somewhere, heavily armored holy knights emerged onto the terrace on the second floor. They stood in formation, wearing white armor. Vikyr took a look around. Despite serving as a lobby and reception area, it was designed to transform into a battlefield during emergencies. In reality, all 5 doors and corridors were closed. Vikyr remained silent, showing no particular reaction. It seemed as though he had already expected such a response. Just then, a deep voice came from among the statues on the first floor. It was the only open door. A man walked into the square beyond it. With a height of over 2 meters, disfigured facial scars, a bald head, and a completely white outfit that covered his entire body, he was a distinctive figure. He had no discernible eyebrows, a massive nose, and a large mouth. Although his eyes curved softly as if he were smiling, his overall aura was quite rough. He carried a large book that resembled a sacred text in his arms. Vikyr narrowed his eyes behind the gas mask. "Inquisitor Mazgus, it's been a while." Mazgus quo vadis. He had quite a complicated connection with Vikir before his regression. He was a man who often had Vikirs back on the battlefield against demons. His body was like a log, impervious, and the divine power he radiated illuminated the surroundings like a beacon. He never compromised with injustice, and for the sake of justice, he was sometimes more ruthless than demons. Seeing his old comrade who had valiantly fought and fallen in battle against hundreds of demons during the Great War, Vikir felt a sense of nostalgia. Come to think of it, I learned some torture techniques from this guy, Vikir thought. Memories of his days torturing the young masters of the 7 families in the underdog city came flooding back. However, those beautiful memories belonged to Vikir alone. For Mazgus, this was his first time seeing Vikir in this life. He held up a thick Bible-like scripture and said to Vikir, "Your attire is suspicious for someone who claims to have come to report an epidemic in the slums. Until you remove that mask and show proper respect, you will not meet the saint. I can't take off the gas mask for reasons. My mission is complete since I've reported it. I'll be on my way." Vikir placed the cup filled with the red death on the floor and raised both arms to signal his surrender. Then, in a slow backstep, he muttered, "Heretic!" Mazgus rushed forward, wielding his heavy scripture like a deadly weapon, attempting to strike Vikir down. However, Vikir was quicker. In the blink of an eye, Vikir exploited the moment when the book was raised, slipping through the gap and swiftly maneuvering to Mazgus's side. Crack! As Mazgus brought down the book, a deep crack appeared in the floor where it struck. Vikir focused on the white auras emanating from the edges of the pages of Mazgus's holy book. A book, huh? He still wields a unique weapon. I'd say he's at an advanced level, around a middle-tier graduator. Compared to his former self before regression, Mazgus was about half a rank lower in skill. However, considering that this place was Mazgus's ancestral home and possessed the holy power that could heal him, they were nearly evenly matched. Mazgus, observing Vikir's stance, growled softly, "You, the impious one. The malevolent aura in that cup is palpable. If that is indeed the plague, you might be the one who spread it. If I were the culprit, why would I come here to report it? I don't know. You may be trying to deceive us, or it could be a plot to lure the saint out using this as bait." Since what Mazgus said made sense, Vikir just shrugged. "I only came to report strange individuals spreading the plague in the slums. Your attire is the most suspicious thing here. Your statement will be heard later in the prison." After finishing his statement, Mazgus swung his book. Patriarch, the book unfolded and its white pages flipped over with a loud noise. Simultaneously, the white auras emanating from the edges of the pages lashed out at Vikir. "Have you ever been cut by stiff paper? It hurts a lot." Mazgus used a unique and extraordinary attack style, slicing the sharp edges of the holy book's pages with the aura attached. Quack, quack, quack. Statues struck by the pages, hundreds in number, scattered in all directions. However, Vikir skillfully evaded Mazgus's attacks. Moving like a shadow, this was a skill he had learned from the Balak hunters. Simultaneously, Vikir summoned the Beelzebub from his wrist. Splash! Gooey liquid aura oozed from the blade's edge. Graduator, the holy knights, including Mazgus, were astonished. Vikir's aura, which was as strong as Mazgus's, entwined tightly, forming an intense deadlock. Moreover, Vikir activated the skill 600 kg stability, which was sealed within the Beelzebub in an instant. Vikir's weight increased to about 600 kilograms. Mazgus, despite his size and strength, was unable to push Vikir back with force when his opponent remained unflinching. "It's like trying to move a boulder. What is this?" No matter how strong Mazgus was, he couldn't match the physical power of an ox demon. Vikir continued to wield the Beelzebub in this state. Baskervilles hunting Fang concealed within an ambush. Although it didn't outwardly resemble Baskerville's style, it revealed the essence of Baskerville's techniques within. Vikir's concealed fangs tore through Mazgus's aura and attacked his head, neck, both shoulders, and both sides of his waist, slicing them apart. Unbelievable! Mazgus and the other holy knights were astounded. Vikir's aura, now almost indistinguishable from Mazgus's, clashed fiercely. Furthermore, Vikir activated the ox demon's skill of 600 kg stability, sealing Mazgus's movements. Mazgus attempted to cover himself with the scripture like a shield, but it was already too late. If you intended to use it as a shield, you should have done so earlier, Vikir remarked as he used the Beelzebub to slash Mazgas's hand that held the scripture. In an instant, swoosh, the scorching flame of Cerberus, the hellhound, erupted from the tip of the Beelzebub. The relentless flames of the demon realm consumed Mazgas's hand. Crave! Mazgas screamed in agony as he desperately rolled on the ground. The flames of Cerberus were unquenchable, not even extinguished by water or sand. Parak pararak hwak. The torn pages of the scripture were being devoured by the flames. Vikir looked down at the fallen Mazgas but momentarily withdrew his sword. Killing him wasn't his purpose for coming here. However, "You impious wretch, what sorcery are you using?" Mazgas's determination was overwhelming. He emitted holy power, seized the water flowing beneath the statue's feet and turned it into holy water. FSSSH. Eventually, the flames on Mazgas's hand were extinguished. He had poured a substantial amount of holy water on it. However, even though he managed to put out the urgent fire, the outcome was clear. Mazgas felt his waist grow lighter. When he raised his head, he saw Vikir, standing confidently atop the thick scripture. Stepping on the scripture is a desecration. If we're comparing desecration, throwing and wielding a scripture is more severe. Mazgas was left speechless. Vikir extended the tip of his outstretched blade, which was surrounded by a crimson aura. "Want to continue?" With that arrogant statement, Mazgas clenched his teeth. How many beings in the world could push someone as advanced as him into such a situation? Mazgas tightened his fists and exerted all his strength, channeling divine power throughout his entire body. Quack 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 boom, mana rapidly spun around his forearms. Yeah! Mazgas charged with all his might, ready to obliterate his opponent with a single punch. However, Vikir didn't make any particular move. Thud. However, he merely kicked the Bible lying on the ground. Bang! Without delay, he kicked the Bible that was floating in the air, which was kicked up into the air. The Bible spun and flew towards Mazgas, just as Mazgas was about to turn his head to avoid the Bible. He had to doubt his own eyes. The Bible, which had been in front of him just a moment ago, now disappeared from his sight as it appeared to be a thin line horizontally. Where did it go? His whole body shivered. Cold sweat ran through the chills that had crept between his hair. Suddenly, a whisper, like a ghost's voice, echoed in his ears. "Are you looking for me?" In that brief moment when the book was spinning and flying, surprisingly, Vikir had escaped Mazgas's sight and was now behind him. When Mazgas turned around in astonishment, crash! Vikir's aura struck Mazgas's entire body. Like a hammer, Vikir's aura, which whirled and flew, shattered Mazgas's full-body armor like grains of sand, and even the chainmail he wore underneath was crushed. Crackle, clang, Mazgas broke 3 statues behind him and fell down. The holy knights on the second-floor terrace were left speechless at this shocking result. It was the first time they had seen Mazgas Quavades, the Inquisitor General and Archbishop of Quavades, who led the Inquisition Knights, being defeated so effortlessly. "Am I dreaming right now? Mazgas has been defeated. This can't be true. How could this happen?" But their hesitation was brief, and like the elite warriors of Quavades, they all drew their swords and rushed down to the first floor. "Capture that blasphemous one!" White auras began to emerge from various places. Vikir adjusted the gas mask covering his face. Dealing with lost lambs can be quite dangerous. The holy knights who had jumped down from the second floor had completely surrounded them by now. Furthermore, Gugaguguk behind him, amidst the debris of broken statues, Mazgas rose to his feet, his giant body. He had torn off and discarded all the shattered and twisted armor, and now he firmly held a large statue fragment in both hands. Blood was flowing from all over his body, but he seemed to pay no attention to it at all. "If you want to see the end for real," Vikir drew Beelzebub. The gooey liquid aura that proved his top-tier graduator status boiled and seethed on the blade. The overwhelming force emanating from Vikir, similar to a black ghost, made all the holy knights, including Mazgas, tense up. They couldn't close their eyes or swallow their saliva, even the slightest. The tiniest gap in defense would be the black ghost's chance to aim for their throat and heart. Where on earth did such a monster come from? Mazgas regretted his hasty actions and adjusted his posture. One-on-one, it was inevitable that he would lose certain defeat. One-on-many, it was a 50-50, half-and-half situation. The opponent was an existence that even all the holy knights here could not completely overwhelm, even if they all attacked together. If it had been his usual self, he would have taken a step back first and then officially declared the holy war, but the holy maiden is here. It was too risky to move recklessly, while Vikir, Mazgus, and the other holy knights were in a tense standoff. "Stop!" A voice that dispelled everyone's tension could be heard. Before long, someone leaned out from the third-floor terrace. Dolores, the Holy Maiden, had revealed herself. Chapter 78. The Holy Maiden 1, Chapter 78. The Holy Maiden 1, Dolores El Quavadis, commonly known as Dolores Quavadis. She's a 16-year-old Holy Maiden, the most promising woman to inherit the Quo Vadis faith. A prodigy who graduated from the Empire's Academy Colosseum, and thanks to the early admission system, has never missed the top rank since entering as a first-year student. Now, as a second-year student, she serves as the vice president of the student council. Vikir was able to recall his memories of her based on her appearance. In the distant future, she would go to the front lines of battle against demons and demonstrate what it truly meant to become a saint by saving lives. She was called the Angel of the Battlefield, a living example of goodness who saved countless lives. Although still young, her appearance showed a strong heart and a pure spirit. Like everyone who had survived the era of destruction, Vikir also held deep respect and affection for this young holy maiden. As Vikir nodded his head, nearby holy knights were startled. Dolores also seemed a bit surprised. Her keen senses allowed her to detect the scent of beasts, blood, oil, violence, anger, and even the deep scent of profound sadness hidden at the core of all these swirling emotions emanating from Vikir. "Are you really a lost lamb?" "Yes," Vikir replied with a choked voice. Dolores nodded. "More like a lost puppy, a wounded little puppy." After Dolores finished speaking, the expressions of all the holy knights gathered on the first floor turned into bewilderment. Even Mazgus shouted, "Holy Maiden, he's not a puppy. He's a wolf consumed by blood. You should step back quickly. Please bring some tea." Dolores raised her hand to stop Mazgus from speaking and said firmly, "I need to have a conversation with him." Soon, a small sitting room was set up with a table, chairs, and 2 tea cups. Steam rose from the peppermint tea, giving off a warm aroma. At the entrance of the sitting room, Mazgus stood in an awkward posture. When a cute teapot with flower patterns was handed to him, it looked like a massive ring in his hand. At the center of a small table, Vikir and Dolores sat facing each other. Dolores spoke, looking somewhat surprised. "I came here when I heard that Mazgus was involved. I thought you might be seriously injured." Mazgus, who had a firm and philosophical demeanor as the Inquisitor General, was responsible for the clan's military corps. His body was no different, so there was no reason to treat a visitor with such a suspicious appearance kindly. But who could have known that he would be defeated so brutally? Then Mazgus stammered and said, "Holy Maiden, I am not defeated. If it had been a prolonged battle, there was a chance that I could have turned the tide." The fact that such words were coming out of his mouth was evidence of his defeat. Dolores thought to herself, Mazgus was an exceptional graduator among the clan. If Mazgus can be defeated this easily by someone with such an unusual appearance. She stared intently at Vikir's mask in front of her, but there was nothing she could read from it. As Vikir continued to gaze down at the teacup in front of him, Dolores spoke again. "Drinking tea through that gas mask seems impractical." Vikir nodded quietly. From his attitude that had been silent all along, Dolores knew she couldn't continue to beat around the bush. She got straight to the point. "I've been under a lot of stress lately." Vikir raised his head at her words. What could be causing her so much stress? Was it because of her studies at the academy, or perhaps her lessons in the Quavadis family? But Dolores shook her head. "I'm taking a break from school and family matters since it's the vacation. The ones who are making it really hard for me are the nobles and merchants you just saw. They were uninvited guests who came, demanding that she treat their ailments, using money and influence to plead their case. The things they're asking for treatment are quite obvious. Erectile dysfunction, sexually transmitted diseases, side effects from drugs, and the like. There isn't a single serious illness among them." Dolores' opinion was that if she had the divine power to heal, she would rather help those who were truly suffering and in pain. Justice and righteousness, compassion and equality. Isn't that what God's will is? But people tend to only see what's right in front of them. Vikir agreed with a nod. When they met on the front lines of the battlefield before his regression, he had heard similar words from dolers. Studying theology is originally about understanding human beings, so it's inevitable. This was something he had heard from her before as well, but now, in front of him, Dolar's eyes widened. Genesis, Asmoser chapter 6, verse 9. Right, it's a very philosophical and mysterious saying. It's surprising that someone knows this ancient saying. You must have a deep knowledge of theology. Are you a follower of the rune? By any chance? Vikir remained silent for a moment. He had no interest in or knowledge of the Empire's state religion, rune. It seemed like a good idea to change the topic. More importantly, there's an epidemic in the St. Mecca's slums. Is that information reliable? Have you seen the beggar's water? It's drawn directly from the slum wells. You weren't involved in this, were you? If I were, why would I have come here on my own? Vikir emphasized once more. I don't like innocent people suffering, and this place is my hometown, so even more so. Oh, this is your hometown. I'm from here too. Dolar's eyes sparkled at Vikir's words. It was the first time she had heard about his hometown, so Vikir simply nodded in response. I also believe in the Absolute One's existence. I hope the epidemic can be contained as soon as possible. Your soul may be coarse, but you're a good person. Dolars suddenly wore a serious expression. Earlier you mentioned seeing suspicious individuals, right? Yes, I saw them pouring a liquid from glass bottles into the wells. If this epidemic is indeed artificial, who could have done it and for what purpose? Dolars seemed deep in thought. An epidemic was not a simple matter. Once it started, it caused the most damage in communal institutions where people lived together, such as monasteries or schools. If an epidemic broke out in a monastery, the number of clergy would decrease, and heresies, sects, and superstitions would thrive. More clergy would be needed, and inexperienced clergy would be sent to the front lines, leading to a proliferation of heresies, sects, and superstitions. Therefore, if an epidemic broke out, it would be politically disadvantageous for the Quo Vadis family. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, they had to suppress the Red Death as soon as possible. Vikir replied succinctly, those who wish for the decline of the Quo Vadis family, those who benefit from it, I suppose. It's not easy to pinpoint. Dolars furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Predicting the future course of events with her renowned genius intellect from the academy seemed to be a challenging task for Dolars. However, Vikir had a comprehensive understanding of what lay ahead. After all, he had experienced all of this before his regression. Finally, Vikir took out a map from his pocket, showing the positions of the 7 major families centered around the imperial capital. First, those who will benefit the most are the ruthless Reviadan family and the industrial conglomerate, the bourgeois family. The Reviadan family, known for their use of poisons and medicines as their main weapons, would seize this opportunity to collect samples from numerous patients, study and research the epidemic, and improve it to use as their own weapon. As a family originally specializing in poisons and medicines, a severe epidemic outbreak would be highly beneficial to them. Furthermore, the industrial conglomerate, the bourgeois family, also had a high chance of gaining significant indirect benefits. Gold and silver never disappear even in the face of an epidemic. With the deaths of laborers, landowners would go bankrupt, and they would take over their warehouses filled with gold, silver, banknotes, various production facilities, and real estate. After people died and empty factories, farms, stores, guilds, and various real estate properties were swallowed up by the bourgeois family at low prices, they would use the accumulated capital to start new businesses. Businesses catering to the newly wealthy, such as fashion or health supplements, would see their revenues skyrocket. I remember the bourgeois family's merchants visiting Balak village to buy items like ginseng and exotic tails. Right, Vikir thought to himself. The ones who spread the Red Death were undoubtedly the ruthless Reviadan family, and the industrial bourgeois family would most likely be their ally. These people were likely exchanging information and plotting behind the scenes. The St. Mecca Quo Vadis and the indigenous people of the jungle were their sacrificial lambs. Therefore, for these reasons, I think they are closely involved in the epidemic situation. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. Vikir presented his hypothesis. adding some details based on the events and their aftermath that he had actually witnessed before his regression. However, there seemed to be no particular reaction from Dolores. Vikyr raised his head slightly, wondering why. Then, beyond the gas mask, he saw the faces of Dolores and Mazgus. Both of them were frozen in place with their mouths partially open, without saying a word. Chapter 79, The Saint Part 2. Chapter 79, The Saint Part 2. Who exactly are you? Dolores asked, her voice filled with bewilderment. This was the mysterious being who had suddenly appeared one day, warning of the misfortunes of the Quavades family. His appearance was incredibly strange, but his aura felt pure and lonely, a stark contrast to his peculiar attire. Who are you to know all of these things? Dolores' voice began to tremble. Among the guests who suddenly appeared and entrusted their bodies to noble families, there were always politicians who were well-versed in the world's affairs. However, there were very few who could predict future events as accurately as this man, let alone report an impending epidemic before it happened. Naturally, Dolores and Mazgus couldn't help but be curious about the identity of this strange guest. Well, didn't the saint ask you? Who are you? Mazgus, fiddling with a small teapot that looked like it might crumple at any moment, asked with an insistent tone. It sounded like he was pressuring out of respect for the saint's authority, but in reality, he was probably the one most curious about it. Dolores and Mazgus both had their eyes locked on Vikyr's face, who responded briefly, Night Hunter. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both clerics subtly changed. Night Hunter, a somewhat ominous name, Dolores remarked. Even if you give yourself a nickname, you've chosen it as if it were your own clothing, truly irreverent. Dolores and Mazgus both mumbled in agreement. After that, Vikyr remained silent and didn't say anything more. Naturally, Mazgus hurried to take action. Whatever may have happened, Night Hunter, everything you've said is a possibility. We need to investigate the details of the epidemic quickly and report to the Lord. We must also prepare a family-level response. An emergency had been declared in the faith. The alarm of faith had been raised. Dolores instructed Mazgus to prepare for a holy pilgrimage to address the epidemic. She also decided to officially report to her father, Humbert El Quo-Vadis, who was in a nearby monastery. Today, Dolores' decision would also reach the ears of Nobkov I, the head of the Rune Church, and become a major event. It was such a significant event that it would reach that high. Mazgus quickly went off to convey the saint's intentions. Meanwhile, Dolores continued to stare at Vikyr, who was right in front of her. A lost dog, tired and lonely. Why did she think of herself as a hunting dog when referring to this man? Why did a man who could break even Mazgus, the supreme commander of all, appear so small and pitiful? She felt the scent of a tormented soul, the sound of blood. Sorrow, hatred, loneliness, and all these shackles were being borne by this man alone, as he walked the thorny path of penance. What she felt from him was an aura akin to that of a prophet or a seeker. She suddenly remembered the words he had muttered with parched lips. Theology is, after all, the process of understanding humanity. Even the most knowledgeable theologians couldn't be unaware of this ancient scripture passage. The fact that he knew it indicated that he must be a disciple of the rune, practicing its doctrine at the forefront, in the lowest and most intense places where suffering people resided. Otherwise, I couldn't remember and recite that verse. At least that's what Dolores thought. She was born with the gift of reading others' souls as a young and inexperienced 16-year-old saint. Perhaps because of this, misunderstandings about Vikyr were gradually taking root. Nevertheless, Vikyr simply waited for the appearance of the holy water that could eliminate the Red Death. Before long, Vikyr hurried toward the slums of St. Mecca. Dolores, Inquisitor Mazgus, dozens of holy knights and clergy followed behind him. Is it really an epidemic in a place like this? Dolores said, panting as she climbed the steep stairs. The knights surrounding her were also wearing incredulous expressions. However, there was no hesitation in Vikyr's steps as he advanced like a vanguard. Soon, Vikyr landed on a high roof in the neighborhood of Daldong. Saint Dolores and Inquisitor Mazgus, along with several dozen holy knights and clergy, followed suit. Is there really an epidemic in a place like this? Dolores said, catching her breath as she climbed the steep stairs. The knights surrounding her also wore expressions of disbelief. However, Vikyr, who rushed ahead, didn't show any signs of hesitation. Before long, Vikyr landed on a high roof in the neighborhood. Dolors and Mozgus, still panting from the climb, joined him. Once there, Vikyr scanned the area, alternating his gaze between several chimneys. Despite the relatively mild weather, smoke rose from several chimneys, indicating that firewood was being used. Vikyr focused on the chimneys where smoke was rising. And sure enough, in some of the houses with smoke rising from the chimneys, the Red Death had already broken out. The first symptoms of the Red Death were usually chills and fever. Subsequently, intense pain would spread throughout the body, accompanied by uncontrollable vomiting and diarrhea. Patients would tremble when they saw the red spots gradually appearing on their skin. When chills set in, people naturally pushed firewood into the chimneys to keep warm. However, the absence of smoke from the chimneys didn't mean there were no patients. In this poor neighborhood, many houses couldn't afford enough firewood, so they wrapped themselves tightly in dirty blankets to endure the chills. Dolors watched the suffering patients and tears welled up in her eyes. "Oh, poor souls, don't worry. The Lord's boundless love will heal you." She touched the patients without hesitation, praying and offering blessings. Meanwhile, Vikyr stood quietly behind her, observing the patient's condition. Fortunately, there are no children. His efforts to scare the children away from the well had paid off. Among the patients, there were no children. All of them were early-stage patients who had been infected by drinking water. Since Vikyr had arrived in a hurry, there were only mild cases of infection among the patients. They were all first-stage patients who had been infected by drinking water contaminated by the saliva or excrement of first-stage patients, who had not yet manifested severe symptoms or developed the red spots on their skin. There were no fatalities at this point, so it was crucial to suppress the disease early. Dolors gathered the patients in the central square and prayed to the Lord. "O light of my life, O flame of my soul, O my sins, O my spirit, please look after these young and poor souls gathered here." She recited the prayer with a pure voice. Before long, a single tear from Dolors fell onto her cheek, setting off a miracle. Pahat, it emitted a bright and holy light, dispelling the red spots on the patients' bodies. With a single tear and a line of prayer, 6 patients were freed from the Red Death. "Thank you, Saint, thank you. Saint is my savior. I'm healed, the disease is gone, this is a miracle." People who had been trembling and vomiting just moments ago stood up as if they had never suffered from the disease. Dolors, who had regained her strength, looked at the healed patients and smiled as if she had never cried. And one person silently gazed at her smile from behind. "Yes, that's exactly what I need," Vikyr, who was aiming for the miracle of holy water, thought to himself. Chapter 80, The Saint 3. Chapter 80, The Saint 3. Some time had passed. Saint Dolors, after receiving reports of an increasing number of patients, was pondering alone. Treating patients with sacred power is a temporary solution. The continuous increase in new patients is inevitable. That's because it didn't address the source of the plague. The reason patients kept appearing was undoubtedly because the wells in this impoverished area were contaminated with the plague. Since many wells were connected to underground water sources, it was impossible to completely eradicate the plague without purifying the water source. There are 42 reported wells in this impoverished area, and if you include the unreported ones that the villagers dig themselves, Dolors pondered. In this case, they would have to concentrate sacred power on one well that led to the deepest point, the essence of purification. Concentrate and condense sacred power into a pill-sized form, then dissolve it in water. It would purify the entire impoverished area along the underground water path. So, the clergy of Quo Vadis immediately began clinical experiments. From Sacred Essence Clinical Trial 1A to 3C, which would purify the water. If all of these succeeded, the plague in the impoverished area would be uprooted. While the clergy of Quo Vadis were gathering sacred power to create the essence, Dolors was treating the patients that were currently appearing. It's truly a terrible plague. Once infected with the Red Death, there was a risk of it recurring even if it got better once. The incubation period was extremely short, but the time it took to lead to death was incredibly long. Moreover, it felt like they had artificially combined the worst aspects of the plagues that had prevailed in history, pure malevolence, It was an extremely wicked plague created intentionally to cause as much suffering as possible for humans. This is not the time for this. I need to treat even one more person. Even now, countless patients are flocking to the makeshift clinic. Dolores stood up from her chair not long after sitting down. In an instant, ping, she staggered slightly as she stepped on the ground. It was exhausting enough for her, born with mild anemia, but brimming with sacred power. To be tired, but I can still do it. Dolores confirmed that her sacred power had recovered somewhat and led her tired body out of the makeshift clinic. She wanted to comfort the suffering patients as soon as possible. At that moment, "Ah, the saintess is here. Oh, what a holy presence. Saintess, we will stand with you. Don't worry from now on." There were men following Dolores toward the impoverished area. High-ranking nobles or members of wealthy households who had knocked on the door of Quavadis's a while ago but were refused a meeting. "What brings you here?" Dolores asked. Beautiful blonde hair, clear blue eyes, flawless skin, and a pure voice. Just hearing her voice made the men gathered here shiver. Soon, competition among the males began. "I too have come here to bestow blessings with the saintess. How can we let such a noble lady go to such a dirty and lowly place alone? I've brought 3 carts filled with donations and relief supplies. Please gather the beggars. Haha, today is their lucky day. As long as the saintess is here, I can go to an even humbler place than this." The young men shouted enthusiastically to win Dolores' favor, but Dolores' gaze, which received their admiration, was icy. Without saying a word, she walked straight ahead, and the young men, thinking they had received permission to follow, chattered happily. "Thanks to the saintess, I get to see places like this. I've only seen them in books, never in reality. Anyway, it's a fresh experience." "Haha. I thought that only the dirtiest and poorest people lived in the slums, but it seems like people still live here, just like in middle-class neighborhoods. I didn't know. After all, you have to experience things for yourself to truly understand. But looking at the kids running around, they seem to have decent clothes and shoes. Is this place really that poor? Aren't these people being a bit too extravagant? Oh my, I don't know if I'm giving too much in donations. I hope these people don't lose their will to be self-reliant." They had their servants bring carts filled with donations and relief supplies. Dolores had now arrived at the temporary clinic where the patients had gathered. Without hesitation, Dolores lifted the curtain and entered. However, the young men who had followed her hesitated for a moment. "Is it okay? There might be plague patients inside." If I get infected, I'm the third heir. You know, what does it matter? The saintess will heal us. Courageous people win beauty. I'm going." Some of them hesitated and turned back. Some took a deep breath and bravely stepped inside the clinic. But all those who followed Dolores into the clinic had to cover their noses and mouths and fight back the urge to vomit. The air was filled with the unpleasant smell of sweat, blood, vomit, urine, feces, unwashed patients, and the heat caused by rising body temperatures. The air inside was discomforting, and everywhere you looked, there were murky basins of water created by the mud. The specters of the Red Deaths floated like ghosts. As the moans and cries from various places mixed with the stench and the oppressive heat, the clinic felt like a living tomb. Could young nobles, second or third generation heirs, or those who had inherited fortunes at a young age, have ever witnessed such a dreadful and desperate scene? Bam! A patient nearby discharged a stream of diarrhea onto the floor. As splinters sprayed onto their shoes and pants, they screamed and rushed out of the clinic, tearing their vocal cords. The smell, it's disgusting, who dares? These shoes are limited edition. Clerics, treat me first. The plague is spreading. Open the door, let us out, get out of the way, I need to get out of here. Before they could even take a sip of the air inside the clinic, all the young men ran away. St. Dolores looked at them with a somewhat pitiful gaze. I knew they would react like that. Dolores' beauty had been famous for a long time, both within and outside her family as well as at the academy. Men's eyes always followed her wherever she went. No one dared to make open advances towards the noble saintess, but she always became the subject of longing, desire-filled gazes. Whenever she went for volunteer work during the academy's vacation period or breaks, such people always followed her. Some of them would turn up their noses in disgust at the scene of the sick, and sometimes openly express their contempt and disgust. Some even secretly sent the patients away. That's why Dolores was disdainful of men who followed her because of her beauty. If her appearance were to become repulsive and her body covered in filth and stench like this, wouldn't those men evaporate from her side immediately? And beyond that, coming with impure intentions to a sacred relief site was blasphemous in itself. In the midst of life and death struggles, one must always have only thoughts for the patients. Absolute benevolence, pure altruism, fanatical sacrifice and service spirit, kindness and tenderness. These were the closest things to God's grace and love. As a martyr and a savior, Saint Dolores had firmly resolved her heart. With an even more devout attitude, she moved deeper into the clinic. As she entered deeper into the clinic, the stench and impure heat grew more intense. The Red Death's cries, moans of pain, and eerie dance blended with the oppressive atmosphere. Dolores squeezed the last of her sacred power and strength, heading for the isolation area where the most critical patients were. Even here, veteran clerics struggled, and it was a challenging area. And then, Dolores' eyes widened in surprise. In the innermost part of the clinic, where she expected only misery and despair, there was unexpectedly an abundance of vitality. Of course, the suffering patients were still there, but, hurry, bring more saline solution. I can't believe it. It seems that only sacred power isn't enough in real situations. Quickly, bring the scalpel. Oh, what incredible skill. The clerics nearby were all amazed with their mouths half open. It was a completely different attitude from the other areas where clerics were exhausted and depressed. In the most challenging and filthy place, a man fought alone, covered in filth, tirelessly inspecting the patient's condition, performing emergency procedures, and responding silently to curses and insults thrown at him in agony. Night Hunter. He was directing the clerics, bustling among the patients. Chapter 81. Saint Part 4, Chapter 81. Saint Part 4. When Vicar arrived at the clinic where only severe patients were gathered, the clergy reactions were as follows. This is not a place for non-professionals. You can get infected, so leave immediately. Need help, we don't need any more interference. However, as Vicar began to scold and instruct while walking among the patients, the expressions of the clergy changed. Isn't this too much for a blessing? Vicar said to the cleric using sacred power on the red spots on a patient's leg. In general, clergy members prayed to God, requesting a portion of his power, which they then used to reproduce heavenly phenomena on earth. To simplify, clergy members asked God for power, God accepted it, and the clergy members received that power, using it to heal patients. If the patient believed in the same deity, a kind of guarantee was formed during the process of requesting power from God, and the healing effect was amplified. In other words, if two believers in the same deity worked together, they could draw even more sacred power. The more devout and faithful the clergy member or patient was through continuous religious practices, deepening their communion with God, the more effective this process was. This was similar to the relationship between a bank's credit rating and loans. However, Vicar knew. A clergy member with one sacred power could perform the miracle of someone with 10 sacred powers, and a clergy member with 10 sacred powers could perform the miracle of someone with 100 sacred powers. There's a concept called short selling. It was a fraudulent method that the clergy members living in the era of destruction had found to make up for their always insufficient sacred power. In trading terms, short selling meant selling something you don't have. In other words, it meant selling something in advance and then buying it back later to make a profit. When the era of destruction arrived, countless demons and more patients than that wreaked havoc in the human world. The gods became even more desperate. This was when the clergy members began to awaken. They started to use sacred power excessively, far beyond what they would normally dare to use. Even with empty mana channels, they could still use sacred power. They acted first, producing miracles, and then saw what happened. The sacred power used in advance, even if it meant adding interest later, was drawn upon immediately. Creating sacred power from nothing and using it, followed by a journey of repaying it through devout religious activities. Some called it sacred power loans, some called it sacred power short selling, and some even called it sacred power debt with a hint of self-deprecation. Moreover, not only clergy members, but also those who had killed many demons, were able to use a small amount of sacred power. This was because killing demons and accumulating experience points were considered a form of religious activity in those times. Vikir had killed countless demons, and the resulting experience points were securely accumulated in his soul. This remained true even after his regression. Therefore, the current Vikir was the only being capable of using sacred power despite not being a cleric. However, there were some limitations to using sacred power for those who were not rune religion's members. It was limited to use within a sacred territory, such as the territory of the Qua Vadis family, where it could be called a sacred space. Vikir approached a moaning patient and reached out his hand. Splat! A faint sacred power began to heal the patient's body. The clergy who saw Vikir using sacred power rushed over with widened eyes. It was the first time they had seen someone who wasn't a Qua Vadis family clergy member using sacred power. Furthermore, Vikir was extremely efficient in using sacred power. This, too, is something I learned during the era of destruction. Vikir muttered. The clergy were treating the surging patients as if they were insane. Vikir had learned a method to use sacred power beyond their shoulders. In fact, it was a simple method. It involved making an incision with a scalpel and directly infusing sacred power into the areas with primary injuries. Using miracles on the skin or blessing from a distance wasted a considerable amount of sacred power. It was far more efficient to concentrate sacred power on the source of pain. Vikir took a scalpel and made small incisions around the red spots and let the flowing blood carry the sacred power into the patient's body. In the Qua Vadis' sacred territory, Vikir had access to a significant amount of sacred power. However, since he wasn't a cleric, he couldn't use it for an extended period. Clergy who witnessed Vikir's miracles and guidance began to gather around her one by one. The survival technique that could be used by anyone during the era of destruction was considered unprecedented and remarkable here. Furthermore, the astonishment of the clergy was far from over. Vikir was also delaying the onset of the disease among the patients by blending various herbs he had collected from the Black Mountains during his 2 years of survival. This was a skill he had learned from the Balak warriors. While it couldn't prevent the epidemic, it could at least delay the outbreak and alleviate some suffering. The unknown recipe and ingredients created a medication that reduced the patient's fever and moaning. In this way, Vikir moved among the patients, enduring their insults and tantrums, calmly and silently caring for everyone. Of course, there were reasons for his actions. First, to instill faith in the Qua Vadis clergy. Second, to transport the essence of the sacred water he created to his fellow clergy members. And third, out of remorse for those who had become ill as a result of him. Everyone watched in awe as Vikir worked his miracles with half-opened mouths. Then, a child's voice pierced the silence. "Wah, Mom." A child was shaking a woman lying down, crying. While red spots had appeared on the woman's body, they were still pale. The problem was that her body was inherently weak, making her condition precarious even with such a mild illness. Vikir placed his hand on the child's head and said, "Don't worry, I'll heal your mother right away." With those words, Vikir removed the illness from the woman's body. Additionally, he reached into his pocket, grabbed some gold coins and handed them to the child. "It's an illness, but malnutrition seems severe. Use this to buy food and firewood to take care of your mother." The child, with tears and a runny nose, lowered his head in gratitude. Soon, after witnessing the child receiving money, many patients crowded around Vikir, extending their hands and asking for money. A chaotic scene unfolded, with everyone demanding money. At that moment, one of the clergy, bewildered, spoke to Vikir. "No, material help won't do. There's no limit. You'll end up giving away all your money," one of the clergy protested. Vikir nodded as if it didn't bother him at all. "Why shouldn't there be a limit? There's definitely a limit to the money in my pocket. Just give it all away." With those words, Vikir distributed all the money to the patients and their families. He didn't hesitate to empty his pocket and then return to his medical work without any regrets. Seeing this, the clergy and those around them were left in shock once again. Dolores was among them. She stared at Vikir's broad back, reminiscing about what had happened earlier. The young men who had flattered her appearance. They proudly flaunted their noble status and immense wealth, generously donating money and relief supplies to the poor. However, their attitudes were haughty and they secretly despised and scorned the poor. In contrast, what about Vikyr? He had emptied his pockets without hesitation, even though the amount wasn't substantial. It was a true act of charity and sacrifice. The Bible had a reason to suggest that the charity of a beggar donating one bowl was nobler than a rich man donating 1,000 gold coins. Dolers thought silently. In a place where filth and disease were rampant, this man was helping his less fortunate neighbors more diligently than anyone else. A man who seemed to have lived on the front lines of fierce battles, with the aura of a pilgrim, a savior, and a prophet, a man who had a resilient body but harbored a soul that was unexpectedly sad and lonely. A man who referred to himself as a hunting dog but held a lost and weary puppy within. A man who wept and bled with his soul. Where on earth had he come from? Suddenly, Dolers remembered a line he had mumbled not long ago with a closed throat. Theology is inherently the process of understanding humanity, so this is inevitable. And in that moment, thump, her heartbeat surged, and her blood flowed rapidly. Her heart dropped to a lower point and then returned. Sister Dolers, the still young and inexperienced 16-year-old girl, felt her chest beating fast. Her face turned towards the man she didn't even know. Chapter 82, The Saint 5. Chapter 82, The Saint 5. The priests of Quo Vadis gathered and prayed day and night. As a result, all 3 stages of clinical trials were successfully completed. They produced the essence of sacred power, which can purify all plagues in the metropolitan area with just a drop. This highly concentrated holy water was so potent that they even made 3 extra drops as a backup. It's called the Tears of the Saint Pliny de la Verge. With just 1 drop, it could eradicate any plague in the slums. Dolers finally recited a prayer of blessings and thanks over the 3 drops of holy water that had been created. Look around. Everyone, there's a woman here who only has 1 son. Do you understand the anguish of a mother who has seen her son hang? It's so painful that my heart can't take it anymore. Oh, my lovely and noble son. This is the most depressing and heartbreaking day of my life. The epic poem left by the first saint shone brightly, comforting all the holy sacrifices in this world. Eventually, a bright light began to emit from the 3 drops of holy water. Inquisitor Mazgus politely bowed and placed the small glass vials containing them on a tray. Soon, 10 bishops followed Mazgus, escorting the holy water. It was to store them deep within the Quo Vadis, St. Mecca branch's secure underground vault. Gradually, numerous clergy members gathered at Quo Vadis headquarters to witness the ceremony. Dolers felt a subtle sense of tension and discomfort in the air. It was understandable because the faith-based Quo Vadis was currently in the midst of a civil war, and both factions leading this conflict, the Old Testament faction and the New Testament faction, were gathered here. The plague called the Crimson Death was a significant concern. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a dignified and smooth appearance looked down at Dolers. "Come closer, my nymphette, my daughter." After hesitating for a moment, Dolers politely lowered her gaze. "Yes, father." Having finished speaking, she walked slowly with small steps towards the man. Then, Humbert L. Quo Vadis, who, apart from the Pope, held the highest rank in leading the Old Testament faction, patted Dolers' head gently. "You've made a significant contribution this time. It's an honor." Dolers was extremely cautious when addressing her father, while it might not be a typical attitude for a daughter. In a vast and prestigious family, it was not considered unusual, and no one found it strange. Meanwhile, Humbert nodded in approval at Dolers' modest attitude. "Very well, give your report about what has happened so far." "I've prepared a written report. Shall I present it right away?" "Speak. Isn't writing it out too rigid?" Dolers nodded quietly in response to Humbert's words. "First, we plan to use the Tears of the Saint that has been created to purify all the underground waterways in the Saint Mecca. Have you found the source of the plague?" "Yes. It was an unregistered well in the slum highlands." Dolers was a natural investigator. Even when she was a first-year student at the academy, she was a member of the school's detective club, demonstrating her skills in deduction and investigation. She primarily focused on interrogating patients in the slums, especially children, and had collected multiple testimonies claiming to have seen ghosts near a well. Without delay, Dolers went to investigate the well in question. To her surprise, the well was heavily contaminated by the plague, and she even found a glass vial suspected of containing the plague bacteria. But that's not all. While investigating that place, I also discovered something suspicious. From this point on, it's information not found in the report. When Humbert expressed curiosity, Dolers took out a piece of evidence wrapped in a clean cloth. As Humbert laid eyes on it, his eyes widened as if they might pop out at any moment. This is a rare ceremonial dagger with a large serpent emblem. It was undoubtedly the symbol of the hostile Reviadan family. Next to it, there was a single button, a golden button adorned with a sickle and hammer, unmistakably a symbol of the industrial clan, bourgeois. Where did these come from? They were found in different locations in the slums. At that moment, Archbishop Humbert's eyes rapidly shifted. In his mind, the causal connections were already being woven together. It was said that the structure of the plague seemed artificially created. Creating a plague of this magnitude would require not only a deep knowledge of toxins but also significant research funding. Crack! Archbishop Humbert forcefully stomped his foot. The pristine marble floor cracked, and two nearby stone pillars collapsed. A declaration of sanctity. How dare these wretched poison-mongers, these parasites, blaspheme against the divine? Even the emperor would have to step back in the face of Quo Vadis' intentions. How could these insignificant beings, who create poison and covet money, dare to raise such a scandal? At that moment, a current of political strife flowed among the 7 noble families of the empire. Dolers remained silent, keeping her lips sealed. Then, a statement from Archbishop Humbert broke the silence, enough to make her eyes widen. "Did you say knight's hound?" Humbert contorted his handsome face as he spoke. "That one is suspicious as well. Apprehend him and assign an inquisitor. Make him spill everything he knows." Upon hearing this, Dolers noticeably panicked. Her usual composed and rational demeanor crumbled in an instant. With a desperate expression resembling any other 16-year-old girl, she urgently protested, "He is innocent." Dolers' sudden objection caused Humbert's expression to freeze momentarily. "That person? What are you saying?" He looked at Dolers with an incredulous expression, as if he couldn't believe it. "Father, what I mean is..." Normally, she had never gone against her father's wishes except for opposing the New Testament faction. But now, things were different. With clenched fists and trembling, Dolers faced Humbert's gaze head-on. Her determination to protect the knight's hound seemed unshakable. After all the hard work he put into treating the poor, he can't be a villain. Dolers had heard the testimonies of many patients. This person had tirelessly treated patients, apologizing repeatedly for not being able to do more. Despite his modest means, he used his sacred power and even gave away all his possessions to help the patients. Why did he say sorry to the patients? Was it because he couldn't treat them faster or more extensively? If that were the case, Dolers empathized with him deeply. She had always felt sorry for the sick. Others would ask why she felt sorry when she should be receiving gratitude instead. But despite that, Dolers always felt sorry for everyone, and the knight's hound understood that. They shared a conversation not long ago. "I was fortunate enough to be born with sacred power, but my body, mind, and faith are weak. Someone stronger, like you, should have been born with this sacred power. Why did the gods choose her as a saint? Even if she didn't have sacred power, there were others with strong faith. Why did she receive the title of a saint?" She bowed her head and cried. The knight's hound spoke to her. "The fact that you suffer and feel sorry in itself may be why the gods chose you. It's the love of the gods that shines the brightest when it reaches the lowest and most difficult places." Dolers couldn't help but sigh internally. It was like comforting words from a mature saint, an older brother she admired. When she looked at the knight's hound, she had that feeling. "When I grow older, will I be able to say the same things you just did?" "Perhaps you will," he responded with an enigmatic answer, showing a faint hint of trust toward Dolers. The 16-year-old girl held that admiration within her. That's why, now, she fiercely defended the knight's hound's innocence in front of her father, Humbert L. Quo Vadis, the head of the Quo Vadis household. But the more Dolers defended, the harder Humbert's expression became. Eventually, Humbert, accompanied by many bishops, took action. "Prepare for an urgent arrest. We will interrogate him immediately." Dolers' objections were in vain. Humbert, with an even more determined attitude than before, headed towards the room where the knight's hound was staying. Dolers followed him. ready to throw herself in front of the knight's hound if necessary. However, everyone standing in front of the room was left wide-eyed. The room was empty. The wind blew through the broken window curtains, creating an eerie atmosphere. The knight's hound had vanished into thin air. The frantic shouts of the clergy from the lower floor indicated the severity of the situation. Something big happened. One drop of the saint's tears has disappeared. In that moment, Dolores quietly opened her mouth. She now had a vague understanding of why he had come here. And now that he had achieved his goal, she had an uncertain conviction that she would never see him again. While Humbert and the knights were creating a commotion and forming a pursuit team, Dolores simply stared out into the darkness through the window. The empty room, the broken window, and the cold wind brought reality to her. Thump, her heart sank again. It was a heartbeat quite different from the last time. Chapter 83, Lovesickness Part 1. Chapter 83, Lovesickness Part 1. Ayan had a dream. Her first dream memory was of being pierced by sharp claws in a blazing fire. Cerberus, the three-headed guardian dog of hell. This dangerous beast emerged from deep oil pits, exhaling fiery breath and gnashing its teeth at unwelcome intruders into its domain. The warriors of Balak, who could only advance as Madame Eight-Legs expanded her domain, were inevitably destined to clash with Cerberus and the hunting grounds. Eventually, they succeeded in driving Cerberus, the original owner of the territory, far away, and in this process Ayan suffered a fatal wound and was left behind by the group. She thought she was going to die like that, but still, her life was surprisingly long. Imperial slave traders exploring the jungle found the dying Ayan and, after minimal treatment, sold her as a slave. When she was locked in the cold iron bars by the heartless human brutes, Ayan felt death or something even more terrible looming over her. Now it was clear that she would never come out of there, slowly withering away in agony. The freedom she had enjoyed, soaring through the vast waters, was gone, and the honor of the proud warrior would also plummet. What would she become now? A wretched creature, owned by the greedy imperial fat cats, living a miserable life? Or a graduator slave destined to fight monsters until she died, reduced to a plaything for the empire's amusement? Or would she end up on the dining table of the flesh-eating gourmets as a mere piece of meat? Ayan's body and mind weakened with each passing day due to festering wounds and rising body temperature, unable to take a sip of water for days. When the proud warrior of Balak fell to the ground with her wings broken, a miracle happened. A boy appeared with a white light. He casually dispelled the darkness that had shrouded Ayan's destiny and bestowed a ray of brilliant light upon her. Ayan had never seen such a beautiful face in her entire life. Exceptional combat prowess, and above all, a brave and confident demeanor that captivated her attention. Had there ever been a warrior with such a strong power among her peers? An outstanding man, among the cunning and corrupt imperialists who had always been thought of as sly and sordid, stood out. As Ayan was being taken away, dragged by the human brutes who had treated her like a beast, she watched closely as they all died or had their limbs brutally severed. On that night when a downpour of blood rained down, the boy rescued Ayan from her cage and sent her back to her homeland, the home she had so often dreamed of. And since that moment, Ayan had never once forgotten the boy's face. Driven by a single-minded determination, she crossed the borders of the Empire tirelessly in search of Vikir. Invading the Empire was a life-threatening endeavor. She formed groups and sometimes crossed the border alone, all in search of the boy. Living in a small enclave within the jungle, she had no idea that there were so many imperialists. But because the boy was extraordinary, she believed that if she kept searching among the people, she would eventually meet him. One by one, Balak's other companions achieved their goals. Balak's men kidnapped some women from the Empire and made them their wives. Some women from Balak also kidnapped certain men from the Empire and took them as their husbands. Even though their comrades had succeeded in kidnapping one after another, Ayan continued to hunt for Vikir. She was waiting for destiny to come like a miracle, inevitability. While her fellow women were all paired up with suitable men, Ayan persevered alone. Other men didn't catch her eye at all. And then one day, Ayan met him, the boy from that night. But another woman was in the boy's arms, jealousy. Ayan felt the black flames that had erupted in the oil world burning in her heart. but Ayan's cool temperament allowed her to control the inner fire quickly. She decided not to dwell on the boy's past relationships with women. What mattered was the future they would build together, rather than the past that couldn't be changed. The problem was that the boy didn't seem to fit into Ayan's plans at all. The boy she met after a long time had become even stronger. He fought brilliantly with several of Balak's warriors and once again proved his extraordinary abilities. The more Ayan saw him like this, the more she wanted the boy. She wanted to possess him. He belonged to her. And that desire grew stronger when she saw the boy confront Madame Eightlegs without backing down. In Balak, brave warriors were respected, and the boy was more than qualified. So Ayan changed her course, even though it meant facing the formidable Madame. How could she even think of confronting that monstrous creature? Her legs trembled and cold sweat poured down, but Ayan overcame her fear. In a moment of crisis, she successfully threw a noose and rescued the boy from Madame's 8 claws. Afterward, Ayan brought the boy, whose body had been badly damaged from the fight with Madame, to her tribe. There was some resistance. The stubborn old fogies among them didn't particularly like outsiders from the Empire. Moreover, there were rumors that the boy might have connections with the archenemy, Baskerville. The majority opinion was to execute the boy, but Ayan firmly opposed it. She argued that the boy had saved her life and would be of help to the tribe if they spared him. Her foresight turned out to be spot on. As the boy's body recovered, he became more and more helpful to the tribe. He went hunting, dealt with the traders who had treated the natives as fools, and even cured diseases. In addition, the days spent together in the village began to flow like a galactic river. Playing tricks with urine, eating bare genitals, going hunting together, taking hot baths, it all felt like a dream. Ayan had wanted the boy sincerely for a long time. It was an emotion that transcended the simple concept of possession. Right at that moment, "Hey, wake up!" Someone shook Ayan awake. She raised her heavy eyelids and looked straight ahead with a blurred vision. A ceiling made of woven straw came into view. Ayan was lying on a bed, drenched in sweat, her body heavy. A faint blush, rising body temperature, loss of appetite, excessive sweating, and signs of dehydration. Ayan turned her head with great effort to look at the presence next to her. Aquila, the chieftain of Balak, looked down at Ayan with a worried expression. She wiped Ayan's face with a wet cloth and spoke, "You've been searching for Vikir even in your dreams." "It's too painful. Mother, do I have red death?" Ayan gasped for breath as she spoke. Aquila scrutinized her daughter's body with narrowed eyes. Ayan lay there without a single piece of clothing on her body. Her body temperature was rising, and she was sweating heavily. Her entire body had turned red, yet there were no visible spots. Aquila pondered. "Her symptoms are slightly different from the other children with the red death. It seems similar yet different." While Ayan was in agony, she clenched her chest and spoke, "The pain is getting worse. My chest hurts, and my body feels hot. It's as if my heart is drying up." "Endure a little longer. Vikir will be here soon. Isn't he the man you sincerely believe?" Aquila asked. "Even without that scoundrel, I'll be fine. He won't come back." But despite her words, Ayan's expression showed intense suffering. She spoke to Aquila as if pleading, "Mother, this is the first time I've been in so much pain. I almost resent being born. It shouldn't be like this. Why did you bring me into this world?" Moved by Ayan's tearful words, Aquila embraced her tightly. It was not the dignity of a chieftain, but the affection of a mother that enveloped Ayan warmly. "Sweetheart," Aquila spoke tenderly to Ayan, "long ago, your father and I planted a tiny and lovely seed in the soil." Since it was the first time Aquila had mentioned her father's story, even in her fading consciousness, Ayan listened attentively. Aquila continued, "Your father planted the seed in the soil, and I watered it every day. Not long after, the seed sprouted, and after a few months, it became a healthy and beautiful flower." Aquila gently cupped her daughter's face with her hands as she spoke. Ayan, with teary eyes, looked at Aquila in return. Between the two of them, emotions too deep and overwhelming to put into words blossomed. Eventually, Aquila concluded her story, "And then we plucked that flower, crushed it, squeezed its juice, and mixed it with tobacco. We smoked it, and without any contraception, and made love in a dazed and pleasurable state. That's how you were conceived that day. Ah, your father was executed by your grandfather the very next day for playing such a wicked prank." Upon learning the secret of her birth, Ayin wore a slightly bewildered expression. I'm in even more pain now. Mother, endure a little longer if Vikir comes back with a cure. Forget it, don't torment me with hope, he won't return. Has any slave ever come back once their leash was released? At that moment, the conversation between Aquila and Ayin was abruptly interrupted. Loud cries and shouts could be heard from outside the door. He's here. Vikir has returned. He brought the cure, he really did. Aquila, with a bright expression, turned her head towards the commotion. See, my daughter, didn't I tell you? But Aquila couldn't finish her sentence. Thud. In an instant, Ayin sprang up from her bed, broke through the wall, and rushed down the tree trunk like lightning. Aquila, looking at her daughter, could only mutter in disbelief. Wasn't she suffering from the Red Death? Chapter 84. Lovesickness 2, Chapter 84. Lovesickness 2, the night's hunter had returned. By the time Vikir came back to the Balak village, the Red Death had already swept through the entire Black and Red Mountains. Balak had managed to build reservoirs and dams to contain the damage, so their losses were relatively small. However, neighboring tribes were in a dire state. Ahun was the first to rush forward when he heard the news of Vikir's return. With a tearful face, he immediately embraced Vikir. You've returned. Ahun had looked emaciated over the past few days. After his younger sister, Ahul, fell victim to the Red Death, he hardly ate or slept, devoting himself entirely to her care. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he held Vikir's hand. Thank you for coming back. You're a loyal friend, even if you couldn't bring the cure. Just your return. It seemed like they misunderstood Vikir because he returned empty-handed. But Vikir had indeed brought something miraculous, a remedy that could heal all of the affected people. Follow me. Vikir, feeling puzzled, grabbed Ahun and headed straight for Ahun's dwelling, which was located near the village entrance. Ahul lay there, moaning in pain. She was the first to be afflicted by the Red Death, and her condition was the most severe. Although her face had become partially disfigured, there was no trace of filth or stench thanks to Ahun's careful care. Without hesitation, Vikir produced a glass vial containing the tears of the saintess, and without even opening the bottle, the divine light radiated from it. Astonishingly, just the emitted light seemed to remove the Red Death from Ahul's body. The red spots on her skin were disappearing rapidly. The disease that had tormented her body so much vanished with such ease that it seemed almost anticlimactic. Ahun's eyes widened to the point of bursting as he witnessed this miraculous scene. He was unable to scream. He stood motionless, most likely overwhelmed by his emotions. Ahun stroked Ahul's face gently with trembling hands. The girl who had been suffering with a contorted face had now fallen asleep with a peaceful expression, which Ahun hadn't seen in her in a long time. The only sound in the room was her steady breathing. Vikir, Ahun shouted breathlessly, then repeated it several times. Vikir, 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 Ahun shouted breathlessly, and he repeated it several times like a devout priest, carefully invoking the name of a deity in prayer. It was an expression filled with boundless trust, affection, and joy, just as if he were a deeply religious person offering a prayer. And Ahun's close comrades felt the same way. They were friends who were close enough to entrust their lives to each other. They had to stand by and watch their friend's pain and suffering. They couldn't help but enthusiastically chant Vikir's name in front of Vikir's miracle, which had exploded their previous anxiety, despair, powerlessness, and frustration. Vikir, 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 Vikir. The cheers from the burly warriors of Balak echoed through the palace, nearly bringing it to collapse. However, Vikir remained calm amidst this fervent atmosphere. He had only cured one patient so far, and there was still a long way to go. Vikir asked Ahun and the Balak warriors who had gathered around him, "How many patients are there?" "Including Ahul, there are about 30. Vikir nodded in response. It was a relatively small number considering the circumstances. However, they couldn't afford to be complacent. "What about the other tribes?" Ahun replied with a dark expression. "They're in despair. Some tribes are almost on the brink of extinction. Those who didn't build the dams and reservoirs suffered less." But Vikir pressed further. "How many patients do they have?" "I'm not sure, but it's a lot, like a herd of wild goats on those hills over there." It seemed to be in the thousands. Vikir made a decision. "Gather all the patients from the other tribes as well." Even from the other tribes, but do you have enough medicine? We have plenty, don't worry. Let's use this opportunity to show some goodwill to the other tribes." Upon hearing Vikir's words, Ahun and the other young warriors' expressions brightened considerably. They couldn't help but worry about their fellow tribespeople. Despite occasional conflicts over marriages or hunting grounds, they were all part of the same community and often connected by friendship or kinship. When faced with a crisis, they had a history of coming together as one and overcoming it. As Balak's warriors rushed out to spread this joyful news, Vikir, on the other hand, gazed at the vial of the saintess's tears. This is a chance to exert pressure on Baskerville. Vikir intended to use this opportunity to put significant pressure on Baskerville. They were tasked with exploring and conquering the Red and Black Mountains. If Vikir could control the natives, he would increase his chances against Hugo. Natives were known for their tenacity, piercing through the razor-sharp leaves of the sword forest with their bare skin and traversing the forest floor, littered with traps and snares, as if it were covered in a bed of nails. They could shoot arrows accurately from thousands of feet away, striking the leaves of the willow trees with pinpoint precision, and they could cleave giant beasts into halves with their axes and swords. These were the daily lives of the Red and Black Mountains natives. If Vikir could somehow repay a great debt to them, they would undoubtedly be a powerful card against Baskerville. Moreover, if the native tribes could effectively stop the epidemic and thrive, they would naturally become a force that could exert pressure on Baskerville and even the Empire as a whole. To maintain friendly relations with them, I need to continue this, Vikir thought to himself. Currently, he is regarded as a hero in Balak, and this incident would propel him to the status of a hero for all the tribes in the jungle. "We don't have much time. We need to act quickly to prevent more casualties," Vikir remarked, looking at the vial of the saintess's tears. He had already used the tears to heal all of Balak's patients. Now, what remained was the purification of the water source. They needed to distribute the saintess's tears into the river that flowed from the highest point in the jungle and spread through all the lowlands. Vikir acted swiftly. During his 2 years in the jungle, he had already identified the locations where these water sources connected. All the tribes of the jungle gathered behind Vikir. This included the cannibalistic witch tribe Rococo, known for its barbaric practices, and the warrior tribe Renaissance, whose members could take on an entire imperial army with just an axe. When Chief Aquila, leading all these tribes, reached the river's source, she said, "Everyone, just drink from this river." Vikir sprinkled the saintess's tears into the river. Soon, a bright light emanated from the entire river, resembling the Milky Way descending from the night sky and flowing on the earth. A beautiful spectacle. Enchanted by this mysterious light, the native tribes naturally scooped up the river water with their hands and drank it. Then, a miracle happened. The Red Death began to vanish. "Oh, oh!" A thunderous roar erupted throughout the jungle. Chief Aquila of Balak shouted with joy, "Vikir, we must appoint you as the shaman of our tribe." It was like a night fox praising a night dog's prowess. In addition to that, all the tribes present here, each speaking their own languages and using their own gestures, shouted in Vikir's direction. While their ways of expression were different, their intentions were the same. Love, respect, and gratitude were pouring out, enough to overwhelm the heart. Among the patients who had come forward to thank Vikir, those who had family members, friends, or were patients themselves knelt before him, showing the utmost reverence. It was a sincere expression of gratitude from everyone in the jungle to Vikir. Even the stubborn old men in Balak who had previously regarded Vikir with unfavorable looks lowered their heads deeply in gratitude. They were genuinely thankful for saving their sons, daughters, sons-in-law, daughters-in-law, grandsons, and granddaughters. Meanwhile, Vikir continued his work. As Vikir continued treating numerous patients, he was also searching for someone. He had heard that someone was affected by the Red Death, but their face wasn't visible among the crowded patients. Vikir furrowed his brow, scanning the sea of patients, but the person he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps echoed through the area, tap, 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 thud. Vikir could tell from the noisy approach that the person he was searching for had arrived. He turned his head. Thud, something collided with him at an incredible speed. Wrapping its arms around him tightly, it was Ayan. She had rushed towards Vikyr like an arrow and embraced him with great force. Thunk! Vikyr's muscles tightened, and his bones felt like they might snap any moment. He had to summon his mana just to stay upright. After a moment, he managed to raise Ayen's cheek with his hand. "Weren't you affected by the Red Death?" Vikyr asked. However, Ayen, who was staring at him intently, seemed perfectly fine. There was no sign of the disease on her body, no sweating, and her complexion looked healthy. The only unusual thing was a faint blush on her entire face. Just to be sure, Vikyr sprinkled some of the river water with the saintess's tears on her face, but the blush didn't fade. Ayen, with a puzzled expression, looked at her own body. "What's going on?" she mumbled with confusion, scratching her head. Then, she turned her gaze back to Vikyr and said, "It seems like the illness is gone." Chapter 85. The Iliad Part 1, Chapter 85. The Iliad Part 1. It had been several days since Vikyr returned to Balak's village. While the Red Death had been completely eradicated, its aftereffects still lingered. Many people had been weakened due to dehydration and diarrhea, so there was a great need for nourishing food for the patients. Consequently, the warriors who had not fallen ill hunted tirelessly for their families and friends. Vikyr and Ayen were among those hunters. "SHH, I found it," Ayen whispered. Her sharp eyes had spotted the prey first, but Vikyr, with his heightened senses, quickly located its position as well. 2 years ago, Vikyr would have responded with, "Where? I don't see it," when Ayen pointed to the prey. But now, Vikyr was almost as skilled as Ayen in tracking down prey. The creature they were observing was one they had encountered once before. It was perched on a tree branch, feasting on a jaguar it had swallowed whole. Mashasu threat level, a plus size, 32 million discovery location, border of the Red and Black Mountain ranges. Section 8. This colossal snake is entirely composed of intestines. It boasts an enormous mouth and sharp teeth, and is known for its ability to swallow an entire village whole. According to legends, it is famous for making no sound when moving on land or swimming in water. At first glance, it's hard to believe that such a creature could be a snake. It's incredibly massive, and even among Mashasu, this elderly individual is larger than average. With a body length of a staggering 40 meters and a weight of over 5 tons, its midsection alone is as wide as 3 meters. Considering that most individuals stop growing at lengths between 25 and 30 meters, this creature was truly remarkable in size. Ayen cautiously aimed her bow at the snake. "This one's called Ka. It's a rival of the lizard Gustaf, which lives in the nearby swamps. There's no beast around here that can rival this one." Ayen's caution was entirely justified. Ka, the enormous Mashasu, possessed an imposing size, unmatched stealth due to its natural camouflage, and overwhelming strength. It was undoubtedly the dominant creature in its territory. However, today it had met its match. Vikyr had bared his fangs at the snake. "It's time to settle the score. You owe us from the rainy season." Once, this creature had attacked Balak's village during a night of torrential rain, causing the river to flood and engulf the village. Vikyr had fought it fiercely, even resorting to using the skills of Baskerville. However, he hadn't been able to defeat it, merely chasing it away as the floodwaters carried both it and the village downstream. Now the water has receded, and it has reclaimed its territory. It seems to have replenished its strength significantly. Look at how fat its belly is. Ayen pointed to the swollen midsection of the giant snake. Apart from the jaguar it had just devoured, it appeared to have consumed several other animals. The snake's body had expanded into a pearl necklace-like shape at various intervals. Ayen knocked an arrow on her bow. "When we catch that thing, we'll have access to all the other meat inside it. Since they're all connected, it'll be perfect for feeding the patients." "I agree." Vikyr also knocked an arrow on his bow. Ayen gave Vikyr some advice while pulling back the bowstring. "To shoot the bow, you need a lot of strength. The draw weight alone is quite significant." It was natural that archers needed a lot of arm strength to withstand the tension of the bowstring. Ayen's bow, in particular, had a unique structure, with a draw weight of up to 5 times that of a regular bow, allowing it to hold a maximum of 10 arrows. To draw it required the strength of hundreds of kilograms, far more demanding than swinging a sword or mace. Soon enough, few pong, arrows infused with aura flew towards Ka's neck. "Shiik, Kaya," Ka noticed the attack, but the arrows had already lodged themselves in its neck. Splat! Victor drew Beelzebub. Ka immediately closed the distance to target Ayan, but that was precisely what Victor had been waiting for. Victor attacked while shooting arrows, and when Ka got too close, he used Beelzebub to slice under the creature's jaw. Swoosh! The tough scales were severed in half and crimson blood sprayed out. Once graduators reached the intermediate level, their blood became so thick and viscous that it was almost indistinguishable from regular aura. Victor continued to strike with his sword, dodging Ka's erratic movements. Eventually, Ka attempted to retaliate. Woong, woo woong. The creature retched and attempted to expel something. Victor immediately recognized Ka's intentions. Is it trying to increase its mobility by vomiting up its prey? It was a typical attack pattern for snake-like creatures. After consuming a large meal, they would often lie still for months, allowing their bodies to digest the meal. During this period, if a situation arose where they needed to flee quickly, they would regurgitate their prey to lighten their body. Ka had lost its territory during the rainy season, and it had barely been able to hunt since then. Additionally, it had expended a significant amount of energy being swept away by the river, as well as fighting Victor. As a result, it was now in an extremely hungry state. Therefore, it had consumed a large amount of prey to replenish its strength. Its swollen belly naturally slowed down its movements and made it sluggish. Jiarung, weak! Ka attempted to vomit out the massive chunks of meat inside its belly. Just that alone would likely reduce its weight by nearly 2 tons. However, no way. Ayan's arrows disrupted Ka's attempts to vomit. She continued to rapid-fire arrows, aiming around Ka's throat area. The target was the jaguar Ka had swallowed earlier. Ayan's arrows penetrated Ka's tough scales through the gaps Victor had created, reaching the jaguar's body in Ka's esophagus. It looked as if large spikes were anchoring the jaguar's body in Ka's esophagus. Naturally, the other creatures Ka had swallowed couldn't pass through and simply piled up underneath the jaguar's body, unable to pass the esophagus. As a result, Ka became grotesquely swollen, unable to move naturally. Its inflated hood and vertebrae behind its head, similar to a cobra's, further restricted its rear view. This unnatural movement made it even easier for Victor, who had been targeting Ka's vulnerable spots, the nape of its neck and its underbelly, the reverse scales. Scrrrrrrrrrrrrrunch. Victor extended Beelzebub and cut through the nerves connecting Ka's spinal cord, throat, and brain. A mixture of brain matter, marrow, and blood sprayed out. Baskerville's fangs. Fang of Baskerville. The 6 fangs burrowed relentlessly into Ka's body. Squelch, plop, thud. Victor stubbornly widened the wounds he had created, cutting through flesh, breaking bones, and severing nerve fibers to ensure that none of Ka's bodily functions remained intact. Even in this desperate moment, Ayan's nonchalant demeanor as she shot arrows into Ka's rear was quite amusing to Victor. How's that? Big Sis is doing well, right? Even in the midst of this urgency, Victor couldn't help but smirk at Ayan's playful comment. Eventually, thud, the furious Mashasu Ka lay lifeless on the ground. Balak's warriors gathered to celebrate their victory. They had put in a lot of effort to assist the recovering patients. Following the rainy season, they gathered a variety of fish such as plump catfish, salmon, trout, and others. From the salt river, they also obtained a large coastal lobster and an elderly boar. They made a hearty stew out of various high-nutrient mushrooms, root vegetables, nuts, and fruits. Ahun, who had recently caught the oxbear alpha, was especially proud of his accomplishment. He laughed heartily as he patted Victor on the back. "No matter how hard I try, I can never beat you. Ha ha ha." Moving the colossal Mashasu serpent required the combined efforts of Balak's warriors and the wolves. The once dominant apex predator of the floodwaters had now been reduced to chunks of meat. The meat was cooked in various ways: grilled, smoked, steamed, stir-fried. The bones were used to make broth infused with herbs and other ingredients. Organs and blood were boiled in water to create nutritious soups. The high-nutrition snake meat, fried in oil until golden and crispy, was helping the recovering patients regain their strength. Furthermore, the meat of the other creatures that had been inside Ka's belly had softened to the perfect texture for the younger patients to eat. Everyone expressed their gratitude, admiration, and love for Victor. Amidst these caring gazes, Vikir had other thoughts. We did well to capture the Mashasu. The results have been excellent. He hit the jackpot. Vikir looked at the soul of the Mashasu, which was now part of Beelzebub, one of the 3 skill sections. /spike. Slot 1, burn Chinese letter, Cerberus A+, slot 2, silent heal Mashasu A+, slot 3. Heavenly Anchor Oxbear A. Vikir had acquired the skill from the Mashasu called Silent Heal, which replicated the snake's ability to move silently even while walking. Silent Heal, just walking normally, could have the same effect as walking carefully with heels raised. This was an extraordinary morale-boosting skill that could be highly beneficial for survival in the floodwaters, as well as for assassination, stealth, ambush, and even spying. Moreover, for Vikir, who had learned archery, it would be a significant advantage. It's similar to the sound-killing skill that Adolf Morg used in the past. Adolf had used a sound-nullifying spell during a previous attack on Balak's hunting teams when trying to reclaim Camus. It had proven highly useful at the time. Vikir gazed at the bead beneath the pommel of Beelzebub, glowing red due to the Mashasu's soul, and nodded. Just then, a voice drew the attention of everyone, including Vikir. "The shaman has completed the ritual." The sentry's cry suddenly turned the mood in the village tense. When the Red Death had just begun, Ahuman, who had secluded himself for a long time, had finally emerged from his residence, claiming to perform a ritual to heal the sickness. Chapter 86. The Iliad 2, Chapter 86. The Iliad 2, Ahuman finished the long ritual and descended from the altar. Due to days of non-stop offerings, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Eventually, as Ahuman descended from the altar and saw the entire village so deserted, he chuckled. At this point, everyone must have been affected by the plague. In fact, he knew in advance that the Red Death would rampage in the jungle. It's strange not to know. The fact is, Ahuman himself had been collaborating with outsiders for quite some time. The Reviadan family either helped him conduct clinical trials of new drugs or toxins on the unsuspecting natives, or encouraged and supported the bourgeois family in unfair trade practices. In exchange for secretly supplying the natives for toxic or drug experiments, the Reviadan family gave him new poisons or remedies, which eventually established the authority of a shaman. For example, they secretly released the toxin and poisoned the subject, then cured them with the remedy they had, gaining trust, and so on, giving disease and giving medicine. If someone didn't follow his orders, he secretly released the poison, causing them to be poisoned and collapse. This would not only affect the poisoned patients, but also their friends and families, all falling into despair together. Everyone sticking together in the oppressive atmosphere of the jungle was only natural. When the patient's life seemed to be in danger, Ahuman would finally step in. With a convincing ritual and the medicine he had, he would heal the patient. And then the patient's family and friends would all become fervent followers of Ahuman. They would become submissive before the authority of the shaman, unable to utter a word. Lately, he had been feeling that the authority of the shaman was declining, which was already a crisis. The young ones, including the chief's daughter Ayan, had never been infected or poisoned by the disease, so they didn't know how to respect the authority of the shaman. Since the arrival of the despised foreigner from the empire, it had gotten even worse. The young ones went out to hunt without receiving various blessings from the shaman and treated all the rituals as unnecessary customs or superstitions. At that time, the proposal from the Reviadan family was truly intriguing. "We plan to conduct a large-scale epidemic experiment in the jungle." At the words of the Reviadan family's messenger, covered in a black cloak, Ahuman swallowed his dry saliva. The Reviadan family's messenger gave Ahuman the pathogen of the Red Plague and his antidote. He was told to spread the disease when appropriate and then cure it when necessary. Through this clinical trial, Reviadan planned to control the population of the jungle natives and accumulate clinical pathological data to open up new possibilities. Ahuman planned to enhance the authority of the fallen shaman by actively cooperating with this. So he secretly released the Red Death into the river, and countless people were forced into death. By now, everyone would be caught in the plague and wandering in despair. So it was time to make a grand entrance and release the antidote to quell the situation and gain authority that surpassed the chief. He was sure that even the arrogant young ones who had ignored him would now send him looks of respect and awe. Just in case, I infected my granddaughter too, to avoid suspicion. To avoid suspicions of intentionally releasing the toxin, he had infected his own granddaughter as an epidemic patient. So everything was perfect. That was Ahuman's plan. But, as Ahuman walked to the center of the village, he could only raise an eyebrow. The village was eerily empty. The sick, their families and friends were naturally weakened in spirit, seeking places to rely on. Surely they would have put all their hopes on him, the one performing the ritual, but there was no one coming out to greet him. Have they all died already? Ahuman frowned. Was the plague so severe that the Balak tribe members had all died? That would be troublesome. They had to hurt just enough to die. After all, they had to stay alive to become followers. With a pouch containing the antidote he had manufactured in Reborn, Ahuman quickly crossed the village square, but all the surrounding huts were completely empty. Only frogs croaked loudly in puddles where the water had drained away. That's when Ahuman came to a sudden stop in his tracks. From one corner of the village, a smoky haze was rising, and it seemed like every face he knew was gathered there. All the people of Balak were gathered in one place. They were laughing heartily, chatting, and feasting on piles of meat. Ahuman's mouth fell open. How were they all so perfectly fine? He had seen them infected with the Red Death until just before the ritual. Hadn't he? Ahuman rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, but nothing changed. Even the woman stirring a pot inside, using a ladle, was none other than his granddaughter Ahul. Seeing his granddaughter looking perfectly healthy, Ahuman's mouth fell open even wider. In disbelief, Ahuman turned away from the unbelievable reality. He sprinted in leaps and bounds, crossing the boundary of Balak, and headed to the source of the river. It was the very river where he had released the Red Death. Huff-ha! Like the wind, he arrived at the source in the blink of an eye, and he was astonished once again. Clearly, the source of the river, which should have been contaminated by the Red Death, still had clear water flowing through it. The white salt sand dunes, the fish swimming against the waterfall, everything was the same. The monkeys that should have been infected and died from the Red Death were frolicking in the trees, and even children from another tribe who came to catch fish appeared to be healthy. There was no sign of death or disease anywhere. This can't be. How? Ahuman clenched his hair at that moment. Why are you surprised that so many are still alive? There was a sudden, piercing comment that cut deep into Ahuman's lungs. Startled, Ahuman turned his head, and behind him a young boy revealed himself. Vikir. He was casting a crimson gaze toward Ahuman. Meanwhile, Vikir had been leading all of Balak's warriors, including Ayan and Ahun, in hiding here. Ayan remembered exactly what Vikir had said to everyone. Ahuman will check the condition of the villagers immediately after the ritual, and when he realizes that their illnesses are completely cured, he will be surprised and rush here. Why? Because he was the one responsible for spreading the Red Death throughout the jungle. Vikir had heard about Ahuman's actions before he regressed. He couldn't remember Ahuman's name, but he vividly remembered that there was a traitor within Balak who helped spread the Red Death, and that the traitor was an elder with a position in shamanism. Half of our enemies and the natives of the Black Mountain died then. Ahuman had waited for the moment when the epidemic would spread most extensively to satisfy his greed. It was the perfect opportunity to become the savior of the entire jungle. But Ahuman had missed his chance. The epidemic had spread uncontrollably beyond measure, and as a result, most of the patients had died one after another. The disaster that had unfolded from then on was so terrible that it would be recorded as a significant event in the Empire's history. Those who died in the scheming of the powerful were the powerless and weak civilians. While using toxins and remedies appropriately was indeed a means of shamanic domination, Ahuman had gone too far. What's going on? Ahuman gave Vikir a wary look, but he couldn't take any action. All of Balak's warriors were already surrounding him, young or old. They were all looking at Ahuman with extremely hostile eyes. As someone who had expected everyone's respectful gaze, Ahuman was going crazy. How did you cure the plague? Ahuman was deeply confused by the situation, which he couldn't understand at all. That's when someone appeared in front of Ahuman. As Ahuman confirmed the person's face, his face turned deathly pale. Balak's chieftain, Night Fox, Aquila, was looking down at Ahuman with a stern gaze. She held a single piece of paper in her hand, a diplomatic document she had obtained personally from the Empire last night. The faithful clan Quavades declared a holy war against the ruthless Reviadan family. They claimed that they artificially developed and spread the Red Death Plague. This is a statement demanding an investigation into the truth of the Red Death incident. I see. But why are you giving it to me? Shaman, don't you find this strange? Why did the plague that was being researched by the Reviadan family spread here in the wilderness? I don't know. I have been conducting rituals at the altar all this time just to heal our tribespeople and had just come out. Upon hearing this, Aquila raised her hand to silence Ahuman. Then, she exchanged a glance with Vikir, who was standing beside her before speaking. It's not necessary anymore. I just want to see what's inside the pouch around your waist. Chapter 87, The Iliad 3. Chapter 87, The Iliad 3. Ahuman was bewildered. His plan was to become a hero of the Balak people by releasing the antidote and curing everyone immediately after. Most of the Balak warriors were now looking at Ahuman with disdain. However, Ahuman was still puzzled. He couldn't understand why he was receiving such hostile glares just because the shaman's ritual had proved ineffective against the Red Death. He might not have been very helpful, but the reactions he was getting were excessively cold. But then, Ahuman's questions were answered by Aquila's words. It's not necessary anymore. I just want to see what's inside the pouch around your waist. Instantly, his heart sank. Ahuman struggled to hold on to his receding consciousness. Why did the chieftain want to see the pouch at his waist, especially at this moment? It was an almost impossible request unless someone had caught on to something. Could she have figured it out? In his role as the one who had spread the Red Death in the wilderness, Ahuman naturally felt the heat of impending trouble. Hesitating, Ahuman was urged on by Aquila. Well, what are you waiting for? Show us the pouch. The chieftain's authority was absolute, and once an order was given, there was no room for disobedience. However, in his extreme confusion, the old shaman inadvertently challenged the chieftain's authority. I can't show it to you. Ahuman didn't even know what he was saying due to his extreme confusion, but the consequences of his words were heavy. As Ahuman's words ended, the expressions of all the warriors became rigid and stern. The younger warriors sighed and lowered their heads, while the older ones had deep furrows on their foreheads. The respect and loyalty of the warriors towards the chieftain, regardless of age, was profound, and as a result, there was no room for Ahuman to appear dignified. Is this old man going to be stubborn? This is my chance to. As Ayan, who was furious, was about to step forward, someone else stepped forward before her. Show the pouch right now. Before even Ayan, there was someone who stepped forward. It was Ahun, Ahuman's grandson. He stood in front of Ahuman, palm outstretched. While Ayan was momentarily surprised by the unexpected sight, Ahun firmly spoke to Ahuman. We cannot resist the chieftain's orders. If you don't open the pouch right away. Ahun withdrew an arrow from his waist and loaded it onto his bow, his words stern. Upon this, Ahuman's thick eyebrows twitched upwards. You impudent brat! But Ahun's eyes didn't waver. It seemed that watching over his younger sister, Ahuman's granddaughter Ahul, suffer from the Red Death had brought about a significant change in his feelings. Soon, numerous warriors began to boo and jeer at Ahuman. Hand over the pouch now. Show us what's inside. Traitor, you're the culprit. Aren't you? Criticisms were pouring in, and Ahuman's expression became increasingly distorted with anguish. Suddenly, Aquila urged, show it, show us what's inside. Ahuman swiftly pulled out the pouch from his waist and, without hesitation, flung it into the nearby flowing river. The many warriors present were momentarily stunned by this unexpected action, and a strange silence fell over them. Ahuman, with a triumphant smile, turned to look at Aquila and said, Oh, you see, I have a case of vertigo, so I accidentally dropped the pouch into the river. He began to offer a casual explanation but stopped abruptly. The situation was taking an unusual turn. To everyone's surprise, the warriors began to murmur among themselves and turned their attention to one side. There stood Vikir, clenching his fists and keeping his lips sealed. Aquila looked at Vikir and then back at Ahuman, saying, Indeed, just as you said, it seems the pouch was thrown into the river. What? Ahuman's expression showed bewilderment. Just then, someone suddenly raised their head from the surface of the river. "Chieftain, I found it!" One of Balak's warriors, who had been hiding in the water, held up the leather pouch that Ahuman had thrown into the river. Although the pouch was soaked, its contents were still partially intact. "Hugh, no!" Ahuman was shocked and tried to move, but it was too late. The waterlogged pouch had already been passed to Aquila. Aquila looked into the pouch. Inside there were white powders, partially dissolved in the water. She turned to Ahuman and asked, "This is the antidote for the Red Death, isn't it?" Ahuman remained silent, only offering a sly grin in response. Aquila nodded and continued, "Why did this come from your possession?" Ahuman could only smile foolishly, unable to provide any answer. Aquila nodded once more and said, "Indeed, your words were true again." This time, she directed her statement toward Vikier. As Ahuman chuckled, Aquila shook the white powders onto the ground. "This powder is just ordinary flour and has no effect whatsoever." "What? You believed this was the antidote? It's surprising to see your reaction." Ahuman's expression turned shocked as he realized that the powder he had been carrying was simply flour. "No way, it can't be. It's definitely the antidote. You were deceived by the Reviedans." Vikier stepped forward and declared, revealing the truth behind the Red Death outbreak. As Vikir's words played out exactly as he had predicted, the atmosphere among the warriors grew increasingly hostile. Ahuman made desperate attempts to defend himself. I don't know anything," just like he said. "This is just flour. Why did you hesitate to show the pouch earlier when he asked you to, and why did you come to this very source of the Red Death outbreak?" "Shut up. Why should I tell you?" However, the situation did not favor him at all. Vikir had more damning evidence to present, evidence that Ahuman couldn't refute. From Vikir's possession emerged two letters, one written in a terrible, illegible handwriting and the other in a neat, clear script. Vikir spoke. "These are letters exchanged between you and the Reviedan family." Decisive evidence had emerged. One of the letters was clearly written in Ahuman's handwriting. All eyes in the assembly shifted between the letters and Ahuman. Ahuman, feeling unjustly accused, shouted, "It's a lie, I've never written such a letter." However, no one believed him. Some of the elderly elders even testified that the handwriting matched Ahuman's. "Arg, it's true, I'm innocent, he's framing me." Ahuman protested vehemently, but no one was willing to believe him. The evidence was overwhelming. "Why did you hesitate to show the pouch earlier when he asked you to, and why did you come to this very source of the Red Death outbreak?" The questions hung in the air, unanswered by Ahuman. Ahuman's desperate claims of innocence continued, but the assembly remained skeptical. It was clear that he had been deceived by the Revirdan family. Vikir recalled an incident from 2 years ago when he had learned about Chihuahua's skill in forging handwriting. Chihuahua was quite skilled in calligraphy. Vikir remembered an incident from 2 years ago. "Secretary Chihuahua has excellent handwriting. In all my years, I've never seen anyone with better penmanship. I always had to forge other people's signatures on behalf of the magistrates. Can I learn it too?" "Of course, I'd be honored to teach you. Thank you. Whenever you have the time, please teach me." When Vikir was the assistant magistrate of Underdog City, he had learned the art of forgery from Chihuahua. It had proved to be a valuable skill, especially in situations like this. Inciting is easy, explaining is hard. Vikir smirked as he thought about the effectiveness of using forgery for manipulation. Vikir watched Ahuman, who was genuinely distressed, as he protested his innocence vehemently. Meanwhile, Aquila spoke up. "We should investigate if there's anyone in the Reviedan family with such handwriting." However, realistically, it was a challenging task to investigate one of the 7 noble families of the empire. Naturally, the atmosphere within the Balak tribe turned against Ahuman, blaming him for the situation. "Traitor, my wife almost died because of you. My children too, kill him, hang him." The public sentiment was turning very negative. Even Ahun, his grandson, sent disapproving looks. At this moment there was not a single person in his favor. Ahuman clenched his teeth. After all, there was no evidence. As long as he continued to deny that the white powder in the pouch was anything other than flour, they had no grounds to execute him. He would endure even if it meant getting his hands dirty. "Enough, everyone. The reaction has been excessive." When Chief Aquila finally spoke, the atmosphere had been tense. All the warriors turned their heads to look at Aquila. Ahuman did the same. Aquila cleared his throat and began to speak. If we look at it carefully, there's no concrete evidence. Let's not tarnish the honor of our shaman any further. Hasn't he dedicated himself to our tribe for a long time? Murmurs of agreement began to spread throughout the crowd. Ayan, however, couldn't hold back and said, "Mother, I mean Chief, are you suggesting we just sweep this whole situation under the rug?" Enough. Show respect for the shaman's authority. He has far more experience, wisdom, and dedication to the tribe than you. Aquila's stern words silenced Ayan, even though many warriors appeared dissatisfied. The chief's word was absolute. Ironically, Ahuman, who had been on trial, couldn't believe that the chief was suddenly on his side. Why was the chief, who had always treated him like a thorn in his side, now taking his side? However, this was his only way out. So Ahuman had no choice but to bow deeply to Aquila. "Thank you for your understanding and wisdom, Chief. You don't need to thank me. You've not only honored our tribe, but the entire mountains with your reputation." "Yes. Well, of course, the weight of the honor and pride you carry on your shoulders must be quite heavy." "Indeed. So today, as you've been accused without concrete evidence, consider this an opportunity to protect the honor and dignity you've built over the years." Ahuman felt a creeping unease at the excessive flattery, but Aquila continued, "How can we allow these young ones who know nothing to tarnish your esteemed reputation? You've been our friend and valued colleague for a long time. I offer you a chance to defend your innocence, your honor, and your pride. Is there anyone here who objects?" "No," a chorus of voices echoed in agreement. Then Vikyr, who had heard all the conversations in advance, stepped forward with a composed expression. Ahuman looked bewildered at Vikyr approaching him. He couldn't grasp the situation. Finally, Aquila spoke firmly to Ahuman, "Open the way for me. If you are truly innocent, use this opportunity to protect the honor and pride you have built up over the years. Surely I wouldn't grant you such a chance without good reason." "Opportunity, you say?" Ahuman asked cautiously, his eyes revealing his anxiety. Aquila replied, "I command Iliad." Iliad was a unique Balak resolution method when disputes seemed irresolvable through dialogue, allowing the victor to decide the outcome by force. Ahuman's face turned pale at those words and he took a step back, clearly not understanding the situation. But Vikyr quietly chuckled. Evidence, proof. It was all meaningless. Everything had been set up for this trial. Chapter 88, The Iliad 4. Chapter 88, The Iliad 4. Iliad? Ahuman's expression hardened. Iliad is a showdown between warriors. It signifies the ultimate life-and-death struggle to uphold honor when both sides cannot back down. Chief Aquila asked Ahuman with a gentle smile. "Ahuman, the great sorcerer of Balak, you are a being with high pride, shining honor, and a long-standing tradition, as I mentioned before. Would you let such pride, honor, and tradition be tarnished like this?" Upon hearing this, Ahuman could only swallow his objections. The chief, who always treated him like a thorn in his side, was now elevating him for some reason. It appeared to be preparatory work to make it impossible for him to refuse Iliad. The experienced Chief Aquila seemed to be planning to eliminate the shaman's power, which had been steadily curbed, by fostering an atmosphere among the younger generation to reject superstition and tradition. Using his daughter Ayan, even his grandson Ahun didn't support him. "Grandfather, you always said that tradition is important. Iliad is the tradition of our Balak." "Enough of your babbling, I know that too." Ahuman turned his head while grinding his teeth. Before him stood Vikyr with an indifferent expression. The foreigner who had been a war prisoner for a lifetime had become a hero of calamity in just 2 years. Ahuman felt his clothing turning inside out. His anger toward Vikyr erupted like a pillar of flames. "Fine, I understand. I request Iliad from you." Upon hearing Ahuman's declaration, Vikyr nodded without any significant reaction. He meant to accept it either way. Chief Aquila, in a voice that only Vikyr could hear, opened his mouth. "Can you do it?" "If you tell me to, I'll do it." Vikyr had lived as a hunting dog in Baskerville for over 50 years, combining the time before and after his return. He was familiar with being wielded like a sword by someone. Chief Aquila, hearing Vikyr's response, smiled with satisfaction. It felt as secure as holding a sharp blade in his hand. "Good, I trust you, son-in-law." For a moment, Vikyr thought he saw Adolf Morg overlapping with Aquila. Finally, All the warriors gathered their spirits and set the stage for the final showdown between the two warriors. The place where the two warriors would engage in their battle. All the warriors watched with nervously. Ahuman thought to himself, "Well, this is better. I'll use this opportunity to shake off all the unease and reclaim my place." He raised his burning eyes and glared at Vikir, as if everything would return to normal if that figure in front of him disappeared. Ahuman roared like magma boiling deep inside a volcano. "The date is 3 days from now. On the night when the crescent moon rises, the place is here. I formally challenge you to a Iliad." For a moment the warriors were taken aback by Ahuman's fierce energy. But Vikir, the intended target of his life force, remained completely indifferent. "Just 3 days, that's too long, let's do it right now." It seemed like he was in a hurry to quickly finish some trivial tasks. Vikir's relaxed attitude made the warriors cheer once again. On the other hand, Ahuman broke into a cold sweat. All of his secret plans would go to waste. Vikir was well aware of this, so he didn't give Ahuman any time to scheme. Most sorcerers are like that. He let out an exasperated sigh, trying to subtly delay the Iliad's timing, but it was an impossible task. Vikir, an old veteran who had been through countless battles, was by no means inferior to Ahuman. In fact, having survived the Age of Destruction, he was even more skilled in devising tricks than the old sorcerer Ahuman. Iliad traditionally grants the challenger the privilege to choose the date and location. That's how it usually goes. Right? Ahuman could only make a pained sound in response. The person who usually emphasized the importance of tradition had nothing to say about it in this situation. He was hoisted by his own flagpole, trapped by his own actions. Seeing this, Ayin chuckled. As expected, Ahuman's worst enemy is Ahuman himself. Ayin, who mumbled as if to accuse him, then turned her head. Next to her, loyal subordinate, trusted comrade, and close friend the wolf Bakira sat proudly. Ayin, while gently stroking Bakira's soft ears, whispered quietly nearby, "Go to the village and prepare a feast for the winner of Iliad." It was an order to prepare a victory celebration for Vikir from the people remaining in the village. However, "Don't do such a thing," Vikir rebuked Ayin. When Ayin widened her eyes in surprise, Vikir turned his head and replied, "If you make a big fuss, the opposite result is likely to happen. Being too confident can make it difficult to prepare for unexpected variables." Vikir glanced at Ahuman, who was approaching in the distance with frustration. Since he was a sorcerer, there were often surprises in battles. Vikir had gone through countless battles with sorcerers, black magicians, alchemists, and more during the Age of Destruction, and almost every time he had experienced unexpected counterattacks. In the end, Vikir always emerged as the victor, but those sorcerers had hidden a trump card just before their deaths, and Vikir had become accustomed to such things. "I won't allow even a 1% chance of carelessness. Even when catching a rabbit, a hunting dog gives it all, let alone if the prey is an old raccoon." Vikir reviewed all the information before his return and checked each potential unexpected variable that might arise in the future. Seeing Vikir becoming more cautious, Ayin also became more cautious. She shared everything she knew about Ahuman with Vikir in an effort to be as helpful as possible. During their various discussions, there was a moment when Vikir's ears perked up. "Wait, that part. Tell me about it again." As Vikir showed interest, Ayin eagerly opened her mouth. "What part are you talking about?" "Ahuman's underwear color preference. According to the report from the child in charge of laundry, he mainly prefers snug-fitting spotted leather." "No, not that. Before that." "Ah, is that his background?" Ayin whispered to Vikir exactly what she had heard from Aquila. At this point, the information was a secret that only Aquila, Ayin, and Ahuman knew, excluding themselves. Ahuman is not a native of Balak. He was originally a member of another tribe and was kidnapped when he was young. "Perhaps, Vikir, he was around your age at that time." Vikir was a bit surprised to hear this. He had thought that Ahuman was a native Balakian through and through, with all the traditions and so on, but it turned out he was originally from another tribe. And what Ayin said next was even more surprising. He used to tell people that he was kidnapped as part of a rite of passage, but in reality, he was sold as a slave to a shaman who liked men. Perhaps because he had been taken as a slave at such a young age, Ahuman seemed to have projected himself onto Vikir. Could it be a form of tribal prejudice? That Vikyr, who used to think like that, had become a hero respected by everyone, must have been even more uncomfortable for Ahuman. Anyway, Ahuman lived a life as a sex slave and seized the opportunity one day to kill the shaman and take his magic. Ayan recounted the tearful efforts Ahuman had made to adapt to Balak society afterward. In a Balak society that places great importance on physical strength, Ahuman had no place, and he was also looked down upon for killing the shaman who had raised him. So Ahuman did whatever it took. He did everything to gain the recognition of the tribe members. He started by cleaning up human and wolf excrement, took on all kinds of odd jobs in the village, and sometimes volunteered to bring in dangerous game or act as bait. He would get up at dawn and warm the shoes of the former tribe leader with his body temperature. There was even a time when he, who was still a child, carried Aquila on his back and mimicked a dog on all fours to show off to her. And as time passed, when he was finally recognized as a member of the tribe, he had already turned gray. As he became an old man, he could only look forward to the privileges of his youth that he had not enjoyed. His suppressed vigor, violence, and impulsiveness, along with his sense of compensation, began to emerge along with his desire to surpass even the tribe leader Aquila. Reaching out to the Reviadan house, a family affiliated with the empire. Meanwhile, Vikyr suddenly had a question. So, what tribe was Ahuman originally from? I don't know. Vikyr nodded in response to Ayan's answer. In fact, it wasn't that important now. On the other hand, Ahuman had been visibly restless since earlier. It became even more pronounced when Vikyr entered the battlefield for Iliad. Like a skilled hunting dog, Vikyr slowly and steadily tightened the leash on his prey, step by step. After preparing for all the variables, Vikyr headed for the battlefield. However, just before Iliad began, an unexpected fatal variable occurred, even for the renowned Vikyr. Thud, the sound of a light kick on the ground from behind, and immediately, someone firmly grabbed Vikyr's wrist and pulled him back. When Vikyr turned his head, and someone's lip touched Vikyr's lips. In the past 2 years, Ayan, who had grown a little smaller, looked at Vikyr with a mischievous smile, holding herself up with a bird's foot. Win and come back, I'll give you something even better. She pushed Vikyr's chest with a smile. Vikyr thought about saying something but decided to let it go, because right now, this wasn't the most important thing. And finally, Chaang, the Beelzebub with its crimson teeth, came out of Vikyr's wrist. The hunting dog's leash has finally been released. Chapter 89, The Iliad 5. Chapter 89, The Iliad 5. The red and black mountain sword forests are terrifying. Every leaf on every tree is a razor-sharp blade, and everything from the thorny bark to the roots is lethal. And now, 2 men were fighting for their lives in the midst of this hellish jungle, Ahuman and Vikyr. They stood facing each other, swords at their hips and bows on their backs. A large crowd of onlookers formed a wide circle around them. Despite the dense foliage and vines, Balak warriors with keen eyes and ears could see the fight from hundreds of meters away. Ahuman clenched his teeth. You've only been in business for 2 years. Vikyr had only been down there for 2 years. He, on the other hand, was accustomed to the terrain, having lived here for nearly 70 years. Some of the younger hunters didn't even come close. I'll make you regret choosing the jungle for the Iliad instead of the plains. Ahuman made quick progress through the jungle. He took cover behind a tree root vine and knocked an arrow to his bow. Hooray! Here's another good one. He knelt down and discovered something beneath the roots. It looked like a large centipede with a red body and black legs. He drew an arrow and aimed it at the centipede's head. The head of the centipede shattered, spilling its venomous brain matter onto the arrowhead. Ahuman has also planted vines on the ground that are translucent and difficult to see, but strong enough to cut through. If your opponent jumps on one, they'll be cut, and if they're lucky, their ankle will be amputated. I also spread dry sand and fallen leaves over the muddy pit, where the ground is soft and you're bound to get stuck, and I dropped a few honeycombs, where the fierce bees are sleeping, waiting to be woken up at any moment. Just wait and see. Ahuman gripped the poisoned arrow in his hand tightly, waiting for Vikyr's figure to emerge from the dense foliage. Just then, "Who are you waiting for?" The cold voice touches his ears and he freezes. A shudder rippled through his body. He turns his head, barely holding on to his falling heart, and sees Vikyr's expressionless face looming behind him. How did he get this far without making a sound? But Ahuman can't bring himself to ask the question out loud. Vikir has sliced the awl in his hand to the side. Hit. Vikir sliced through all the ankle-cutting vines that Ahuman had set up. He scrambled backward to get away from it, stepped in a puddle of mud he had hidden, and was up to his waist in water, dropping a few beehives in the process. Wee! The homeless wasps vented their anger at Ahuman in the mud pit. Vikir quietly backed away, while Ahuman flailed his hands in the mud, trying to swat the bees away. Ahuman narrowly escapes death by diving into the mud for a long time, but his body was already swollen with bee stings. Meanwhile, Ahuman had just crawled out of the mud when Vikir climbed up a tree trunk and yawned. "What the fuck?" Ahuman hung the arrow in protest. The centipede venom had been washed away when he fell into the mud, but the sharpness of the arrowhead was intimidating enough. Boom! The mud on the bowstring flies off in all directions, a powerful arrow shot vertically aimed at Vikir. But, boom! A crimson slash flew out, slicing Ahuman's arrow in two. Before he could react, Vikir vanished like a ghost and landed on Ahuman's back. Ahuman's eyes were gouged out, bleeding profusely. Vikir's speed was one thing, but there was something more amazing. No sound! Vikir was moving so fast, yet there was no sound. Obviously, Vikir was moving at a tremendous speed in front of me, but I couldn't hear anything. His feet crunched through the grass, splashing through the mud, breaking branches, stomping over stones and logs. All of these sounds are inaudible, or if they did, they were so faint that they were drowned out by the buzzing of grasshoppers around them. Ugh! What tricks are you playing, you bastard? Ahuman fired arrow after arrow, but they only managed to hit a few monkeys in the trees. Then, Vikir's sword, Beelzebub, began to spit out a black aura. The gooey liquid aura tainted with blood was an unmistakable indication of a sword graduator reaching advanced level. Ahuman was stunned by the level of aura that even Balak's most seasoned veteran warriors could not easily manifest. This kid was this strong. It's a fighting power that doesn't match his age at all. Ahuman was only too eager to retreat backwards, but the hound never let go of its prey. Carnivorous. Baskerville, 6 ambushed teeth lurked and leaped out, tearing at Ahuman's entire body. What's more, wherever the blade's teeth grazed, a searing sting followed. Moreover, a hot burning pain always visited the place where the teeth of the blade brushed past. The infernal flames, visible only to Vikir's eyes, were burning directly into Ahuman's soul. Ahuman shuddered in unintelligible pain. It was natural to feel pain when one's flesh was cut by a sword, but the pain from Vikir's blade was strangely intense. He had been struck by swords, spears, and arrows countless times in his nearly 70 years of life, but he had never felt such pain. It was as if he had been cut open with a flaming knife, flesh by flesh, and even now the flames were burning through his skin, consuming his flesh and fat. Of course, the Balak warriors watching the spectacle were unaware of any of this and could only squeal at the slightest cut, showing their contempt for Ahuman. Ahuman eventually dropped the pretense. Honor, pride, tradition, none of that matters now. Balak's warriors booed as Ahuman fled in disgrace, having challenged the younger warrior first. Woo-woo-woo. The chorus of accusations and jeers from across the dense foliage made it seem as if the entire jungle was condemning him. He backed away in a huff and turned to fire another arrow at Vikir, but he hadn't thought of that. Vikir, too, had spent the last 2 years studying archery with Ayan, and had become quite a skilled archer. Ping! An arrow flew in a parabolic arc. Puck! The arrow struck right into Ahuman's groin. Ahuman's eyes opened wide. He strained his eyes so hard that the flesh around his eyes was torn and tears of blood flowed. Then, clutching his groin, he collapsed and the leaves in front of him scattered. Rustle. Vikir walked out, his face expressionless. You coveted an ox bear's genitals and now you've earned it. 2 years ago, Vikir had demanded a decoction of the genitals of his hunted prey. Remembering it, he bit his lip until it bled. You're playing with me. I didn't mean to. You're not good enough to be my plaything. Ugh. With that, Ahuman staggered to his feet, dropping the sword and bow in his hand. Vikir felt things take a turn for the worse. The wind shifted. Dark mana was gathering around them. They crackled sinisterly, converging on a single point, the palms of Ahuman's hands. Good. A shaman, I see. Vikir had been expecting a trick up his sleeve. The man drew a number with his blood-stained palms and chanted a strange incantation. The next moment, a dark current swept through the area, extending from his hands. Crackle, 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 Vikyr jerked back as he felt several individuals reaching for his ankles. To his surprise, several figures stood in his way. They were orangutan carcasses with rotting flesh and exposed bones. Ahuman had used witchcraft to resurrect the corpses of the orangutans he had shot with his arrows earlier. I see. Was Ahuman from the Rococo tribe? Vikyr remembered what Ayan had told him before they had begun the Iliad. Ahuman was essentially an outsider, but it turns out he was from the Rococo, a tribe of shamans. Known to the natives of Deft as witchcraft, and to the Empire as a form of black magic. This bizarre practice of resuscitating the dead is one of them. It was also the specialty of the shamanic Rococo people. In his haste, Ahuman raised the freshly dead orangutan zombies and skeletons to escort him. Heh heh, heh 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 heh. The Iliad is unorthodox combat. It doesn't mean you have to fight with swords and bows. But in the physicality-oriented atmosphere of Balak, Ahuman's behavior was frowned upon by many of the warriors. It seemed that while all the warriors had little interest in spells, he had been diligently studying and mastering them on his own. Go stop him. Buy me some time to heal myself. Ahuman called for the orangutans to block Vikyr's path. Orangutans are almost as tall as humans and can weigh up to 100 kilograms, which should be enough to buy them some time as meat shields. Ahuman thought so, but, not as good as I thought. Vikyr stamped his foot, still sounding unimpressed. Ahuman opens his mouth, wanting something. Something shut his mouth in an instant. It's a tremendous impact that knocks him off his feet and onto his back. The impact ripped the skin off his back, broke his spine, and dislodged all of his internal organs. Not surprisingly, the orangutan carcasses next to him were also reduced to a pool of blood and crushed to the ground in an instant. Only Vikyr stood back, not making a sound, not making a move. Ahuman looked up, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Aside from the pain, he is at a loss for words. His vision flips, and a giant shadow looms over him. Grrrrrrr, the hulking creature pricked up its ears to see if it could see. An old female ox bear thrusts her massive forepaws at Ahuman. Chapter 90, Ancestral Spirits 1. Chapter 90, Ancestral Spirits 1. If you don't know what's coming, make whatever comes useless. Hugo Le Baskerville used to say every time he had to use the seventh Fang. He always welcomed countless challengers, and every time, he turned them upside down under his sword. Among those who had challenged Hugo, many had taken unexpected and unpredictable actions, such as ambush, assassination, lurking, betrayal, curses, and more. But in the end, all of these were in vain. Overwhelming strength. In front of it, all variables and surprises turn into mere tricks, and this time Vikyr was using that lesson. Rumble. This overwhelming strength was not his own, but someone else's. But it was a bit different. Danger level. A size, 5 million discovery location, enemy and Black Mountain, 7th Ridge. A giant bear with 2 huge horns, it is the ultimate terrestrial predator. A carnivorous bear with a nearly perfect killing weapon. It rules the ecosystem of the Black Mountain Range's 7th Ridge, with few natural enemies other than its own kind. A bear with 2 massive horns. Originally, this monster, with a height of 5 meters and a weight of about 1 ton, was considered a top-tier danger even during flood disasters. Moreover, this ox bear was familiar with Vikyr. An old, blind female. This fellow was easily twice the size of other ox bears. Its weight was also significantly heavier. If we classify it by danger level, it wouldn't be strange to assign it a plus. This place, where the Iliad was taking place, was the territory of this old female. Vikyr knew the location here from his previous experience of hunting with Ayan, and he intentionally caused a big commotion to lure the female ox bear. Ahuman, who had rarely been on a hunt, did not know this, which led to this disaster. Ahuman desperately wiped the foamy drool flowing from his mouth. The ox bear, whether now or then, had its ears perked up, listening to the sounds around it, even though its vision was not great. It seems like the already bad eyesight has got even worse. This was another aspect that Vikyr already knew. He silently retreated. /stinger slot 1, burn Chinese letter, Cerberus A+ slot 2, Silent Heel Mushasu A+, slot 3. Heavenly Anchor Ox Bear A, thanks to the skill acquired a while ago from hunting the giant snake Mushasu. There was no sound when he stepped. On the other hand, Ahuman, still suffering from the flames of Cerberus left by Vikir, could only make painful moans. Og. And now, the impact from the ox bear's front paw strike reached him. The slowly dawning pain and the ongoing agony finally twisted Ahuman's lips, which had clung to the wounds left by Vikir, and he let out a howl. Kuha! The ox bear immediately responded to the sound. Thud! The ox bear swung its front paw, sending Ahuman's lower body flying. Ahuman spun like a top hit a tree, and his legs and waist twisted in strange directions. Quaya! Upon hearing the cries from behind, the ox bear pricked up its ears once more. The ox bear turned to where two ox bear cubs were blinking their eyes cutely. Unusual chubby bodies for cubs and bright, intelligent eyes. The female ox bear gave a snort towards the intruders and then returned to her cubs. At this point, she deemed that she had shown enough of her authority and determination. After a while, Vikir revealed himself from the bushes once again. Ahuman lay on the ground without moving. However, the trembling of his breath indicated that he was still clinging to life. Rustle, crunch, leaves in the surroundings rustled. The warriors of Balak, who had been observing the Iliad so far, were gathering. All the warriors surrounded Vikir and Ahuman. The winner and the loser were very clear. Vikir had no injuries and Ahuman was barely holding on to life. It's over. The winner has been decided. At this point, whether Ahuman is innocent or not doesn't matter, right? Regardless of who's innocent, Ahuman was too reckless. I see it as a very fortunate outcome for me. The warriors each had their own comments. From the time of the Red Plague to the present Iliad, they all had one disappointment or another with Ahuman. And Ahuman, listening to the evaluations of himself, was lying on the ground, trembling like a bug. Why? Ahuman was screaming. That guy Vikir in front of him. What was different between him and himself? They were both slaves brought in from the outside. So why were their paths so different? Ahuman recalled the years of suffering and endurance he had endured all this time, and everything Vikir enjoyed. Youth. The chief's daughter followed him, the trust of all his comrades, the support and love of the entire tribe before the flood, outstanding abilities and a shining appearance. Despite all of this, those eyes seemed disinterested in everything. Ahuman gritted his teeth. He ground down his teeth even if they all fell out and his gums were crushed. Now, Ahuman finally tore his gaze away from Vikir and looked at himself. Old age. The old shaman who treated him like a disposable tool, scorned and disregarded by all his comrades, being used and then discarded by the empire. Unrecognized abilities and a body that had now become useless. The inferiority, defeat, hatred, resentment, and compensation of the old man who had lost everything to the young man who had everything, all boiled up together. And then, such Ahuman's gaze met Ahun's eyes, and he immediately turned his gaze away. The last vein, his grandson's indifference ignited a fire in Ahuman's emotions, leading to an explosion. Meanwhile, Ahun had his fists clenched tightly. Turning his head, there was a hand on Ahun's shoulder. It was Vikir. He looked at Ahun with calm eyes. How about trying to make amends with your own hands? No. Ahun shook his head. Because of the recent Red Death incident, he almost lost his younger sister. No matter how much he called him a grandfather, he couldn't forgive him. It was overlaid with sadness and anger towards himself and his younger sister, who had been constantly ignored for a long time, but Vikir shook his head. At the last moment, it wouldn't hurt to watch his side. It's not just because of duty, but also to prevent possible incidents in advance. Enough. Cowards like that should die. They're not worth pity. Ahun pushed Vikir's hand away and turned his head once again. Right then, Kuuwo, an incident occurred. Mana began to form strange currents in various places. Squeak creak, the sound of bones coming together. And eventually, the bodies of the monkeys that had turned into bloody pulps began to rise again. They shed their heavy, rotten flesh and lifted their skeletal bodies. The appearance of the dead shook the warriors of Balak. The monkey corpses moved like marionettes with their strings cut, supporting Ahuman. After a while, Ahuman, with his swollen eyes, looked at Vikir, Ahun next to him, and all the warriors of Balak. It's all unnecessary. All of you are unnecessary. Ahuman declared his surrender, But he wasn't talking about Iliad. It meant giving up everything he had as a warrior of Balak, and, as one Balakian disappeared, one Rakakoyan was born. As soon as Ahuman abandoned the pride of a warrior, he finally murmured a forbidden spell that had been taboo even within Rococo, a forbidden spell that calls the dead back to the realm of the living. The warriors of Balak who heard Ahuman's incantation sneered with contemptuous expressions. What is this? Another one of those same resurrection spells. It's really pathetic, no matter how much of a shaman he is. But what can we do? There probably aren't any more monkeys to resurrect. There are no more corpses around here. The most Ahuman can raise is a few orangutans here. But Vikir noticed Ahuman's magic was not aimed here, but a little further away. Following the flow of black mana, Vikir turned his head. There a familiar place was visible, a valley and waterfall towering high below a low hill with the heroes spring below it. It was the Dragon Tomb, where the ancestors of Balak were buried. Chapter 91, Ancestral Spirits 2, Chapter 91, Ancestral Spirits 2, Ku Wuyuke, Ku Guk, the corpses of monkeys began to move. Although it hadn't been long since they died, their skin was already turning pale green and bones were visible in various places. In truth, all living beings emerge from nature and return to nature. In other words, the bodies of living creatures belong to nature by default. Returning from nature to nature is a grand order, a kind of contract to be recognized as part of the ecosystem, according to the contract of life. However, there are some beings who refuse to return their bodies to nature even after their lives have ended and the period for doing so has passed. The undead, despite originally coming from nature, they do not return to it. It's like a tenant who keeps occupying a house even after the lease has ended. According to the order, the spirits forcibly occupy the bodies that should have already been returned to nature, and that's why nature takes action to reclaim the bodies. Following the order, everything returns to dust. To retrieve the body from the spirits, nature accelerates the decay of the flesh by rapidly turning the wheels of fate, causing the undead to always have rotting, foul-smelling flesh and exposed bones. This is why typical undead are decayed or only have bones left. However, some spirits who once possessed noble powers during their lifetime could resist the order of nature with even stronger powers. They are beings who directly oppose the order of nature with bodies and strength that are relatively intact compared to when they were alive. Wuduk, Wuduk, Puduk. The undead emerging from the dragon's tomb right now are such beings. This can't be. Ayan's mouth fell open. Emerging from the stone and dirt graves in the valley were beings with only skin and bones left. Wearing robes made of black leopard skin, and black voids typical of skeletons flowed from their eyes. They were the once great warriors and leaders of Balak from a long time ago. Bows, spears, swords, axes, they carried the weapons buried with them and came toward this side together. Danger level, a S size. Discovery location, also known as Knights of Death. Corrupted beings who, upon reaching the highest level of life, have fallen and transformed. The dark mana that holds their souls and bodies as collateral does not stop until all the muscles and blood vessels in their bodies burst. Most of them lose their morality in life and only express empty hatred and blind anger. However, occasionally there are death knights with reason, and it is said that such individuals have appeared in human history only 7 times. Usually, death knights are fierce and aggressive, so they tend to wear heavy armor all over their bodies to compensate for this. But the resurrected ancestors of Balak were approaching at a speed like the wind, with only one robe fluttering in the dark current, responding to Ahuman's frenzy of hatred. Finally, Chief Aquila spoke. "Everyone prepare for battle." Without delay, Ayan grabbed her bow. It was aimed at Ahuman, who was struggling on the ground. However, one of the rapidly approaching Death Knights fired an arrow before Ayan. Pew, 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 bang. Arrows with tremendous power began to fly, guarding Ahuman. Hoo, everyone die, disappear. Hidden behind the Death Knights, Ahuman was rapidly aging. He was pushing his life force beyond its limits to control the Death Knights. Before long, Death Knights with only face skin left on their skeletons blocked the path of Balak's warriors. Holding swords and spears, warriors of ancient times faced warriors of the new era. It's time to show the heroes of the past what these kids are capable of. Ayan was the first to shoot her arrow. Her arrow carried a strong silver aura. However, Surprisingly, the Death Knight in front caught the arrow with his bare hand. Crack! The arrow was stopped, but since he had caught the arrow with his bare hand that had the aura, it couldn't be in one piece. The Death Knight looked at his hand, which had turned into dust after catching the arrow, and tilted his head. In his former life, he could have caught it easily, but now, due to decay, his body had weakened, so he hadn't adapted to the deteriorated flesh. At that moment, thunk, a Death Knight from behind swung the sword in his hand, a sudden attack sword tearing apart everything in its path, faster than expected. Ayan was taken aback. Ching, someone deflected the Death Knight's attack. It was Vikyr. Finally, Vikyr reached out his hand toward the two charging Death Knights. Instantly, white particles from Vikyr's hand got stuck to the Death Knight's face. Sizzle soon, along with the sound of burning skin. Smoke rose, the Death Knights grimaced in pain and stepped back. Be careful, each one of them is a named monster. Hearing Vikyr's advice, Ayan smirked. She bent her waist, pushed her hips back, and patted Vikyr's thigh playfully. You're still the only man I can trust to cover my back. Oh, of course, I mean to protect the rear during battle, no misunderstandings. Even in this urgent moment, Ayan found joy in teasing Vikyr. But to be honest, it wasn't the time for such banter. The attacks from the flying Death Knights were getting stronger and sharper. Ayan, with a stern expression, asked, Vikyr, how did you deal with them earlier? She was asking about the method Vikyr used to chase away the two Death Knights just moments ago. Vikyr answered readily. Salt, undead are weak to salt. It was as simple as that. Salt was the best way to purify the unholy. Vikyr sprinkled the Death Knights with a handful of salt spread like white sand on the outskirts of the battlefield of Iliad, next to the flowing waterfall. Immediately, the white salt burned the Death Knights and made a loud noise. As the salt touched their bodies, the Death Knights recoiled, and that was the right moment for a counterattack. Pew, pew. Vikyr grabbed the hesitating Death Knight touched by salt, and soon, he created a hole in their windpipe with his Beelzebub. The Balak warriors who had been struggling to defend against the Death Knights also found their way with arrows. It's salt, follow Vikyr. It's true, it works. The Balak warriors, who were already hesitant to harm their ancestors' bodies, at least engaged in minimal combat to sprinkle salt by the riverside. Moreover, as Ahuman's glareback technique reached its peak, the Death Knights began to crumble one by one. Chief Aquila chuckled, Our ancestors aren't the type to be manipulated by the likes of you. It was a mocking remark aimed at the dying Ahuman. In an instant, Ahuman laughed darkly. He smeared his blood on his face and began drawing a complex spell circle. He started drawing upon a life force that exceeded his lifespan. Even his soul would struggle in eternal agony after death. However, despite everything, Ahuman persisted in using this forbidden spell. Thump, 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 the Death Knights surrounding him began to collapse one by one. But still, Ahuman kept muttering something with his eyes closed. I found it, I had to find it, deep in the darkest abyss, sleeping alone without even a tomb. Oh yes, indeed. He truly exists in that place. Dark mana surged violently around him, while the other Balak warriors struggled to maintain their balance in the chaotic situation. Now it's time to end everything. Only Night Fox, Chief Aquila, stood tall, gazing at Ahuman. Soon her arrow aimed at Ahuman's forehead. Pew! A silvery arrow streaked through the darkness, piercing straight toward Ahuman's head. But, thunk to everyone's astonishment, Aquila's arrow stopped midway. At this moment, the strongest among the Black Mountains, Aquila's arrow, which no one could stop, was caught by someone's hand. All of Balak's warriors were astonished and looked in one direction. The man who had caught the arrow with his bare hands was a gaunt figure, a man dressed in tattered clothing. His face, with only bones and skin remaining, lacked lips, exposing his gums and teeth. The tattered clothing he wore was made in a style from a very long time ago. Thick bones, a robust physique, and the incredible strength to catch Chief Aquila's arrow with bare hands. No one could have guessed the identity of this ancient ancestor from so long ago, except for one person, Aquila. Aquila looked at the undead man in front of her with trembling eyes. From a young age, she had always been confident, even when hearing the legends of all the previous Balak chiefs and heroes. She thought she could handle that level of skill herself. Blessed potential, endless possibilities, talent that might only appear once every few hundred years. Aquila was actually rated as one of the most competent chiefs in the history of Balak, so she never felt inferior even when comparing herself to legendary warriors of the past. Except for just one individual. A hero who had declared war on the empire in a single message, received their surrender, subjugated all the tribes of the flood, led Balak to its greatest heyday, and achieved all these immense feats. A figure that even the arrogant Aquila could only truly admire. The eternal legend of Balak, the spiritual supreme, the strongest archer Adonai. Chapter 92, Ancestral Spirits 3, Chapter 92, Ancestral Spirits 3, a brief warrior who fought against the Empire. A legendary figure who even struck fear into the swordmasters of the Empire and had a commanding presence across the continent. The mythical Adonai, the strongest archer in history. He was Adonai. Since the history of Balak began to be written, Adonai, the archer who had been considered the strongest, stopped the arrow released by Aquila. Short white hair, a parched face, lips that had disappeared, and determination clearly visible. Whenever the black robe covering his entire body fluttered in the common aura, a large bow carried on his back became visible. It was a bow with a very sharp end, with a very common color. It had a strange appearance, like two insect legs connected together. Vikyr stared silently at Adonai in front of him. It had been a long time since he had seen such a being up close. A masterclass powerhouse, an existence at the pinnacle of existence. The aura emanating from Adonai was as fierce and savage as that of Hugo Baskerville, perhaps even more so. Adonai, the Empire's terror, the hero of the Balaks. It was a strange feeling to see a figure from the myths of the jungle with one's own eyes, but there was no time to be amazed. Soon, Adonai raised the giant black bow. There were no arrows or strings on the bow. However, when Adonai clenched the opposite hand to the one holding the bow in the air, a thin thread connected the ends of the bow, forming an aura thread, like a spider pulling out a thread. SSSSS, surprisingly, the black aura connected the ends of the bow. Adonai pulled his finger once and released it. Then, arrows made of aura, just like the bow made of aura, were created and hung on the aura bow. Quack! When Adonai pulled and released the bowstring, the common aura flew like an arrow. Vikyr opened his eyes wide. Even a high-tier graduator like Vikyr couldn't see it properly. It was so fast. The fact that Vikyr was able to deflect the arrow with his Beelzebub to some extent was due to half instinct and half luck. Puff! Adonai's arrow hit Vikyr's sword and deviated, piercing through a giant log behind and making holes in the cliff rocks behind it. Kurung, quack-quack-quang. It was a scene as if countless blades had been born from the arrows and were causing a cataclysm. Adonai's arrows were monsters that could devastate the surroundings just by grazing them. Facing them head-on would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable consequences. Ugh! Vikyr frowned and exhaled with a grimace, even though he had managed to deflect it. His wrist was tingling and his arm was throbbing. Beyond the fact that the muscles in his forearm were torn, it was clear that his wrist bones had been damaged. Even the gooey aura stored in Beelzebub had been torn apart into lumps. Adonai's aura arrows were of an extremely hard, solid density, that is, the realm of a master. It was natural that it could easily tear apart the gooey liquid aura of a graduator class. Moreover, Tsutsutsu, the log struck by Adonai's aura, began to wither and die as if strong poison had instantly taken hold of it. Even a centuries-old giant like this was quickly succumbing to the deadly venom. Vikyr once again focused on the large black bow that Adonai was holding. At first glance, it seemed ridiculously large and long, but it was solid and lightweight, almost feeling weightless. It had sharp ends and thorn-like spikes scattered throughout its length, resembling two insect legs joined together. Vikyr immediately grasped its identity, remnants of Madame Eight Legs. When he had met Madame Eight Legs before, he had confirmed that she had 8 legs attached to her body. That bow was likely made from the body fragments she shed before. He recalled something Ayan had said in the past. Adonai was the only one who could compete with Madame Eight Legs in battle. You're a respectable Balak now, so show some respect for him. Also, take pride in being his descendant. In the past, it seemed that Adonai had battled Madame Eight Legs and won. He had created the bow from her shed skin, and her deadly venom had imbued the bow itself. This formidable black bow had apparently retained the poison even after Adonai's death for a long time. It's becoming troublesome, Vikir muttered. The opponent was not just a master but possibly an even more formidable bowmaster. The weakness of a Death Knight was that they recklessly poured all their attacks without consideration, leaving openings everywhere in close combat. However, bang, bang, quack 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 quang, in long-range combat like this, it was pure offense and defense combined. Adonai's aura arrows shot continuously were composed of solid aura, and even deadly poison permeated them. They tore through Vikir's crimson liquid aura despite the resistance. Vikir swung his Beelzebub. 6 fangs clashed, leaving bloody marks, but despite his best efforts, he could only be pushed back helplessly. Even as high-tier graduator, he was powerless in front of a master. It was obvious that liquid couldn't defeat a solid. However, Tsutsutsu. Vikir used the ox bear's heavenly anchor skill to increase his weight and withstand Adonai's arrow barrage without being pushed back. But even with the 6 fangs of Baskerville, it was still insufficient to block Adonai's arrow storm. Each of Adonai's arrows was stronger and harder than each of Vikir's fang, and there were more of them. Moreover, as both the bowstring and the arrows were made of aura, they didn't wear out or run out. Adonai was endlessly and relentlessly releasing the overflowing otherworldly energy unique to a Death Knight. Kayung, Kagagak, puff, puff. Vikir, realizing that a head-on confrontation was futile, tilted his sword to the side and deflected the arrows, but he was gradually being pushed back. Even his wide mana channel was already showing its limits. The aura radiating through Beelzebub burst like honey every time it touched Adonai's aura. His trembling wrists indicated that his time was running out. The ominous materials transmitted from all over his body were not just 1 or 2. If this continues, I'll become a damn pincushion, Vikir thought. He tried to move quickly to evade, but Adonai was faster than him. Narrowing the distance was impossible as the arrows flew like mad, and widening the gap was essentially suicidal when facing a bowmaster. If it were an ambush, there might have been a chance of success, but a head-on battle was futile. Of course, it wasn't about how to win but about how to survive. I should at least kill Ahuman. But with Adonai blocking Ahuman, that was also impossible. All of Balak's warriors had tried shooting arrows, but they were all blocked by Adonai's aura and the body of the black bow. Just as Vikir was rolling his head trying to figure out a way, there was a kick that hit his cheek. "Slave, move aside." It was Ayan, extending her slender leg to push Vikir's head. Puff, just a moment ago, where Vikir's head had been, a black flash flew away, drawing a dark trajectory. Ayan's calf was slightly cut. Meanwhile, Vikir wiped the blood flowing from his forehead and said, "Thank you, dying from a concussion is better than being shot by arrows." "No time to relax, he's coming again." Ayan extended her hand and grabbed Vikir's neck. In the ground where Vikir's groin had just been, a black aura arrow was stuck, making a deep hole. "He's targeting the groin as well, that's definitely a male's vital point," Ayan said with narrowed eyes. Vikir chuckled at Ayan's words. "You call him that to the great Adonai. For now, he's Ahuman's puppet. You can show respect after he's transcended." Ayan quickly knocked an arrow onto her bow. 10 or so arrows were flying at an incredible speed, all aimed at Adonai. Soon, they veered off into different trajectories, targeting different parts of Adonai's body. But puff, 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 puff. With just one movement of his hand, Adonai caught all 10 arrows coming from 10 different directions. To make it more impressive, he clenched his fist, breaking all 10 arrows. "Your hands are huge," Ayan muttered as she watched the pieces of arrows falling. Soon, Adonai raised the black bow. The target was clear. Vikir and Ayan in front of him, quack, with a sound as if a shell was fired. A common vortex erupted from Adonai's black bow. It tore through the surrounding air like a whirlwind of blades. There was no way to avoid it or block it. The destructive power and speed were beyond imagination. Vikir and Ayan were preparing for battle. Then, just as Adonai was about to discharge the pitch-black electric current from his bow, someone caught it bare-handed. Quackajik, Chingang. The aura of the rotating blades, like madness, was shattered by sheer strength alone. Adonai's aura arrows, which had turned into black currents, dispersed. Vikir and Ayan widened their eyes and looked up at the figure blocking their way. Even as blood dripped from her ripped hand, she stood unaffected. Aquila, the night fox, stood firm and confidently representing the new generation against the representative of the old generation. Chapter 93, Ancestral Spirits 4, Chapter 93, Ancestral Spirits 4, Adonai's arrows were all terrifying weapons, but then a hand grabbed them and crushed them. "Stay back." Aquila took a step forward, obstructing Vikir and Ayin. She had dispatched the 8 Death Knights who stood in her way, and now she was about to face Adonai, the final pinnacle, the supreme of the Balak. Adonai, the old era's leader, and Aquila, the new era's leader. These two twin pinnacles, each at the pinnacle of archery, were now locked in a timeless battle. Vikir became tense. It's not every day that you see a fight between two absolute powers, master-level aura users who have reached the supreme realm. A battle of this magnitude was not common even during the Age of Destruction, when the heavens and earth were turned upside down on a daily basis. What will happen? It's not worth even asking. Ayin next to him responded to Vikir's question. With a determined expression, she opened her mouth. "My mom never loses." Ayin's words were confident, but reality was starting to show otherwise. Kararak Aquila raised her massive bow and pointed it directly ahead. A powerful arrow was fired after the thick bowstring was pulled back under tremendous tension. Boom! Aquila fired a silver aura at Adonai. The solid aura flew like a silver arrow, piercing the black aura emanating from Adonai's body. Adonai launched an immediate counterattack. His combat instincts were so strong that they were permanently imprinted on his dead body. Boom! The black aura emanating from Adonai's body exploded like steam. The earth around him cracked, releasing sulfurous gas, and the black aura emanating from Adonai's body was black with sulfur, as if it were hell's flames. They ascended into the heavens in a maelstrom, and soon the vast expanse of sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Toward these dark clouds, Aquila unleashed a barrage of silver flashes. Silver flashes and black trajectories ferociously devoured each other. It was so fast that even Ayin, a novice graduator, and Vikir, a high-tier graduator, could barely keep up with it. "Aquila, the speed of your bow rivals that of Adonai. My mother's archery skills are world-class, and I don't just mean in terms of accuracy. Quite literally, these two living myths were giving future generations of warriors a real lesson. The battle between Aquila and Adonai is one of precision. The basics of anticipating your opponent's movements and placing your arrows on a predictable path, while more advanced techniques such as spinning shots that take advantage of the air currents in which your opponent's arrows are flying, and parabolic shots that cause arrows to shoot out of nowhere from above or to the side, are effortlessly executed. Bang! As Aquila ducked her head, a black arrow flew out and snapped the back of a log behind her. Boom! As soon as Adonai leaped upward, a silver arrow embedded itself in the sandbar he was standing on, sending a tsunami of sand in all directions, an all-out battle of attrition. But as time passed, it was Aquila who was losing ground. Spot! An arrow from Adonai grazes Aquila's side. The black arrows were slowly, steadily squeezing the air out of Aquila's lungs. But it wasn't a matter of skill. It's because Aquila needs the limited tools of arrows and Adonai doesn't. Sometimes, like Adonai, Aquila would simply concentrate her aura and send it out without an arrow, but it was so mana-draining that she couldn't use it except in a moment of great urgency. Adonai, on the other hand, thanks to the negative energy he draws from hell, can shoot out solid aura arrows of 100% purity. Even the direction of the wind is unfavorable. Vikir frowned. Adonai had his back to the wind, and Aquila was facing it head-on. The winds of the jungle seemed to be favoring Adonai's arrows, giving them more power, while Aquila's arrows were halved in power. The difference is becoming increasingly visible in Aquila's body, which is becoming increasingly covered in scars. Adonai's arrows were also imbued in Madame Eight-Legs' poison. Tsutsutsuts. The wounds on Aquila's body turned black. Her complexion was growing pale in contrast. Ping, 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 ping. Furthermore, Aquila's arrows had suddenly begun to travel in an unexpected direction. The wind caught her arrows and sent them flying in all directions, never reaching Adonai. It was almost as if the entire jungle was guarding Adonai. Was he truly the god of the jungle? Vikir was perplexed. What could he do to turn the tide? Aquila would lose at this rate, and all of Balak's warriors would be swept away by the Death Knight hordes. Should we start with Ahuman? Yes, but doing so would necessitate breaking through Adonai's immovable iron wall. Ahuman had also not withdrawn all of his Death Knights, but was instead concentrating his efforts on controlling several named-class Death Knights, including Adonai. Balak's warriors are fighting against other Death Knights who are only slightly, if at all, deterred by the sprinkling of salt. Someone needs to go get the rest of the town's warriors. At this rate, Vikyr shouts urgently. Ayan clamped a hand over his mouth. Shhh, we're almost there. Vikyr's eyes narrowed. Aquila was getting tired, her arrows flying in strange directions with the headwind. Adonai, on the other hand, still going strong. Where in the world did she think she was winning? But Ayan, who is a better archer than Vikyr, seems to see something else. Ayan, she's watching in awe as Aquila performs a miracle. I see it, I do, I see what my mother is seeing. Vikyr could only shake her head. Then, it happened suddenly. Boom, a mysterious arrow flew out and lodged in the center of Adonai's back. A single, authentic arrow twitched. It came from an unexpected direction, from behind, not from below, not from the latitude, not from the side. Adonai paused for a moment. Surely only one person could be behind him. Ahuman, but another arrow flew right back at him, hitting him in the back of the head. And then another. Beep, 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 a huge number of arrows began to fly in from behind. Ahuman flattened himself like a bug on the ground. Several of the arrows flying from behind tore into his backside. Vikyr looked up, his mouth half open. Only now did he see the identity of the arrows coming from behind. They were the blind arrows Aquila had been shooting at him a moment ago, pippa-piping. Another hail of arrows from behind, still aimed at Adonai's back. Whiz, 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 the fierce wind was carrying Aquila's arrows back to Adonai. Only then did Vikyr realize the cause of the anomaly. Aquila's arrows weren't flying in the wrong direction. They seemed to have taken a wrong turn, only to surge upward in a whirlwind that raged across the jungle, only to spin around in a full circle and return to where they came from. Like salmon running up a waterfall back to the place where they were born. To the center of the black vortex that Adonai is creating, to where the wind begins. Puck, puck, quack, Adonai's exposed back was instantly transformed into a hedgehog. After bouncing twice in the wind, the arrow became even more powerful than when it was originally released and struck its target. Aquila's arrows, which could pierce rocks and logs, didn't completely penetrate Adonai's powerful body, but they still managed to make a good dent. Boom! Another arrow landed on top of the one in Adonai's thigh. Only then did it manage to pierce Adonai's thigh, causing him to stagger and fall to his knees on the ground. Aquila looked up, his complexion weary. Great ancestor, if you were still alive and in good spirits, you would not have made such a simple mistake. It saddens me. Aquila sent the last arrow flying toward the crippled Adonai. A blind arrow struck him in the back and a sighted arrow in the front. Adonai was unable to dodge Aquila's final shot. An arrow halfway to the back of his head and another halfway to his forehead. Boom! The two arrowheads meet at a single point. Thud! Adonai fell to his knees. The myth of a previous generation yielded to the myth of a new era. Aquila looked at Adonai. Kneeling before him, head bowed. It didn't really feel like a victory. Aquila was at the peak of his powers now, and the Adonai he had just faced had already died of old age and was no longer in the process of being resurrected from the dead. Moreover, he was a corpse, lacking even basic intelligence, let alone a living mind, so it was hardly a proper match. If only Adonai had had the strength of his prime. Aquila shook her head. She could only imagine the horrible consequences. Then, a muffled scream. Ahuman was struggling with Adonai's corpse. The battle was lost, as the Death Knight made from Adonai's corpse had fallen. The few remaining Death Knights gathered around Ahuman, and a far greater number of Balak warriors surrounded him. Now die! Ayan glares at Ahuman with disdain, but Ahuman's gamble was not yet over. He has lost almost all of his life and mana, and is crippled from the waist down, but he still hasn't let go of his will to live. Don't come! Ahuman gathered Adonai's body and the bodies of the other ancestors together. He grabbed a handful of blood from his hands and mouth. If you come near, your ancestors will be tainted with my blood. Ahuman's threat made everyone, including Aquila, pause for a moment. Superstition held that a soul tainted with the blood of a traitor would be unable to enter the warrior's paradise. In his final moments, Ahuman had relied on this small superstition to blackmail the others. At this rate, the souls of the warriors would never be able to go to paradise, not to mention they would have been tricked by him. The fact that he was so skilled in witchcraft made the situation even more dire. Aquila raised her bow, but Ahuman was cunningly hiding behind the bodies of his ancestors. Thus, all the warriors were unable to act rashly, for if they did, they might not be able to honor their ancestors forever. Just then, "Stand down, everyone," Vikir's voice rang out. Everyone's attention was drawn to Vikir, who was raising his bow and aiming an arrow. The arrow, however, was pointing in the wrong direction. "What are your plans?" Even Aquila, who had just used the wind to make an incredible hit, appeared perplexed, but Vikir was certain. "First, get to a higher elevation." Vikir's final piece of advice was this, both at the same time. Ping! Vikir's bow arrow flew in a parabolic arc. It landed where the logs were stacked on top of each other, the vines tying them together. Pow! The vine was snapped by Vikir's arrow and fell to the ground. Then there's that. Snap, 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 snap. The heavy logs began to move in unison as the vines snapped one by one. The things on the other side spill out when the wooden barrier dam, which was held in place by vines, collapses. Chhhhhhh. It was the waves of a salt river full of melted white salt that swelled during the long rainy season. Chapter 94, Ancestral Spirits 5. Chapter 94, Ancestral Spirits 5. Boom! With a loud boom, the dam that held back the water burst. The wooden boards collapsed and the river began to flood on a massive scale. "Everyone up in the trees!" Fortunately, Ayin was quick to react, and there were no casualties in Balak. As the river swept ferociously over everything, Balak's warriors climbed high into the trees to avoid it. Those who were too slow to climb the trees managed to hold on to sturdy rocks and ride out the waves. But the Death Knights, standing in the distance, were unable to avoid the wave. Crash, crash! The rushing water swept the Death Knights away in one fell swoop. Of course, the Death Knights were strong enough to withstand the waves, but the problem wasn't the waves themselves. Tsutsitsutsitsutsitsuts. The bodies of the Death Knights gradually turned to black vapor and began to disperse. This was because the river water that was now flooding was concentrated salt water. By nature, the undead are weak to salt, which has the power to purify the unholy. These salt rivers have long been home to saltwater fish, and even salt that is dissolved in water is effective against the undead. The Death Knights resisted the salt, but they could not withstand such an overwhelming force. Sanctification. One by one, the bodies crumbled to dust. The bodies of their ancestors, returning to where they belonged, were swept away by the flowing waters and scattered across the flooded land where they had been born and raised. Aquila swallowed hard at the sight of Adonai's flesh dissolving in the salt water and being swept away. It was unfortunate that the remains of her distant ancestors could not be properly recovered, but she was glad that the unholy energy had been cleansed. Most of all, I am glad that the noble bodies of my ancestors were not spattered with the disgusting blood of Ahuman. And now, the water level subsided. It was the end of the rainy season, and the waters were no longer overflowing. Balak's warriors descended to the bottom as the water receded. The water was still up to their ankles, but it didn't interfere with their ability to walk on the ground. Vikir followed suit as soon as the water level dropped. Pow, pow, pow! With each step the water rose to his ankles, and the wispy grass tickled between his toes. In the stagnant pools at the bottom, catfish and eels trapped by the current flailed and gasped for air. Then, Vikir spotted something. An object silently submerged in the water, wafting an eerie aura above the surface. "Is that?" It was a large bow, dark matte, horns and thorns sprouting like teeth. This black bow, without even a bowstring, must have been held by Adonai just a moment ago, a weapon made from the remnants of a Madam Eight Legs. At first glance, it was an unusual weapon. Vikir picked it up and handed it to Ayin beside him. Ayin took it and cradled it in her arms. Then he ran to hand it to Aquila, who stood in the distance. Meanwhile, Balak's warriors were converging on a single location. They were heading for a single thorny tree that stood tall in the middle of a wide-open plain. It stood alone, with no other large trees around, and its trunk was densely covered with countless thorns. The warriors of Balak stood in a circle around the tree, and in unison they looked up. Above them they saw a familiar figure. Ugh, ugh, this tenacious old man was hanging on, unable to be swept away by the rising waters of the river. Just before the water washed over him, he climbed this thorny tree, scraping the ground with his hands and dragging his motionless lower half. What could have brought him down this perilous path of suras? The sides of the thorns were sharp as blades, and their tips were pointed like spears. "Turn it off, Allah!" Ahuman reached out a trembling hand and grabbed them. He couldn't even pick out the relatively blunt thorns in the mad rush of water. He just had to grab whatever he could get his hands on. The backs of his hands were punctured. His fingers were zigzagging and tattered, and his knuckles were falling off. Needless to say, it wasn't just his hands. The whole body was covered in thorns, cuts, and tears. His flesh was torn like rags, and his body was dripping with blood. Salt water and debris filled the gaping wounds, causing hellish pain. His guts were already disintegrating from being used by high-level death knights who were out of their capabilities. But despite this, the old shaman was still alive. He continued to reach out and climb the thorns, seemingly frightened, or perhaps even dazed. He looked as if he had aged decades. Save me, please save me." As he desperately moved his hands to climb the branches, bits of flesh and guts were dripping down the tree trunk with blood. The tree turned more and more gray. Vikyr stared at it, lost in thought. Well, in retrospect, he was certainly a remarkable man. He had raised the mythical Adonai of Balak from the dead despite having lost all of his life force, and he had wielded several other death knights at the same time. Perhaps if he had only devoted himself to magic, he would have been at the level of Adolf, the madman of Morgue. However, it was a pity that he had awkwardly imitated a warrior to match Balak's emotions. Even with a black magic skill of more than 6 circles, he was still playing the part of a warrior, but it proved how eager he was to blend into the atmosphere of Balak. Vikyr turned his gaze back to Ahuman. He climbed the thorns in terror, bleeding. The sight of him suddenly brings back memories of when he first came to Balak's village 2 years ago. The prisoners of war climbing the thorns and the flames burning beneath them. Those condemned to the thorn tree were forced to climb it naked, their bodies covered in blood. They fell to their deaths at the base of the tree, bleeding to death or dying of burns. Men from the Baskerville clan and the Morgue clan were among the dead. It is especially memorable that in their last moments, they kept their mouths shut, even though their eyes met Vikyr's. Vikyr bowed his head in silence for a moment, then raised it again and looked up at the reddened thorns. He had heard that it was Ahuman who had devised this horrible punishment, and now he was meeting his end by a brutal torture of his own making. In other words, the real enemy of Ahuman was Ahuman himself. Then, "I'll finish it." There was a hand on Vikyr's shoulder. He turned to see Ahun standing there, his head bowed. "Please, let me." Was it the fact that he'd rejected Vikyr's words earlier that bothered him? Ahun looked into Vikyr's eyes and asked for a favor. When Vikyr nodded, Ahun stepped forward. He struck a flint to create embers, and soon spread the oil and a little gunpowder he carried with him at the base of the thorn tree. Soon, a tiny ember rises and falls on the thorn. Crackle! The flames, flickering due to the moisture, soon spread upwards with astonishing speed. The wet wood burns and emits a great deal of smoke. Soon, scarlet flames shot up like spears, pursuing Ahuman. Crackle, 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 crackle. Crackle, the sound of burning wood is loud. The flames burned toward the top. The flames and smoke soon engulfed Ahuman, who had languished halfway up the thorns. No screams were heard. The warriors of Balak watched the old shaman's final moments with mixed expressions on their faces, recalling the past 70 years. How they had cried and laughed at his every word, every gesture. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Crackle, the smell of burning meat is thick. The sound of sizzling fat was everywhere. Everyone was about to turn away. He. Through the flames and black smoke, something appeared. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise, even Aquila. There was a skeleton burning brightly, screaming with open arms. No shaman, no warrior. Born in the body of a Rococo and living in the mind of a Balak. A being whose flesh and the fat beneath it had already burned away. He shook his flesh, which was already more like charcoal than a body, and screamed at the world, "You will regret this, you'll regret putting me out like this." The words he spat out after that were muffled. Not only had his tongue been cooked, but the smoke he'd inhaled had burned through his lungs. Ahuman floundered for several more seconds after that, disintegrating into black powder like the death knights he had summoned. He lifted his head and tried to see the town beyond the water in the distance. He couldn't see much of anything through his flame-cooked eyes. "Go back," Chief Aquila ordered. The Balak warriors returned to the village, their bodies soaked with salt water and exhaustion. Vikir and Ayin did the same, carrying each other slowly back to the village. A friendly village, a tribe that should be at peace now that its archenemy, Ahuman, is gone. But when they returned to the village, the warriors finally understood what Ahuman had warned them about, why he had laughed so much in his last moments, and why he had turned to look out over the village. Chapter 95. Madam Eight Legs 1. Chapter 95. Madam Eight Legs 1. When Balak's warriors, including Vikir, returned, what they saw was the horrifying scene of a village turned into ruins. The tall trees that once stood around the houses were all broken and bent. Naturally, the houses themselves were also shattered and half submerged in the water on the ground. Debris, pieces of wood, and various belongings floated on the water. Swaying, all the luxurious mansions built in anticipation of the rainy season had been completely destroyed. Warehouses, where weapons, prisoners, and other tools were stored, were also in ruins. Everything inside was left untouched. Scattered outside, only the food storage warehouse, which contained grain, remained broken and empty. "What on earth is this?" Aquila, the chief, looked around with a bewildered expression. With the village in this state, it was impossible for there to be no casualties. Corpses floated here and there. Since most of the warriors had gone to see the Iliad, there were mostly children, old people, patients who couldn't fight, and women left in the village. There were still some minimal guard forces left, but most of them were writhing as corpses. Vikir regained his senses faster than anyone else and immediately began investigating. Above all, the first thing that caught Vikir's senses was the air. A thick, polluted energy circulated throughout the entire forest beyond Balak's village. Vikir followed this ominous scent with his sharp sense of smell, like a hunting dog. Before long, he saw some unusual traces. The muddy water rose up to his ankles, making it hard to see, but when he reached down and felt the ground, he touched gruesome scars on the ground. Deep scars in the soil, as if a giant log had scraped through it. These deep trenches under the water were not just one or two, they were complex and irregularly scattered. At least 80 cm in width, about 3 meters in length. How many beings of this size could leave such traces everywhere during a flood? Vikir was able to roughly identify about 30 suspects in his mind. Clues that narrowed down this line of suspicion continued to be found. Sticky mucus hanging above his head. When Vikir raised his head, it passed through his body and splashed onto the surface. Disgusting black hairs and reddish flesh were stuck together. The wooden parts that came into contact with it were blackened and shriveled. It seemed to be infused with a powerful poison. At that moment, splash, 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 someone was approaching, breaking the surface of the water up to their ankles. Ahul. She appeared, panting for breath. Having hidden in a jar filled with spices during the chaos, she was able to survive and now ran to embrace Vikir, bursting into tears when she saw him. Without saying a word, Vikir patted her back, and Ahul spoke through her tears. Madam was here. Madam Eight Legs, the terror of the flood, the nightmare of enemies and the Black Mountain. Why did she attack Balak's village? To that question, Ahul pointed and replied. As soon as Madam arrived in the village, she destroyed that place first, and then, as if venting her anger, she pointed to a tall building that was particularly badly damaged. It was a stone house carved from the rock, located on a rocky plateau, Ahuman's temple. As soon as Aquila pointed there, the warriors realized, "You'll regret it, regret for bringing me here like this." Ahuman's final words, and the reason he was looking out at the village in the distance. Vikir climbed up to the rocky area and searched through the ruins of the destroyed stone building. This building was Ahuman's temple, where he usually held his rituals. Unlike the severely damaged exterior, the interior was relatively well preserved. Vikir cleared away the rubble and examined the inside. To his surprise, he found traces of some strange herbs gradually withering away over time. From the remnants of the burning herbs, a strange smell lingered, and tiny bugs the size of a baby's fingernail swarmed around the smell. Ayan poked at it with a finger and said, "Is this a herb that attracts bugs?" Vikir nodded. Ahuman had set up a device that would attract Madam Eight Legs to this place if he left for a long time. Normally, he controlled the fire so that the smell of burning herbs didn't spread beyond a certain area, but when there was no one to manage it, the fire would continue to burn the herbs, and the strange smell would spread endlessly. Eventually, Madam was drawn to this smell. Ahun hit the rock with his fist. Damn, did he set it up so that everyone would die if he was gone? Crazy bastard. This was a moment when you could see how strong Ahun's desire for recognition within Balak's society was. However, that desire for recognition took a twisted turn and ultimately led to a terrible disaster. Ahun came to understand his grandfather even more deeply, but along with that, he felt even stronger hatred. But it was already too late for everything. Balak's village was in complete ruins and almost irreparable. The one fortunate thing amidst the misfortune was that most of the population had gone outside to watch the Iliad, and those who remained in the village were mostly children, the elderly, patients who couldn't fight, and women, busy gathering fruit and roots outside. This was thanks to Ayan's instructions. She had instructed them to prepare a feast to be offered to Iliad in case Vikir won. Aquila clenched her fist so hard that blood almost came out. The only fortunate thing is that there are not many casualties. We can rebuild the village and gather food again. After all, the floating mansions were hastily built for the rainy season. Balak's warriors worked diligently to recover the bodies of the dead and rescue the survivors who were still hiding. Considering that Madam had personally visited the village, the damage was miraculously minimal. Meanwhile, Ahun was sunk deep in frustration, his head lowered. Vikir reached out and patted Ahun's shoulder. Ahun spoke through tears, his voice choked with bitterness. "Vikir, I should have listened to you." He expressed his regret and anger. "If I had heard your words when you asked me to decorate Ahuman's last moments, if I had heard them sooner. It's not your fault." Vikir turned his head and addressed all the nearby warriors. "The real blame lies with the Empire, or more precisely with Baskerville." All the warriors turned their heads. The name Baskerville might not mean much to them, but they all knew that Vikir originally came from Baskerville. However, Vikir spoke without hesitation. The reason Madam Eight Legs extended her hunting grounds to this place, the reason she attacked Balak's village out of hunger, all of this is largely due to Baskerville's fault. As a result of Baskerville's vigorous campaign against monsters, Madam's prey had become scarce, and she had expanded her hunting grounds. This forced Balak's indigenous people to move their territory to the highlands of the mountains to escape the starving Madam. Vikir pinpointed the hatred that Balak's indigenous people had for the Empire. Balak's warriors admired Vikir's attitude, which clearly condemned his own family's wrongdoing. But there was one thing Vikir didn't mention. All of this is also because of the policies I established when I was in Baskerville. At the age of 8, Vikir proposed a large-scale extermination plan against the enemy and the Black Mountain by suggesting an alliance with Morg. Of course, this was nothing more than catching up to the strategies Hugo had already put in place, but Vikir still bore some responsibility for it. So, Vikir wanted to repay Balak's warriors for all the kindness they had shown him. Having fully recovered his body, escaped Hugo's surveillance network, gained strength, obtained various skills from monsters, learned archery from the bowmaster, and learned the mysterious culture of the unknown tribes firsthand, Vikir had grown tremendously. Moreover, with the support of all the savage tribes of the Flood, he gained significant political influence. Vikir looked around for a way to repay all of this. Aquila, the night fox. She was covered in injuries from her fierce battle with Adonai. Ayan had stepped forward to help Vikir but had been hit by a poison arrow in the leg and was walking unnaturally. Vikir spoke. "Balak's warriors have never been negligent to Madam." Everyone turned to look at Vikir's face. Vikir continued. "We offered sacrifices and presented the best parts of our prey to Madam regularly." That's right. Balak had always offered the best parts of their hunt to Madam, even when they captured war prisoners. But she attacked our territory and killed innocent children, the elderly, and the wolves. Balak's warriors listened to Vikir's words in silence, holding their breath. Finally, Vikir, with thick crimson in his eyes, concluded his speech. "Now I want to meet her and ask her why." Chapter 96. Madam Eight Legs 2, Chapter 96. Madam Eight Legs 2, now. I want to meet her and ask her why. Vikir's final words shocked all of Balak's warriors. It's not that they hadn't considered such thoughts before. Innocent children, the elderly, patients, comrades, and wolves had perished, and they had lost their homes, food, and other necessities. However, despite all this, the warriors were skeptical of Vikir's words. Confront Madam, that's impossible. None of the bravest warriors have been able to do that. Vikir, no matter how much you're the hero of all Balak now, it's impossible. Madam Eight Legs is the god of these mountains, and she's one of the darkest evil gods. Damage will be repaired eventually. Forgetting quickly is the only way. Balak's warriors, who had never doubted anything Vikir said for the first time, shook their heads in response to Vikir's words. It gives a sense of how much fear they had of Madam over all these years to make such fearless individuals speak like this. At that moment, thud, someone touched Vikir's shoulder. Aquila, the tribe leader, the night fox, was looking at Vikir with a pale face. She had lost much of her overwhelming presence. Aquila had battled the legendary Adonai one-on-one and turned him into dust. However, in the process, she had also suffered many wounds. Countless scratches all over her body, even the lingering poison from Madam Eight Legs, which resisted healing even with the recovery abilities of a master-level expert. Vikir, the young hero of all Balak and the rising sun, don't let your immediate fervor sway you. We need extreme caution in anything related to Madam. Ayan, who was standing next to her, also agreed. Madam Eight Legs is not just Balak's problem. She is the terror of all tribes. She's an inescapable fate and the core of darkness. Her existence is like a natural disaster, so harboring the emotion of revenge is. But Ayan didn't finish his sentence. Bzzz, they saw a figure crawling out from the debris of the collapsed building. Bakira, born on the same day and at the same time as Ayan and a lifelong companion. He had run ahead to deliver Vikir's victory news to the village before the Iliad battle between Vikir and Ahuman. The results of that simple errand had turned out to be so tragic. Bzzz, Bakira, dragging his hind leg, struggled to crawl and sniffed at Ayan's feet with a wet nose. One of Bakira's right hind legs was in terrible shape. Not only were all its bones broken, but the venom had also penetrated deep into the marrow. It was too obvious why this had happened. What else could it be if not the result of resisting Madam Eight Legs? The poison was still spreading at this very moment, to the point where they would have to amputate the leg if they didn't do something quickly. Ayan examined Bakira's condition with a vacant expression. Vikir replied briefly, "Even if I say so, would revenge be in vain?" Ayan couldn't respond this time. Aquila alternately looked at her daughter Ayan's face and Bakira's whimpering leg, then let out a deep sigh. "Let's talk later. First, we have to treat Bakira. Hurry and check on the other patients." Despite suffering a potentially fatal injury herself, Aquila was concerned about taking care of the other tribe members first. Under the chief's orders, everyone started moving busily, rescuing survivors, checking on the injured, and preparing food and shelter for the night. That night was particularly dark, and heavy rain fell. The moon didn't appear, and the only light came from sporadic flashes of lightning that illuminated the flood in the pitch-black darkness. A shadow passed through the pouring rain like a spear. It was Vikir. Once again, he left Balak without saying a word to anyone, heading towards Madam. Anyway, I had to face this opponent sooner or later. Madam Eight Legs was one of the real goals Vikir had when he entered the flood. She was still an ultra-high-risk class monster unknown to the Empire. If he could be the first to capture her and hunt her, the potential benefits were immeasurable. Whizzing Vikir thought while listening to the rhythmic beating of his Beelzebub's pulse in his wrist. If the era of destruction comes later, monsters like Madam might become relatively common, but for now, she's quite a unique presence. Furthermore, Madam was also a culprit who forced Balak's warriors to abandon their homes and wander from place to place. Balak's warriors were in a tough spot, trying to avoid Madam, who kept expanding her territory out of hunger, avoiding the encroachment of Baskerville while trying to expand the Empire's territory. They were in quite a difficult situation. "I can set them free." Madam Eight Legs and Baskerville. Vikir had the intention of subduing these two beings under his command. Pressuring Balak, It was both a reward for Balak, who had taken care of him all this time, and a good thing for their mutual future. Vikir also wanted to test himself. During the 2 years in the flood, he had contemplated how much stronger he had become. I had a glimpse of the abyss after the Adonai battle. I should be able to climb one more step soon. With these thoughts in mind, Vikir pushed forward through the curtain of rain. However, the hunting dog soon had to stop its steps. Beyond the pouring curtain of water, a familiar scent wafted. It was a scent he had smelled every day for the past 2 years. Ayin. She stood in front of Vikir, soaked from head to toe. Have you been waiting? Since when were you standing there? Even in response to Vikir's questions, Ayin remained silent. Finally, she opened her mouth. You can't tame a wolf. No matter how tight you tie it, it will break free. Ayin looked straight into Vikir's eyes. A wolf can never be tamed. It can only be allowed to come back on its own when it wants. Without tying it, she smiled at Vikir. You're not a hunting dog, Vikir. You may call yourself that, but no hunting dog behaves like you do. Vikir looked down at Ayin's leg. Her right leg was tightly wrapped in leaves and leather. When they fought against Adonai, Ayin had been injured in the leg while saving Vikir from a poisoned arrow. Due to the aftereffects, she was still limping. After a silence, Vikir finally spoke. With that body, you won't be of any help. Go back to the village. The atmosphere was so humid that it felt like water was wrung out of the air, but his words were as dry as ever. But it seemed that Ayin had expected this level of response, as she bit her lips tightly as if to say nothing. Finally, she gave something to Vikir. It was dried meat, fruits, and nuts wrapped in leaves. Vikir chuckled. It's like a packed lunch. Don't make jokes like that. Ayin narrowed her eyes fiercely and stared at Vikir. Then, she added one more thing. Promise me. A sense of urgency hung in the air. The hunting dog found this situation somewhat familiar. Ayin spoke again. You don't have to promise to come back. Her voice crept in with anxiety, restlessness, and a sense of desperation. Ayin looked into Vikir's eyes with a fierce expression. No, you don't have to promise to come back. Her voice wavered with anxiety, restlessness, and a choking feeling. Ayin looked into Vikir's eyes with determination. You don't have to promise to come back, just stay alive. Vikir stayed silent for a moment. Then he opened his mouth a bit late and said, Of course. Upon hearing this, Ayin finally exhaled the breath she had been holding, and it came out white in the dark sky. The distant silhouette of the hunting dog, or rather the wolf, moved away, and the owner watched quietly from where he stood. The wolf was running through the darkness once again. However, unlike last time, there was one thing Vikir didn't say. You don't have to promise to come back, just stay alive. Women often make such difficult demands. For the first time since his rebirth, he had told a lie. He didn't know if he could keep this promise, as he couldn't even be sure himself. Chapter 97, Madam Eight Legs 3, Chapter 97, Madam Eight Legs 3, Crack, crack. Crack, a vague cumulonimbus cloud covers the spot where the thunder left off. It may have been daytime, but with the thick dark clouds covering the sky, the pouring rain and the frantic lightning, it felt like night. Vikir pushed his way through the sharp leaves of the sword forest. He had been following Madam's trail since last night. It was common knowledge that if it rained during a hunt, the chase would be abandoned. It's common sense to abandon a hunt when it rains. But even in the midst of this heavy rain, the tracks of Madam's movements remain unmistakable. Half-melted chunks of meat lay everywhere. They appeared to be part of what Madam had eaten and vomited up, but I didn't bother to examine them to see what kind of meat they were. Everywhere, Madam's mucus and feces flowed into the water, creating a foul odor. Thick hairs that felt like black needles were scattered throughout the area, and the grass and trees around it were blackened and dried up. There's no reason we can't follow the trail. The hound advances, following the path of death indicated by the dead trees. Vikir recalled the Madams once more. When they first met, she had buried herself completely in the blackness of the water, so it's impossible to know the exact shape of her body. Even the warriors of Balak, who had suffered under her tyranny for so long, had no idea what she looked like. Only their chieftain, Aquila, was able to give them a glimpse of her identity based on faint oral accounts. Certainly, it's hard to tell what species we're dealing with based on the tracks. Traces of crashing into and crushing logs or rocks like land war monsters, flying across rivers or high valleys like birds of prey. traces of digging tunnels like underground monsters. The biological characteristics of all monsters are all mixed. What's even more impressive is that it climbed up a rock wall with a slope of more than 90 degrees. A cliff so high that even birds can't climb it. Madam scrambled up it. Vikyr looked up toward the top of the cliff. Hidden by clouds, it looks like he'll have to climb this high to meet Madam. But first, I need to get ready. Vikyr stared up at the cliff for a moment, then turned on his heel. A quick glance around the cliffs reveals that they're shaped like isolated mountains. It stuck out like a sore thumb in the flatlands. Most likely, the Madam was nesting in the higher ground. Vikyr made a quick assessment of her location and turned away. If he fought now, he would lose, and he would barely survive, let alone win. Now that he knew where his opponent was, time was on his side. Vikyr slowly moved away from the cliffside, trying to gauge how high this sheer cliff could possibly be. Vikyr arrived at a swampy area quite a distance from Madam's nest. The first thing Vikyr did upon reaching the edge of the swamp was to scatter the bundle of straw he had been carrying in all directions. He had been sweating profusely as he made his way through the jungle, and his scent had soaked into the straw. The wind blew the straw, carrying his scent everywhere. Vikyr's scented straws will now scatter, enveloping the entire swamp due to the nature of convection that circles the swamp. They will be carried by the wind deeper into the swamp. Not only would it be impossible to pinpoint Vikyr's location, but there would be room for her to feel surrounded. Who would feel that way? The master of this swamp. Vikyr raised his head and stared into the center of the swamp. Suddenly, a log floating on the surface sank deep, and something huge began to crawl out of the swamp through the thick water. Fog lizard danger rating, a plus size, 9 meters found in Ridge 8. Red and black mountains named Infinite Regeneration Dragon. A giant amphibian-like beast that lives deep in the swamps. It has strong territorial instincts and a gluttonous appetite, devouring everything that enters its swamp. They are feared by humans because of their unkillable ability to regenerate from any wounds. It has ruled this swamp for a very long time. An old, giant salamander emerged. Its entire body is covered in smooth skin and sticky slime. In its mouth were the arms and legs of several natives of an unknown tribe. Vikyr recognized him at a glance. This was Mushasu's rival. I suppose there was a great snake named Mushasu who had recently fallen prey to Beelzebub. That snake's rival was this giant right in front of him. The old salamander stretched out his body, growing larger and more powerful as he aged. The old salamander's head swiveled to look for the intruder in its territory, but it couldn't pinpoint a direction. That was because Vikyr had sent the straw he had been gathering into the wind, and at the same time smeared mud all over himself to cover his scent. Grrrrrrr, SSSSSSSHHH. The bog salamander clucked its tongue and continued to crawl across the swamp. Vikyr briefly considered fighting it but quickly dismissed the idea. His capture of Mushasu the other day was lucky in many ways. He had lost his territory to the floods and had been swept away. So he had lost a lot of stamina, and to replenish it, he had eaten at an uncharacteristic pace, leaving him sluggish. The hunt had been a relatively easy one, as we'd ambushed him while he was tired, full, and sleepy. An alien had helped, but not now. The old salamander was moderately hungry and very uncomfortable. Besides, isn't it a monster so strong that it's on par with Mushasu? If I were to fight him, I couldn't guarantee 100% success. Even if I could win moderately, there was no point in wasting my stamina in a place like this, given the upcoming fight with Madam. Except, there's something I can do with him. Vikyr waited until the salamander was completely out of the swamp, and there was something else he was aiming for. The straw he'd sent into the wind earlier wasn't just to hide his location. It was also to lure in some dangerous creature that might be lurking just beyond the wind's reach. It's almost time to come out, Vikyr thought as he carefully followed the salamander out of the swamp and into the woods. Then, the response came. As Vikyr's scent drifted across the jungle on the wind, the creatures began to respond. Minotaurs, ogres, trolls, and other large creatures responded. But none of them dared to enter the old salamander's territory. They could only salivate at the outer borders of the realm. But, just one. There was one creature that had no fear of the old marsh salamander and barged into his territory, wheeing, an ominous sound of flapping wings. It was an extremely eerie sound that made even the most powerful salamanders cower. Then, As the old salamander left the swamp and entered the forest in search of Vikir, something huge appeared in front of him. It was like a dark cloud, very tall, very wide, and very vast. It moved about, elongated like a snake, and soared upward. Vikir was familiar with this strange, shapeless creature. Bone-sucking mosquito equals / bone-sucking danger rating individual, D-danger rating swarm, S size, threem found in Red and Black Mountains. Ridge 9 nicknamed the bone-sucking mosquito. Not much is known about it except that it sucks bone, not blood. It was not a single giant but a swarm of many smaller ones. Wee. Mosquitoes flew in swarms, clinging to everything around them, even the salamander, which had traveled quite a distance from the swamp. Vikir looked at the mosquitoes and thought, "They are terrible creatures." These mosquitoes were worse than the ones people usually recognize. Normal mosquitoes stick their long, straw-like proboscis into flesh and drink blood. But it wasn't human blood that these mosquitoes craved. It was bones. They poke their long, pointed snouts into the bodies of their prey and suck out the bones, much longer than the average mosquito, and their victims lose all the bones in their bodies. What's even more horrifying is that these mosquitoes only suck on bones, leaving behind skin, flesh, blood, and intestines. The old salamander then proceeds to show us in real time what happens to those who get caught by these dreaded mosquitoes. Shh, the old salamander freaked out. He squirted mucus all over his body to ward off the mosquitoes' attacks, and he tried to turn and run back into the swamp. But the mosquitoes were much quicker to react. Attracted by Vikir's scent, these mosquitoes clung to the salamander's body, causing it, the mosquito, to die and harden to its mucus, while the late arrivals used the corpses of their companions as footholds to sting. Soon, the mosquitoes begin to suck out the salamander's bones. Swish, swish, swish. The fluid from the mosquito's saliva is exactly what dissolves the salamander's bones and turns them back into liquid. The salamander tried as hard as it could to get back into the swamp, but the fire spread it a few meters from the water's edge. It had lost all its bones to support its weight. The mosquitoes continued to swarm the swamp long after they'd eaten all the salamander's bones. Whir. That is until Vikir started a fire and used the smoke to scare away all the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. Vikir finally emerged from the swamp. He burned some wet leaves, just in case, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Smoke! Vikir looked around and nodded. The bone-sucking mosquitoes were terrifying. Each mosquito was small and weak, but the danger level of the whole swarm was far beyond common sense. Vikir turned his head to look at the swamp. The salamander had fallen to the ground just 2 meters from the swamp. Surprisingly, it was still alive. The bones in his body were gone and he was shivering, but he was still breathing, thanks to his tough skin and life force. Of course, it was obvious that its miserable existence would be short-lived, as it was nothing more than a watery shell. Vikir reached out and touched the salamander's body once, flesh and blood oozing from the tough hide, intestines floating around. Now he was nothing more than a bag of blood. Good, well done, that should be enough. Vikir tugged on the still-breathing salamander's tail. As the mana of a high-tier graduator passed through his body, he was able to pull the body of this huge monster. What's more, the old salamander's body was lighter because its bones were gone. Swoosh, swoosh. The salamander made a bizarre noise every time it was dragged, but it could do nothing about it. The lungs and other organs in its body were now all mixed up, so it couldn't even make a sound. Only thick tears dripped from his eyes. Consider this your karma for eating so many humans. Vikir's eyes are cold as he drags the salamander, a giant bag of blood and intestines. It had been a short preparation, a rather long one. Now that everything was in place, there was only one thing left to do, to meet the madam and to kill her. Then I will leave the jungle. And Balak, a return to Baskerville, I'll soon be back. Chapter 98, Madam Eight Legs, Part 4, Chapter 98, Madam Eight Legs, Part 4. The night had grown deep. Rumble, crash, the rain had subsided somewhat, but in its place, thunder and lightning became more frequent. Vikir raised his head to gaze at the massive rocky outcrop in front of him. This large cliff, composed of quartz and sandstone, stood alone, unlike the flat terrain around it. Many caves dotted the steep cliffs, their dark openings resembling the eyes of a watchful guardian hidden in the darkness. Sometimes, deep within the caves, quartz and amethyst crystals reflected the lightning's glow, making the cliff appear as if it were guarded by 100 eyes, watching in all directions. Vikyr clenched his teeth. From Baskerville to this place, the aftermath of flood. Throughout this journey, Vikyr's body, already highly trained, had become a tightly coiled mass of muscles. Vikyr began to climb the steep cliff with his bare hands. The muscles of his back and arms tightened and relaxed as he pulled and pushed himself up. Again and again, Vikyr carefully ascended the colossal rock formation whose height he couldn't even determine. Whack! Occasionally, the rocks he held onto would break with a thud, or loose stones would slip from the wall. Each time, Vikyr, without a scream, calmly used the strength of his other arm or leg to support himself or create a foothold. When there seemed to be nothing to grab or step on, he would take out the demon sword Beelzebub and firmly embed it into the wall to continue his ascent. Thanks to Mashasu's ability, he did all this without making a sound. After some time, how far had he climbed? As Vikyr thought he had reached the middle of the cliff, he spotted a cave. It was so narrow that only one person could fit inside, but it seemed quite winding and deep on the inside, giving off a cozy feeling, like a resting place made for someone who had climbed this far. However, Vikyr didn't enter the cave. Could it be a trap? This was where Madam's nest was located. He didn't think there would be a comfortable place beneath the dwelling of the most formidable monsters. There was a slight possibility that this was a cunningly designed trap to test the determination of challengers. If someone had struggled to reach this point, they might have easily succumbed to this temptation, but the experienced Vikyr still had plenty of stamina left. Without entering the cave, Vikyr cautiously observed its interior. And what do you know? Inside the cave, there was a pile of skeletal remains rolling around. Could it have been a former warrior who had come this far before? It seemed like they had entered the cave and never returned, eventually dying and leaving behind only their bones. Without entering the cave, Vikyr raised his head to glance at the top. Before long, he could see the reason why skeletons were rolling inside the cave. Slime, viscous liquids, resembling sputum mixed with Madam's secretions and excretions, began to flow down from above over time. It would normally be solid or viscous, but when it rained, it became more fluid. The accumulated mucus that had piled up heavily now began to dissolve in the rain. It flowed down, covering the entire area in front of the cave's entrance. On the surface, it looked like cream pouring down a giant cake, but the stench and foulness were beyond description. It would have been a disaster if I had entered the cave. Fortunately, Vikyr hadn't entered the cave or fallen asleep, so he quickly retreated from the entrance and moved to the side. Thankfully, there was a rock ledge jutting out like a roof right next to him, allowing him to avoid the slime shower. The slimy mixture of Madam's bodily fluids and excretions, upon touching the skin, caused immediate swelling and irritation. While Vikyr's skin was protected by the divine protection of Styx River, he still wanted to avoid coming into contact with that slime. Squish! Before long, the slime completely covered the entrance to the cave on the cliffside and flowed down the gentle slope inside the cave, filling it with a hazy, yellowish hue. The skeletons that had been rolling around inside began to float in the slime. It seemed clear that the warrior who had come here long ago, perhaps seeking rest in the cave, had fallen asleep and never managed to leave, eventually drowning. There wasn't just one cave like this, there were many scattered throughout. Temptations for rest were spread everywhere, and avoiding these hardships and climbing the treacherous cliffs required the patience of a superhuman. Fingernails peeled off, and fingerprints wore away. Whenever the thought of taking a break, even for a moment, crossed Vikyr's mind, he clenched his teeth even harder. As a hunting dog from Baskerville, all that remained of his existence was evil, destruction, and a relentless pursuit of the end. Vikyr continued to ascend the cliff, dodging the dripping slime and passing by dozens of caves with skeletons inside. How much time had passed? Eventually, Vikyr could see the summit of the peak through the thick fog and clouds. He had achieved his goal without falling during the climb or being covered in slime. His entire body's muscles and bones screamed in agony, but it was a dazzling achievement. Vikyr took a moment to look around at the summit. On the dark and muddy ground, stringy, sticky substances clung in abundance, blowing in the wind like strands of silk. The entire summit exuded a foul odor. The stench was so overwhelming that not even the rain and thunderstorms could wash it away. It's like a mass of meat rotting together. Vikyr took a step towards the center of the summit. Then, squelch, squish, the ground at the summit sucked in his foot, pulling it down as if he had stepped into a swamp. The sensation was as if his entire leg was being enveloped. Upon closer inspection, the ground was entirely covered in putrid flesh, which explained the unpleasant squelchy feeling. A revolting sensation crawled up his legs entirely. If he hadn't wrapped his legs entirely in leather, he would have already been itching terribly. I'll sink up to my waist if I stand still. Vikyr quickly moved his foot. Due to the ground's unpredictable nature, he had to carefully choose the firm footholds that protruded from the slime and rotten earth, avoiding the sticky mess outside. Vikyr soon realized the true nature of these yellowish protrusions that emerged from the slime and rotten earth. It was bones. Countless bones gathered to create the ground. They were intertwined with sticky slime, forming a massive mass. The stench emanated from beneath, from the less rotted chunks of flesh still lying there. These remnants, seemingly leftovers from Madam's meals, had decayed and fermented within the slime, emitting a vile mixture of toxins, foul odors, and intense heat. To avoid drowning in this swamp of slime and rotting flesh, Vikyr had to move carefully. Then something caught his attention. In the cave ahead, a sinister presence emanated, but that wasn't what made Vikyr stop in his tracks. It was the scattered remains, skeletons, and less decayed corpses of people from Balak. Brown skin, silver hair, distorted expressions of pain and fear. These were undoubtedly the villagers and wolves of Balak, a Bui, a Dul, a Selen, a Sael, a Sak, Agiel, Agun, and Atlat. These were faces Vikyr knew well, friends who had lived together for the past 2 years. If you were going to dig them up like this, you should have eaten them. Vikyr clenched his lips and gathered the remains of his friends in one place. Then, he silently offered a prayer. It was a warrior's ceremony performed before a decisive battle, a series of rituals that transformed the bonds of the past 2 years into resolve. And then, Vikyr lifted his head, his eyes glowing crimson. Flesh and bone fragments gradually formed a long line, leading to massive darkness at the far end. It was undoubtedly an underground cavern in the central part of the peak, a subterranean cave of flesh and bone. Whether in size or the venomous breath that was clearly being expelled from the cave's depths, Vikyr listened carefully to the sounds and odors transmitted from underground. No matter how many times he checked, the results were the same. The bizarrely bulging belly, the pulsating mass of flesh, the faint quivering sounds were unmistakable. Madam seemed to have no intention of crawling out into the open. She remained trapped within the subterranean lair. Considering the attack on Balak's village and her recent feeding frenzy, it was a reasonable assumption. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind erupted. Vikyr silently grabbed a bow from his back and fired an arrow, characteristic of Baskerville with its crimson aura. A single projectile streaked through the curtain of mucus and decaying fibers. Inside, it conveyed the message of the challenger. Before long, the sounds and toxins emanating from the cave ceased abruptly. Then, Yaak, a violent rage erupted, akin to volcanic eruptions from the infernal peak. The malice of Madam Eightlegs burst forth, and soon, the ominous and foreboding presence emerged from the foul meat den. An embodiment of nightmares brought to life under the deluge, an uncontrollable fear within the inevitability of destiny. The residents of the Dark Realm witnessed as torrential rain and lightning strikes revealed the ghastly visage of Madam Eightlegs. Chapter 99. Madam Eightlegs, 5. Chapter 99. Madam Eightlegs, 5. Madam Eightlegs equals danger level, S size. Discovery location, Red and Black Mountain Range. Ridge 10, commonly known as Madam of Calamity. The exact species name is unknown. Long ago, gigantic spiders roamed the depths of the oil hell, and Madam Eightlegs is thought to be a distant descendant, retaining the massive size of those ancient spiders. Her body is filled with repulsive venom, and her webbing, tougher than steel, is nearly unbreakable, except for the hellfire of the Cerberus. Vikyr gazed up at this enormous queen spider before him. Indeed, facing this overwhelming force, he now understood why the tribal warriors had been so worried and fearful. Before leaving Balak, Aquila had shown a worried expression. There isn't much known about Madam. The sorcerer Ahuman knew the most, but now he's gone. However, Aquila was unaware of one thing. Ahuman was a sorcerer from the Rococo tribe, and therefore had good knowledge of ancient demons recently. Vikir had acquired various secret documents from the Rococo tribe that had escaped the Red Death Plague. Surprisingly, among those documents were important texts that Ahuman, the sorcerer of Rococo, had not been able to obtain, one of which was a detailed analysis of the calamity's creatures. The monster compendium contained information on rare creatures such as the fog lizard and the bone-sucking mosquito, and Madam of the Calamity was no exception. The exact nature of Madam of the Calamity is not yet known. However, she bears a resemblance to the gigantic and horrifying spiders that appear in ancient history books, and it is expected that she will transform into a similar creature if she continues to grow over the long years. Currently, she lives in isolation in the abandoned land between the low hills beyond the Red and Black Mountain Range and the cold and harsh coast of the Endless Sea. However, unlike the quiet past, it feels as if she is now contemplating crossing the boundaries of the mountain range. Madam of the Calamity is always writhing in hunger, and if her intense appetite is combined with her relentless cunning and immense power, no creature in the ecosystem of the Red and Black Mountains can stop her. We are no exception. We must prepare for the nightmares that may soon come. The terror of the calamity. Vikir recalled various pieces of information and looked at Madam Eight Legs. Her massive body expanded and contracted with each breath. A thick, greenish toxic mist enveloped her entire body, and beyond it, 8 red eyes pierced through Vikir's whole being. Jock, finally. Madam Eight Legs reacted first. She raised her enormous front legs and struck the ground forcefully. Clang! The ground seemed to crease, and then a massive wave rose and engulfed Vikir. It consisted of sharp, shattered bone fragments. Decaying flesh, spider silk, and excrement mixed into a slimy ferment. Faced with this disgusting wave, Vikir could only force a bitter smile. I'm glad I came here hungry. If he had eaten something, he would have surely vomited. Even Vikir, who had a strong stomach, thought so. Puff, puff, puff. Vikir leaped to the side to avoid the wave. He couldn't just dodge it any which way. If he showed even the slightest opening, he could be dragged beneath the writhing ground or kicked by Madam Eight Legs' additional leg strikes. Vikir landed on a massive ribcage rising high to his side. KK lacked the archery he learned from Ayan. As Vikir's arrow flew, tracing a parabolic arc, Madam Eight Legs twitched slightly. Even the most formidable madam in the world sustained some injuries during the attack on Balak village. Although they were minor, dealing with annoying thorns embedded in her body was an unavoidable response. Madam dodged the arrow flying toward her eyes by moving her body slightly backward. SSS. A profound darkness enveloped her like a curtain. Madam's breath turned into a thick venomous mist. A streak of fallen lightning illuminated the surroundings with a brilliant light. It revealed just how cunningly Madam was preparing her next attack, although she seemed to be crouching in the darkness. The moment when her middle leg, which had stealthily risen up, was outlined in white light. Thud! Vikir thrust an arrow precisely into the gap that had appeared. It was like roasting beans in the fire. With that brief flash of light, Vikir could accurately aim his arrow at the target. The target was Madam's left eye. Crunch a sound as if the red glass were shattering. The arrow struck directly into Madam's head. Jahaak! Suddenly, one of her 8 perspectives went pitch black. At that very moment, thunder struck again. Flash! Another lightning bolt struck down. Quack K Kong! The sound followed slightly later than the light, becoming a beacon guiding Vikir's second arrow. Crunch! With this, Madam lost 2 of her eyes. After the flash, exactly 7 seconds later, a deafening noise erupted. Quasi-CK, the sound arrived a bit later than the light, and at that moment, Vikir was once again preparing for the next attack. Her 2 left eyeballs are gone. Vikir intentionally aimed for Madam's left side. Since 2 of her left eye orbs had been pushed away by the arrows, that side was now a blind spot. Vikir made a swift decision, like a seasoned hunting dog, and it paid off precisely. Madam seemed to sense that she had lost sight of the enemy when Vikir moved to the left. Seizing the opportunity, Vikir drew the demon sword Beelzebub and activated the aura of Graduator, an advanced skill, Baskerville's Fang. Gooey liquid aura surged through the 6 fangs. Quack, 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 quack. The elongated thrust created a massive crack. The hard chitinous armor shattered, and the soft flesh within made a squelching sound as it was torn into pieces. Dangjung, with a deafening roar, Madam's left front leg was severed. Jahahak. Madam screamed through the numerous breathing holes all over her body, but that wasn't the end of it. Jhoyak. Vikir's thrust cut through the air like a whip. Not only did he sever one of Madam's front legs, but he also stabbed into her abdomen and even struck the mucus sac from which the spider silk was drawn at the back. Jewel, 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 the spider silk began to flow. With mucus dripping, Madam, stumbling backward, became Vikir's target for a follow-up attack. After a successful strike, it was the essence of hunting to press on relentlessly without pause. Once you gain the upper hand, you must not let it slip away. However, Vikir hesitated for a moment, not proceeding with the attack. The instincts of an old hunting dog were screaming at him to retreat immediately. Vikir didn't hesitate and followed his instincts without a second thought. On the battlefield, there were times when listening to instinct rather than reason was wiser, and right at that moment, Poeok, Vikir's waist was instantly bent into an L shape. Madam's killing intent had surpassed Vikir's instincts. Where did it come from? From an unexpected direction. Madam's leg had sprung out and struck Vikir's body. At the moment his body was bent in shock, Vikir clearly witnessed it. The leg of Madam that he had just cut off had regenerated suddenly. Not only that, it had doubled in number. Yaralak kick. Madam raised her left front leg, seemingly mocking Vikir. Surprisingly, her front leg had split into 2 branches, starting from the point where it had just been severed. In other words, 2 new legs had grown from the place where it had been cut. Madam's incredible regeneration allowed her to perform such an absurd feat. Her legs had a bizarre structure that multiplied the more you cut them. Quasi-ck? Puck. Vikir fell lifelessly, buried like trash in a pile of bones. Madam's leg turned Vikir's body, which was solidified by the protection of the Styx River, into a ragged mess. His abdominal skin tore apart, and his intestines spilled out. His right leg was completely severed. The bones of his left leg were shattered into pieces and bent into an L shape. The shock also made one of his eyes and ears go deaf. A hero collapsed in an instant, and just like she had turned countless heroes into rotten flesh masses before, Madam managed to achieve something similar once again. Kick, 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 kick. Madam mocked with a triumphant attitude. Now only 6 eyes remained, and they softened as if forming a smiling expression. However, Madam soon had to wipe the smirk off her face. So, did you not know this fact? Cutting off a leg makes it 2. Vikir casually brushed himself off and stood up. At the same time, tsutsutsu, black steam began to rise from Vikir's entire body. The sound and smell of flesh burning, along with the emanating black smoke. But it wasn't flesh burning, it was infinite regeneration. The fog lizard, infinite regeneration dragon, a monstrous amphibian creature residing in the Beelzebub within Vikir's sword, had completely restored Vikir's body. Finally, Vikir spoke, but this much is within the margin of error. With a chilling voice that made Madam shudder, the hunting dog began to bare its teeth in earnest. Chapter 100, Madam 8 Legs 6. Chapter 100, Madam 8 Legs 6. Beelzebub / skills, -1 slot, Burn Cerberus A+ slot -2, Silent Heel Mushasu A+ slot -3, Super Regeneration Fog Lizard A+, the 3rd orb of the magic sword Beelzebub spat out red light. The spirit of a fog lizard raged within the orb. The destructive energy soon turned into wraith energy, coursing through the veins of Vikir's body. The skill Super Regeneration has been cast. Tsutsutsuts. His body was regenerating at an incredible rate, with black steam billowing from every muscle fiber. New legs sprouted from severed limbs, intestines regenerated, bones fused together, and gaping wounds healed themselves. Lizards are some of the most regenerative creatures in the water, able to regenerate their arms down to the tips of their fingers even if they've been cut off at the shoulders. Of course, regeneration on such a large scale is very draining, but it's far better than spending your life crippled. Of course, only in battle. within seconds of being reduced to a ragged mass on the ground. Vikir had perfectly reconstituted his body. Zock! Madame raised her forelegs and scratched the top of her head in confusion. Vikir cautiously backed away. If I'd gone in for a follow-up blow, I'd have been killed instantly. He had trusted his instincts and retreated when the first attack had been successful. If I had ignored the warnings of my instincts and moved forward just a little bit deeper for the next attack, I would have been crushed to death, and even the most regenerative of lizards wouldn't be able to do much about that. At least I'd still have a body to regenerate. Meanwhile, Madame was fidgeting, as if something had disturbed her earlier. It was the burning smell that wafted past her nostrils. The smell of fire, which spiders hate so much, was coming from nowhere. Then Madame realized where the smell was coming from. It was coming from her own ass. Crunch, crunch, the mucus sac on her ass where Vikir's blow had struck earlier, the mucus sac which normally sheds webs, was now wounded and burning. What was burning in that wound was definitely the dark flames of the oil system. "How does hellfire taste?" Vikir asked as he flew to the left. Earlier, when he had slashed at the spider's body, Vikir had activated one more skill in addition to releasing his aura. It was the burn skill he'd gotten from capturing Cerberus. Enemies slashed or impaled by the blade of the magic sword Beelzebub would suffer fatal burns. The infernal flames of Cerberus, Wraith's remains, would continue to scorch opponents. "Jaya!" Madame angrily rubbed her rump against the ground. But even so, the flames were not extinguished, and they burned more intensely. The mucus leaking from Madame's mucus sacs continues to draw in the flames, just as the flames are drawn in by the holes in the oil barrel. Once touched, it burns forever. That's the curse of Cerberus the Hellhound. Madame eventually admitted it. What a bother these infernal flames Cerberus has brought with him. Madame held her breath and expanded the hole in her ass, spilling the vast amount of mucus that had been contained inside onto the floor. Huge amounts of white liquid gurgled out. Vikir stretched back to avoid them. Suddenly, the flames that had been burning Madame's mucus sacs were all out of her ass. She had expelled a great deal of mucus at once. "Gag, gag." Madame turned around, her legs shaking in frustration. Then she turned to me. She did something that would have made Vikir shake his head. She stuck her leg into the burrow, swirled it around, and pulled out a small, round sphere. It was an egg. Vikir suddenly understood why Madame was so hungry all the time. Madame was pregnant and she was carrying many eggs inside her. However, with the current intruder draining her stamina to the max, there is only so much food she can eat. Ajakajak Quajujuk, Madame gobbled up her eggs, concentrated nourishment without hesitation. What a heartless mother! Without another word, Vikir raised his bow. Boom! An arrow flew out and headed for Madame. The arrow cut through the air sharply and lodged in her third eye from the left. Crack! The eyeball exploded like a raw egg, along with the aura that spun at high speed on the surface of the arrowhead. The flames of the oil system were transferred. Gah! Madame stretched out her legs in fury, but what awaited her at the end of the trajectory was a sword strike wielded by Vikir. Deng-jeng. Again, there was a crack as if the night sky was being split in two. This time, Madame's right front leg was severed and she sprawled across the floor. Thud! Vikir stepped back, dodging the poisonous blood that sprayed in all directions. Giggle, despite losing her front legs, Madame was not at all agitated. She simply retrieved another egg from her burrow, ate it, and regenerated 2 new legs from the severed limb. Poof, poof. Madame now had 10 legs. She could no longer attack with her severed legs as they would always grow back into 2. Vikir remained silent, watching Madame's every move. Finally, Vikir nodded. "I see, cut 1 make 2, right?" And with that, Beelzebub bared his 6 gnarled teeth poking out of Vikir's arteries. "Let's see how far it goes." Then, a black aura exploded madly from Vikir's entire body. Baskerville's 6th form. The blood aura at the tip of the magic sword burned as brightly as the sun as it descended toward Madame's legs once more. The pointed tip, like the teeth of a carnivorous animal, cut 6 trajectories in quick succession. Denjeng deng deng. The 2 newly grown legs were sliced off again, and Madame regenerated them as if it were hopeless. Poof! Woody, woody. Woody, 4 legs sprouted from where 2 legs had been severed. Vikyr let out another long stream of aura. The sensation of all the blood in his body being transformed into aura, a dazzling realm of martial power, feeling as if every vein in his body was on fire. Vikyr shot forward. The aura blade flashed out again. The high-speed rotating aura of the graduator sliced through Madam's rigid exoskeleton. 2 new legs sprouted from the severed limbs. Vikyr continued to burn the mana in his body to produce the aura, and each time he did, Madam grew more and more legs. Ja. Madam used her many legs to oviposit all over Vikyr's body. Puff, 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 puck. Despite the mind-numbing pain, Vikyr's eyes remained focused. He stood and endured the terrible agony like a seasoned hound from the age of destruction. The regenerative powers of the fog lizard once again heal Vikyr's body, but it could not do anything about the terrible poison that had infiltrated his body. The terrible poison dissolves into his blood, churning through his entire body. The graduator's aura scorches his veins, but it's clear he won't last long. Vikyr lifted his blurred vision and glared at the madam before him. The mockery on the madam's face was only getting worse. Kiririk ja? Madam raised her 2 forelegs in unison. As if to crush the staggering Vikyr in one fell swoop, it was quite a leisurely movement. But, stagger, for a moment. Madam stumbled too, not enough strength. No, Madam still had plenty of energy left, but why is her balance off? Suddenly, Madam realized. There were too many new legs sprouting from her 4 legs. She had just released all the mucus in her gut from the annoying burning of Cerberus flames. So she was now lighter. Add to that the weight of his many overgrown legs, and he's off balance for a moment. Vikyr did not miss the brief moment when Madam flinched at the unexpected shift in her center of gravity. Vikyr launched himself with a sharp cry. The poison made his mind foggy. He knew by instinct that this was his last chance. Madam panicked and flailed to steady herself, but her 2 front legs were already too heavy and she couldn't help but fall to one side. Furthermore, her 3 left eyeballs were so blinded by the distance that she couldn't see the trajectory of Vikyr's leap. Madam stretched out her middle leg to stop him, but her aim was off. Vikyr then stabbed Beelzebub into the spider's abdomen, which was now empty and missing its middle leg. Ta-da! As it turned out, Vikyr's aura could not penetrate Madam's abdomen. That's because beneath her lower abdominal sac was a solid breastplate, a shield that was strong enough to block even the aura of a graduator. Vikyr's sword caught in a groove in Madam's breastplate. In this aspect, Madam was lucky and Vikyr was unlucky. However, Vikyr hadn't aimed to plunge his sword into Madam's chest in the first place. Yeah, with all his might. Vikyr pushed at Beelzebub. The needle of the awl against the hard breastplate pushed it back. That's right, I can't pierce, but I can push. Madam was off-center under the weight of her heavy 4 legs and the empty weight of her mucus sac. Vikyr's superhuman strength eventually knocked Madam sideways, and next to her was the ground, which was weakened by squishy flesh and decaying bone. In this aspect, Madam was unlucky and Vikyr was lucky. Jaya? Madam panicked and flailed her foot, but it was cut off by an additional aura blade from Vikyr. Vikyr's skillful cut was precise, targeting only the weak joint at the end of the leg. It was an almost instinctive slash, impossible with his blurred vision. Soon enough, new legs stretched out, but it was too late. Thud, thud, thud. Madam slammed into the soft ground and rolled toward the base of the cliff. For the first time in her life, Madam shudders at the unfamiliar sensation. The color in her last remaining eyeball is clearly fear. She tried to squeeze webs from the mucus sacs on her tail and cling to the rock face, but it was impossible now. Cerberus' infernal fire had drained it all out earlier. Thud, thud, thud. Madam bounced and rolled a few times off the top of the craggy peak before plunging straight down the cliff, and it was the same for Vikyr. Madam did not go alone as she fell to the cliff. At the last moment, she stretched her overgrown legs as far as they would go and pulled her resentful foe who had pushed her down with her. Soon, Vikyr and Madam were falling straight from the top of the craggy peak toward the ground below. And then, in one last desperate effort, Vikyr pulled out his secret weapon. Puck! Vikyr struck Madam in the chest, sending her flying off to the side. Beside him, he can see the struggling Madam falling toward the ground at a rapid pace. Vikyr's recoil puts him farther away from Madam, but he's still falling at a high pace. Unlike Madame, however, who was screaming in terror, Vicyr simply closed his eyes tightly and held his breath. It wasn't fear of the shock of hitting the ground. It was preparation to land. And then, I could see the ground. It was rapidly approaching, but what greeted Madame and Vicyr on the ground was clearly different. Madame was simply falling toward the ground, but where Vicyr was falling, there was a large object waiting for him. It's a water balloon inflated to bursting. A cushion of something squishy stuffed inside tough leather. It was the gassy, bloated carcass of a fog lizard. Chapter 101, Longing 1, Chapter 101, Longing 1. Boom, a thunderous noise as if a balloon burst echoed through the disaster-stricken area. For a moment, Vicyr felt his sanity snap. A tremendous shock coursed through his entire body. However, the seasoned hunting dog managed to narrowly escape the brink of death once again. He clung to his severed consciousness thread and endured the impact of the fall with gritted teeth. Amidst the chaos, he raised his head and assessed his body. At least, it seemed like his limbs were still intact. Even through the agony, Vicyr let out a sigh of relief, knowing that his external body was intact. It was time to check his internal injuries. Surprisingly, his internal condition was better than he expected. His skull was cracked open, every rib was shattered, and every other bone was fractured. Both legs were bent in odd directions, muscles, organs, and blood vessels were ripped apart, but it stopped short of total destruction. For an ordinary person, these injuries would be enough to kill several times over. However, for Vicyr with his otherworldly regenerative abilities, they were manageable injuries. That was close. Vicyr checked the massive cushion that he had fallen onto. It was the decaying corpse of the fog lizard, which had been filled with gas due to the mosquitoes that had eaten away at its bones, leaving only soft flesh and organs. When Vicyr was climbing the precipice, this unfortunate fog lizard was alive, but it seemed to have died while Vicyr was fighting Madame on the mountaintop. The fog lizard's corpse had decomposed, causing gas to accumulate inside it. When Vicyr fell on top of it, the gas had exploded like a balloon. Naturally, this didn't mean that all the shock had been mitigated. Even when falling into the water, there was still an impact. Despite the lingering pain, Vicyr managed to sit up. Still, I'm lucky there were no bones left in the fog lizard. If the fog lizard's corpse had solid bones inside, Vicyr would have suffered an even greater shock from colliding with it. Fortunately, the mosquitoes that ate the fog lizard's bones left nothing behind, allowing Vicyr to narrowly escape with his life. However, one issue remained: the overpowering stench. The fog lizard's corpse had exploded due to the fall, scattering gas, putrefied organs, and blood all over the place. The stench was bone-chilling. The creature was already emitting a repugnant odor as a fog lizard, and now, with the addition of putrefaction, the smell transcended imagination. If Vicyr were to leave this place, he might have to spend several days in a bathhouse just to get rid of the stench. But that was not the primary concern at the moment. Vicyr had something else to check first. He turned his gaze to a sturdy rocky area in the distance, and on top of it lay a sprawling mound of flesh, now turned into a bloody mess. Madame, the ruler of the mountains, as powerful as she was, apparently couldn't withstand the impact of the fall off the cliff. Well, she did suffer significant injuries during the attack on the Balak's village. Her entire exoskeleton had been shattered. Her ribs, muscles, internal organs, and blood vessels had burst, and many of her legs were bent in strange directions. However, surprisingly, Madame was still alive. She managed to half-rise, trembling as she struggled to stand. Beneath her, her mangled internal organs spilled out. Vicyr slowly extended his steps towards Madame. Madame, just like a human, would surely feel fear when confronted with the impending shadow of death so close. Madame trembled as she met Vicyr's crimson eyes, her entire body quaking. From deep within her bones, or rather her exoskeleton, was an overwhelming emotion, pure, unadulterated fear, 100% fear. "Are you scared? Are you also afraid of death?" Vicyr twisted his dried-up lips into a dry smile, his mouth coated in dried blood. Inside her shattered bones and fragments of her brain, Madame felt them shrinking. With each step Vicyr took, her ribs protruded and her heart thudded like a drumbeat. The elderly Madame, who had lived for a long time, had sharpened her intelligence and memory to an exceptional degree. She was firmly etching Vikir's current appearance into her mind. Flickering vision, impending fear, encroaching death, and the hunting dog right before her, death incarnate. With every ounce of her strength, the shamaness emitted a weak cry like that of a small, frail child. Madame, seemingly out of her senses, staggered backward, solely driven by the intent to escape, showing no signs of counterattack. Puck, 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 the spears pierced like fangs. Vikir's relentless assault continued. Although he only used his body weight to thrust, Beelzebub had managed to pierce her bit by bit. Payback, karma. The souls of Balak warriors who had died without any wrongdoing, and the countless souls of indigenous tribes from the jungle, had all imbued Vikir's wrists with strength. Madame's accumulated karma, turned into experience points that had made her stronger over the years, was not helping her at this moment. The hands of these many souls, who were pulling her into the abyss, were undoubtedly the embodiment of reaping what one sows. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Eventually, Madame's soul began to be drawn into the Beelzebub bead. Beelzebub /skills. Slot 1. Burn Cerberus A+. Slot 2. Silent Heal Mushasu A+. Slot 3. Superfast Regeneration Fog Lizard A+. 3 formidable monsters with a danger level of a plus. The spirits of these creatures originally occupied one of the 3 slots beneath Beelzebub's blade, forming an intense power balance, and now the newcomer, Madame's spirit, disrupted that equilibrium. Madame's soul was the first to seek out the slot occupied by the not-so-friendly Cerberus. Grrrrrrrrrr, the soul of Cerberus, which had long occupied the first slot of the red bead, bared its teeth in alertness to Madame's intrusion. Cerberus remembered the disgrace of having its territory stolen from it during its living years, being driven away to the 7th ridge, and even now as a spirit. However, the hierarchy of spirits usually didn't differ much from their living counterparts. Even as a spirit, Madame remained ferocious. Jayak, like in her living days. Madame snatched away the territory Cerberus had occupied and settled in its place. Beelzebub /Eskills. Slot 1. Deadly Poison Madame 8 Legs S. Slot 2. Silent Hill Mushasu A+. Slot 3. Superfast Regeneration Fog Lizard A+. Finally, the first slot of Beelzebub had changed owners. As a result, the passive skill Vikir acquired was Deadly Poison Chinese letter, a venom that carried Madame's profound malice, which was said to have no equal in this world. This sinister blood flowed into Vikir's body and dissolved into his crimson veins. While it wouldn't harm Vikir himself, it could be fatally poisonous to others. Meanwhile, even at this moment, Madame was frantically fleeing as if she were insane. Despite becoming a part of the spirits and becoming prey for Beelzebub, she still maintained some level of consciousness and continued her escape. Perhaps it was due to her brain being fragmented and divided into several pieces. Vikir had initially tried to withstand by stabbing his knife into Madame's back, but his consciousness was dwindling rapidly. Lately, he had climbed cliffs without eating or sleeping, and his body had been reconstructed almost twice, so his stamina was on the brink of exhaustion. Moreover, he had released so much aura that the blood vessels throughout his body were about to burst. If he were an ordinary swordsman, he would have died several times or become a cripple by now. Thunk, thunk, from beyond his fading consciousness, the sounds of a beast's roar could be heard. If a pack of wild dogs are coming, it's going to be a big problem. Even the renowned Madame 8 Legs was emitting a venomous aura, and no monster in the world would dare to approach her. However, Vikir wasn't in a relaxed state to think about it. In the end, thud, Vikir collapsed onto the ground. A vast amount of time or a momentary sleep arrived. In the darkness behind his eyelids, many faces flickered. Faces he had left behind during the era of destruction and those he had met after his return. Faces like Chihuahua, Cindy Wendy, Pomeranian, Aquila, Camus, Ayan, Dolers, Adolf, and others appeared and disappeared on the surface of his consciousness without any apparent connection. Among them, he even saw the faces of Hugo and Ahuman. In an instant, regeneration. Vikir suddenly regained consciousness and stood up. How many days, hours, minutes, or perhaps seconds had passed, he still felt battered and bruised, and his vision was blurry. As he waited for his sight to clear, he felt the warm sensation of a tongue licking his face. It was Kira, the wolf, inspecting Vikir's face. Beside him was Ayan, Vikir's close companion. Ayan had a worried look on her face and seemed like she could burst into tears at any moment. "Vikir, are you awake? Can you see me? Hey, I'm Ayan, over here, look here," Ayan exclaimed. "Vikir, you're alive, I'll fetch some medicine right away. Poison, we need to cleanse the poison from him. Let's get him to the village quickly." In a quiet world with just a handful of voices, Ayan's slow, murmured words, the distorted view, and the gathering of familiar faces surrounded him. Is this a dream? With this thought, Vikir lost consciousness once more. Chapter 102, Longing 2, Chapter 102, Longing 2, Vikir opened his eyes. He had a good night's sleep without any nightmares. He had half awakened out of habit, always prepared for ambushes and other possible disasters, but this time he had slept soundly as if he were dead vulnerable. Of course, when he woke up, his body's wounds had completely healed. This was partly due to the regenerative power of the fog lizard, but also because various medicinal herbs had treated both the inside and outside of his body. "Where is this?" Vikir sat up. He was lying on a soft fur rug on a dry straw mat, covered with a clean cotton blanket. There were even various medicines and bandages wrapped around his entire body. When he looked around, he recognized the structure of the house below the cliff, and when he looked down, he saw the owner of the room at his feet. It was Ayan. Just as Vikir was about to ask what had happened, a voice came from the entrance of the house. "Ayan, did he wake up?" Aquila, the night fox, looked down at Vikir. She had aged quite a bit since he had last seen her a few days ago. Sunken cheeks and shadows under her eyes. The years she had been suppressing with her strength had caught up with her. Aquila sat down next to Vikir's bedside and, glancing briefly at the sleeping Ayan, said, "Ayan carried you here after you passed out. She ran day and night for 3 days." Was that so? Ayan, who had not eaten or slept for several days and had rushed here with all her might, was now asleep at Vikir's bedside, unwilling to leave. Vikir looked down at the sleeping Ayan, her fingers clenched around her own toes. Aquila asked Vikir, "What on earth happened?" Vikir hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I tried to kill Madam," the complete death of Madam. Vikir hadn't confirmed it to the end, so he only spoke about the events leading up to it. "I couldn't defeat her with my strength alone, so I threw her down to the mountain. It was quite a struggle, but I was lucky to survive. I regret that I couldn't completely cut off Madam's breath." Vikir spoke calmly, but in truth, this was a remarkable feat. Madam, who had tormented the indigenous people of the mountains for so many years, had finally been driven away by a young hero's hand. Now, the indigenous people no longer needed to offer sacrifices. They could use their light even on dark nights, and they no longer had to cower in fear during stormy nights. This was enough to earn him the title of savior of all the tribes. Aquila expressed her amazement throughout Vikir's story, and then, without hesitation, she told Vikir what he had been curious about. "After you passed out, Madam escaped from the scene. The warriors of the Balak tribe followed you, but the deadly poison she had spread in all directions made it impossible to approach her recklessly. Rescuing you was all we could do. Whether it was intentional or not, Madam had fled, leaving deadly poison in all directions. Due to the toxic mist created by them, the warriors and wolves could not reach her and eventually could not cut off her breath." But Aquila said with determination, "But Madam must be dead by now." When Vikir turned his head, Aquila affirmed, "With those injuries, she can't last long." That was true. Madam's entire body had twisted and she had lost various vital organs. Her heart, liver, lungs, intestines, and other vital internal organs had all been pushed out of her body and were dragging on the ground, and even her exoskeleton had been completely destroyed. Even her bones had shattered, and her brain inside had been torn into several pieces, so there was a very slim chance of Madam surviving. Aquila had a reason to be so confident. Moreover, Madam fled to the cold valley, known for its extreme cold even in the flood. Even in July, it's a place where ice forms. With a body that's been completely destroyed, she can't withstand the harsh climate there. In other words, Madam would either die from her injuries, starve to death because she couldn't move, or freeze to death in the cold valley. No matter how you looked at it, there was no fate for Madam other than death. Therefore, Vicur became the hero of the flood, the one who killed Madam. Hero. You say that's an exaggeration. Vicur lowered his head modestly, and Aquila smiled dryly. Is this still excessive praise? As soon as Aquila finished speaking, she swept the curtain at the entrance of the house, and at that moment, Vicur couldn't help but widen his eyes. Outside the house, there was a massive crowd that seemed to number more than 4 digits. They all knelt down, closed their eyes, and prayed with their hands together. We wish for the recovery of Vicur, the hero of the mountains. Please accept our prayers. Not only the major tribes, such as Balak, Rococo, and Renaissance, but also a few small tribes with unfamiliar appearances and clothing. Their ways of prayer were different, but their wishes were the same. All of them surrounded Vicur's house as one and performed a ritual. And then, in an instant, wow! When they saw Vicur awake, they all jumped up, rolled on the ground, and shouted in joy. It was the moment when all the tribes united under Vicur's achievements. That night, the whole series of events and incidents came to a quiet end. The festival of eating, drinking, and enjoying that lasted all night, and the memorial service for the deceased, both ended at the same time. Those who survived were filled with a sense of duty, sadness, relief, or joy, and made new resolutions. And everything came to an end, and the night grew quiet. Vicur closed his eyes and checked his body's condition. I've regained it, the prime of my former life. Deep within his body, a bubbling aura could be felt. This thick aura, which had been boiled to the extreme and had become almost solid, was closer to a solid than a liquid. Peak Graduator. This was a level that Vicur had reached before his regression. In addition to that, the swordsmanship of the Baskerville style also evolved. The 6th Fang he had drawn when facing Madam, and at some point, another small Fang had grown behind it. Baskerville's 7th Fang. The 7th Fang surpassed the 6th Fang with a huge margin. Vicur had managed to create the 7th Fang after his battle with Madam. He couldn't explain the exact reason, but he could only think of it as a natural phenomenon that occurred as his understanding of martial principles deepened during moments of crisis. He had fully recovered the combat power of his prime before regression, and he had even obtained the Baskerville 7th style. Vicur's swordsmanship before regression was only at the 4th style, and considering that the current head of the Baskerville family, Hugo Le Baskerville, was at the 7th style, this was truly an incredible achievement. However, Hugo is a swordmaster. No matter how similar their levels of swordsmanship might be, Hugo was a master, while Vicur was a peak graduator. He had not yet broken through the barrier to become a master. Still, I reached the level I reached when I was 40 at the age of 17, so there's a long way to go. If anyone else knew this fact, they would be astonished. Even the past swordmasters of the Baskerville family, who were known as the greatest masters in history, could not achieve such a feat. Furthermore, Vicur had the confidence that even if he were to face Hugo in a one-on-one battle, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. If it's a life-or-death battle rather than a sparring match, victory is not impossible, Vicur thought, recalling Hugo's face in his mind. At the same time, he drew Beelzebub, which now had a much longer blade than before, from his wrist. Clang! With its engraved crimson patterns, Beelzebub exuded an even more ominous aura than before. The reason was Beelzebub's slash skills. Slot 1, Deadly Poison Madam 8 Legs S. Slot 2, Silent Heal Mushasu A+. Slot 3, Super Fast Regeneration Fog Dragon A+. It was all because of a giant phantom that recently joined. Madam 8 Legs. After a part of her soul became a phantom and merged with Beelzebub, this already dangerous weapon became even deadlier. Deadly Poison. Madam's terrifying malice, which could kill a person with just a tiny amount, had now infused into this weapon, making it even more deadly. Vicur examined the result he obtained from killing Madam for a while. Then, suddenly, Vicur's thoughts went elsewhere. Come to think of it, what should I do with this? Vicur's gaze turned to the pocket inside his black cloak. As he reached into the pouch, he felt what he expected. A soft, small sphere. This large black sphere was an egg laid by Madam 8 Legs during the battle. Madam had been consuming her own eggs one by one to recover her strength. This was the last egg she left behind. Vicur had picked it up on a whim as it fell. I didn't expect it to survive the impact of the fall. The egg was remarkably durable. Even after several punches, It didn't break and instead bounced back with resilience. Others didn't know what this black egg was, so Vikier had left it alone for now. I wonder if it will hatch, since it had left its mother's embrace. There was a possibility that it wouldn't hatch properly. It might have been a stillbirth, or it could have been damaged inside. Vikier decided to keep the egg for now. It might come in handy as research material someday. Now, it's time to leave. Vikier lay down on a pile of straw. Over the past 2 years he had seen, heard, and experienced many things in the mountain. He had accumulated experiences he would never forget in his lifetime. He had fully regained his combat power from before regression and had learned various important knowledge. But he couldn't stay here forever because there was still much to do back home. Someday, when I finish all my plans, it might be okay to come back here. As Vikier recalled his future plans, someone knocked on the curtain of the house. Eventually, someone entered the house where Vikier was lying. Squeak. The night breeze, dewy and moist, entered and extinguished the candles inside the house. Vikier gazed into the darkness, where a shadow loomed beyond. It was Ayin. She stood there, silhouetted against the bluish night sky, with countless galaxies of stars as her backdrop, looking down at Vikier, but something was different. Vikier. Ayin's voice calling Vikier sounded unusually serious. She had always been quiet and solemn, but today, for some reason, she seemed even more serious and resolute. Soon after, Ayin approached Vikier closely. Then, in a calm voice, she said, "Can you help me?" Chapter 103. Longing 3, Chapter 103. Longing 3 need help. What? Vikier raised his upper body. There was nothing covering his upper half as it emerged from under the blanket. Ayin stared at Vikier like that. "It's Bakira." Bakira? Vikier looked puzzled. Bakira was a wolf who had grown up with Ayin since a very young age. Perhaps because their names were similar. She always found it fascinating that their personalities were quite similar. Ayin stared deeply into Vikir's eyes and said, "It seems like it's time for Bakira to find a mate too." "Is that so?" "Yes. When males reach a certain age, they need a mate." Ayin paused for a moment in her speech and fell silent. Then, in a small voice, she added, "Females too." Vikier furrowed his brow at her words. He knew that Bakira had entered his mating season. It wasn't just Bakira, all the wolves were the same. While males were in a constant state of arousal, females had their mating season about twice a year, with intervals of 7 to 8 months. Swelling of the genitals and frequent secretion of bloody discharge were common, and lately, whether male or female, they all howled at the sky and couldn't sleep. Vikier asked, "But what do you want help with?" In response, Ayin nodded her head and replied, "Do you remember when Bakira was badly injured during Madam's attack?" "I do. At that time, his right leg, exactly. He was poisoned by Madam and lost his leg because of it." Ayin let out a small sigh and continued, "Bakira became a hind leg, not a front leg, but a hind leg. He's in a state where he can't mate properly because of how his hind leg turned out." "Is that so?" Due to the nature of canines, mating is impossible with one hind leg missing. They can't maintain balance. So unless someone provides artificial assistance, Bakira will undoubtedly decline naturally. Ayin said, "I want to help Bakira. Can you help me?" "What can I do?" Vikier stood up and shook himself. Upon seeing this, Ayin smiled with her face bathed in moonlight. With that, Ayin led Vikier out of the barracks. After passing through the village fence and wading a bit into the water, they came to an open meadow. There, standing on 3 legs, was Bakira, breathing heavily, and in front of him, a familiar wolf. It was a young female who often accompanied Bakira on his hunts. Ayin looked at Bakira in the distance and spoke. Bakira used to be the idol of all the female wolves in the village. He was big, he was a good hunter, and his fur was lustrous. But after Madam's attack, everything went to hell. Bakira lost his right hind leg, leaving him unable to hunt, but nevertheless, this female was still interested in him. "You know the seeds are fine." At Ayin's words, Vikier remembered her words from the ox-bear hunt. The Balak warrior's criteria for choosing a mate is much like the ox-bear's. An individual with good seed but young, and if she is wounded and weak, all the better. Meanwhile, Bakira moaned softly at the female who had come around him and nuzzled his face. He licked his tongue carefully over the female's body. The female licked his fur in return. Then they wrapped their bodies around each other in the moonlight. Bakira moved behind her and placed her forelegs on her back. But then, thud, One of the legs to support the back is missing, so it just falls to the side. The female waited patiently with her eyes closed, even as she licked her nose repeatedly with her tongue. Bakira stood up and climbed back onto the female's body, but this time without a hind leg. He lost his balance. Ayan, watching from afar, narrowed her eyes. He's been like that since yesterday. Vikir nodded too. He could see what Ayan was worried about. Next, Vikir and Ayan approached Bakira. Ayan limped on her right leg, which had been grazed by Adonai's poisoned arrow. And Bakira staggered, having lost his right leg to the madam. "Get up and try again," Ayan says to Bakira. Bakira didn't seem too bothered by Vikir and Ayan's approach. That's what it means to be a trusted colleague. The female was still waiting patiently behind them. Bakira climbed up behind her again. Ayan had cut down a log to make a prosthetic leg, but Bakira's movements were too violent for the prosthetic. Eventually, Vikir had to hold his lower body to support his weight, and Ayan had to press the female's hips and legs against his prosthetic to help him get into the right position. Ayan slapped Bakira in frustration. "You idiot! The other side has a mind too, so be more aggressive, push more, you're a male, you're supposed to be stronger." As she yelled, Bakira's movements changed slightly. The female also became more cooperative and receptive. Eventually, with a scream, the female's purpose was fulfilled. It's a full moon night. Ayan and Vikir stand below a female wolf and a male wolf making love. Bakira and the female wolf clung to each other, unwilling to be separated, and Vikir and Ayan had to hold them together. Then, Bakira jerked away. Only a few minutes had passed, but Bakira had gotten off the female's back and was trying to turn around. Vikir sounded dejected. "Is it over already? He just put it in number watch." Ayan shook her head, true to his word. Bakira was falling off the female's body, but it wasn't. Bakira turned around and butted up against the female. It was a unique way for wolves to mate. It was only after this change in position that Vikir and Ayan were able to pull away from the two wolves. Bakira and the female were now well on their way. Neither Vikir nor Ayan said a word to each other as they watched the wolves' harsh breathing. There was an awkward air between them. After a few minutes like that, Bakira was finally separated from the female. It is Mother Nature's providence that if there is a union, there is a separation. So there was no need to be ashamed of the relationship or regretful about the separation. They were part of the natural order of things, as natural as the wind blowing, the rain wetting, the sun spinning, the sea surrounding, and the land connecting. Bakira laid on his belly on the cool, grassy floor. It must have consumed a lot of stamina to stick out your tongue and gasp for not being able to sweat. The female lay beside him, her eyes glazed over. "That's it." Vikir and Ayan pulled away from Bakira. Bakira and the female wolf remained in the meadow, nuzzling each other's faces. Vikir and Ayan walked back to the village, leaving the two newly married wolves behind. It was just beginning to fog up the dawn. "Thank you." "You too." Vikir waved off Ayan's thanks. There was a lingering sense of awkwardness in the conversation. It hadn't happened in the past 2 years. With that, Vikir walked back into the barracks. He'd been planning to leave, but the thought of it made him feel sick. The dampness of the barracks in the early morning light felt both familiar and foreign. Vikir lay down on his straw bunk. But after a while, he couldn't sleep. Perhaps he would have to see the sunrise before he could sleep. Just then, a rustle, the sound of something moving outside the barracks door. I look up and see a pale shadow peeking over the curtain. I can just make out the silhouette now. Ayan, for some reason. She hasn't gone to her own barracks but is standing in front of Vikir's, hesitating over something. Vikir considers asking what's going on, but decides against it. He was tired from helping Bakira mate, and he figured that if she needed anything else, she'd just barge in like she always did. But Ayan just stood there in front of Vikir's barracks for what seemed like an eternity afterward. After what seemed like an eternity, the shadows slowly thinned. Was it an illusion? Vikir peered over the veil through closed eyelids. The dawn dew slowly dried in the distant morning light. The shadow of Ayan on the banner had vanished completely. Vikir was already asleep. Chapter 104, Longing for, Chapter 104, Longing for. Madam Eight Legs has been missing for 2 months. Bakira was now a father. 5 wolf pups nursed peacefully in their female wolf's coat. Meanwhile, Vikir observed the female wolf as she nursed her pups. A black ball was trapped between the wriggling puppies. Madam Eight Legs' egg. It had the appearance of a large black pearl, but it was smooth and soft to the touch. Vikyr had been trying for 2 months to convince the wolves to keep the egg safe. The wolves' warmth and care, however, had made no difference to the egg. The only difference is that the newborn puppies continue to nibble on the soft, fluffy egg and smear it with their saliva. Vikyr realized that any further experiments with Madam's eggs were futile, and he prepared to resume his long journey, return to the Empire. And now we return to Baskerville. It's finally time. It's time for the iron-blooded hound's vengeance. It was time for him to go back home. When Vikyr announced his departure from Balak's village, all of Balak's warriors sent envoys, including Balak. All the other tribes also sent envoys. Aquila did not stop Vikyr when he declared his intention to leave. He was not a slave, so why stop him? Once you're family, you're always family, and even if you're separated by great distances, your ties grow stronger, not weaker. However, Aquila invited the envoys from each tribe who had gathered to bid Vikyr farewell and held a grand banquet to decorate the celebration. Everyone at the banquet loved and respected Vikyr, but no one said "see you" or "see you again" to him. There are no such words in the Balak language. Aquila didn't even say anything to Vikyr about looking forward to their next meeting. "See you again" does not exist in the Balak language. They believe that once a relationship is formed, it is unbreakable and transcends time and space. They were together even when they were apart. That's why they don't expect to say goodbye. Aquila spoke to Vikyr in a warm voice. "Whenever and wherever you are a Balak hunter, and you are part of our family. Do not forget that." Vikyr was silent for a moment. For some reason, he felt tingling in the deepest parts of his chest. For the first time, a feeling of belonging settled in Vikyr's heart that he hadn't felt in any other place since his return. It was almost as if leaving the mountains and returning to Baskerville was like leaving home and going to a strange place. Aquila continued, "You are a proud Balak warrior and a hero of the mountain. If you are in trouble, we will help you to the best of our ability, no matter where you are or who you are up against." It wasn't just the warriors of Balak who responded to Aquila's words. All the native tribes of the mountain, from the shamanic Rococo to the berserker Renaissance, cheered on Aquila's words and encouraged Vikyr. "Our hero, call us anytime, we'll come to your aid. Think of us sometimes, we love you." Awesome. Vikyr, go back and take over the empire. May the path of a hero be filled with only blessings. Most of all, the young men of Balak, with whom I had cried, laughed, and slept for the past 2 years, were the most sad to see Vikyr go. Ahun was the worst of all. He was reduced to tears. He thumped his chest like a gorilla and shouted, "Vikyr, you can come back anytime. We'll be here waiting for you, and if you have any problems, you can always call us. Brother Vikyr, you have to write to me often, you have to, or else I'm going to." Beside him, Ahul, who had grown much taller by now, looked at Vikyr with a moist gaze. She handed the departing Vikyr a lunchbox wrapped in leaves, having grown so much in the past 2 years that she could hardly be considered 15 years old. Inside was a skewer of creamy caterpillars, a precious food. Vikyr's dry smile curved the corners of his mouth. He couldn't remember laughing much before or after his regression, but here in mountains, he laughed a lot. He had laughed more in 4 months here than he had in 40 years in his previous life. "Farewell, Vikyr, our hero." Without a "see you later," the warriors of Balak waved to Vikyr with a mixture of amusement and regret in their eyes, and then Vikyr left the mountains he had been fond of in the midst of everyone's farewell. No, not all of them. Vikyr searched the crowd for a face, but never found it. Ayan, for some reason. She hadn't shown up in town since she'd heard Vikyr say he was leaving town. She didn't even show up for Vikyr's farewell ceremony. Everyone was puzzled because she usually followed Vikyr wherever he went. It can't be right. Vikyr stood outside the village, glanced back at the empty Ayan barracks, and stood there for a few seconds. Then he turned on his heel and walked away from his beloved Balak village. His steps in the direction of the border of the mountains were weak for the first few steps, but then they began to pick up steam. It's really time to go back now. Vikyr soon left the edge of the mountains. Standing on a high rocky peak, he could see a familiar citadel ahead, the Red Castle. It was a mining fortress built by the mages of Morg to mine the rubies of Red All Mountain. Massive earthen walls, wooden fences, and stone buildings rose crudely but majestically. It had apparently been hardened over the past 2 years to keep the natives at bay. A land of endless veins of crimson ruby, with dark clouds gathering in swirls above, the landscape still bathed in the ominous colors of red and black. Still mining rubies, Victor walked slowly toward Morg's citadel. He was returning after 2 years. Suddenly, he remembered the face of Camus Morgue, the former head of the place. Was she still there? If she had grown up well, she would be a mature woman now, 17 years old and well within the marriageable age. But that was the life of ordinary noble families. But Camus, born into the noble clan of Morgue, was quite different. When are you going to start at the academy? I'll probably be admitted a year or two ahead of schedule. It would be so much fun if we could all be first-year students together. Suddenly, I remembered how 2 years ago she had followed me around and nagged me. Did I tell you that I was thinking of applying for early admission to the academy? 2 years ago, when she was 15. She had already said that she was thinking about early admission to the academy, so maybe she was already there. You must have forgotten about me. At 17, you're a grown-up. An 8-year-old crush would be nothing more than a shy, fading memory. Victor smiled dryly and headed out into the wilderness. The wind blew through the cotton fields. Just then, "Hey, slave!" a voice called out to Victor from behind. Turning his head, Victor saw a silver-black-haired, pointy-eared woman who just turned 19 staring at him. Ayan. She stood with her back to the cotton wind, her eyes red with tears. "Are you really going?" "Really?" Ayan asked in a deep voice, and Victor responded with silence. Then Ayan stepped in front of him. "If you're going to go, take this with you." Victor's eyes widened as he saw Ayan reach out a trembling hand and give it to him. It was a large bow. It was a black bow with a dark light all over it, a giant bow that Adonai had used in the past. There was even a bowstring that had never existed. Victor realized that the white, tough string on the black bow was made from the tanned silk of Madame Eight-Legged Spider's web. The same tough spring from which Madame had made and stored her webs had become the string, making the black bow a complete unit. Anubis, the strongest bow in Balak's history, has finally regained its perfect form. "Sorry for not seeing you off. I was busy making this," Ayan said to Victor as she looked down at the black bow. Thud, Ayan put something around Victor's neck, a small black necklace. It is a choker, an object made from the tough hide of an ox bear. This ox bear was the first catch Ayan and Victor had made together. Ayan put the necklace around Victor's neck and spoke in his native voice. "Don't ever let go of this thing. Never, understood?" Victor nodded, then looked down at Ayan. Ayan looked back up at Victor. Their positions have changed a lot in the past 2 years. When they first met, Ayan looked down on Victor and gave him orders. Now, it's Ayan who can barely make eye contact with Victor. She was a head taller than him then, but now she's a head shorter. Victor, who had grown much taller, turned to Ayan and said, "You've gotten a lot shorter." It was her own joke, her own code for breaking the ice. But Ayan didn't respond to such lame jokes, just, she walks in with a swift stride. Pow, a fist lands on Victor's stomach. Victor, who was hit in the stomach out of nowhere, swallows a groan and bends over. Thud, Ayan immediately grabs the choker around Victor's neck. The next thing you know, Victor is being dragged forward by the leash in Ayan's grasp. And then, the moment when Victor, bent at the waist, and Ayan, choker in hand, are exactly the same height. Their lips met at the exact same height and pressed together. A second felt like an eternity. How much time had passed? Ayan pushed hard against Victor's chest. She turned her back to Victor, who had stopped breathing. "See you again. I'll miss you," she said in imperfect Empire language. Chapter 105, Return of the Hero 1. Chapter 105, Return of the Hero 1. Red Castle. This place, surrounded by tall mud walls and high watchtowers, is a massive artificial fortress created by Morgue's wizards. Inside, ruby veins flowed, and mines were being developed one after another. On a dark night, Victor crossed over the towering mud walls and entered the inner area. Men in guard uniforms patrolled under the iron bars and rocks that jutted out. Victor, with his Silent Hill skill of Mashasu, blended into the shadows and crossed the castle walls, descending along the iron bars. Before long, the interior landscape of Red Castle spread out, damp streets with rain falling. Dim lights seeped through the dark alleyways. Victor looked for an inn to avoid the night's dew and headed down an alley. Then, Vicyr spotted something towering high above the buildings on the other side of the alley, even in the darkness and rain. It was a large and magnificent statue that could be seen quite clearly. It was a massive sculpture with the shape of a figure standing tall and looking at the western flood, probably made entirely of gold. The bottom shone with a golden glow, making the surroundings appear bright. However, the upper part of the face was obscured by darkness and not visible. Why did they put something like that up there? Vicyr tilted his head for a moment. It was not there until he left this fortress 2 years ago, so that's understandable. Even though this land is controlled by Morgs, the essential ownership belongs to the Baskerville family, so there should have been an agreement between both parties to erect such a symbolic sculpture. Are there individuals deserving of such a status? Moreover, the fact that it sparkled so much in gold from head to toe raised questions about its identity. Vicyr cautiously approached the statue. Just as he was about to try to find out who this golden statue was erected to commemorate. "Hey, you newbie, get out of here!" One of the guards guarding the golden statue gestured toward Vicyr. "It seems like there are some rats trying to gnaw on the gold of the statue." "This statue is a monument installed by Morg to honor the hero who protected Red Castle. Don't approach it carelessly, just look at it from a distance." Due to the excessively vigilant guard, Vicyr retreated. There was no room for a confrontation with the guard. If he revealed his identity, it would be quite troublesome. Even if everyone has forgotten in the past 2 years, there's nothing good about making trouble. Since Vicyr wasn't particularly curious about the identity of the statue, he quickly entered the alley. He was eager to find an inn and rest. Before long, Vicyr entered a tavern. Rainwater had pooled on the floor, and muddy footprints mixed with dust were scattered messily. The stifling heat inside contrasted with the cold wind on the streets, making Vicyr's vision hazy with moisture. The air was filled with the smells of grilling meat, simmering fish stew, clinking beer glasses, and the noisy mix of laughter and shouting. Vicyr took a seat. Immediately, a hot glass of rum and 3 skewers of salted turkey gizzards were placed in front of him. He raised his hand to call the unfriendly waitress. "I didn't order this." "Hey, that's the standard drink and snack." The one who replied instead of the waitress was a man who had somehow come and sat next to Vicyr. Vicyr, his hood covering his head, looked over at the man. The man, heavily bearded, squinted his eyes as he looked at Vicyr. "I saw you in the alley earlier, right?" Come to think of it, he was the guard who had shouted at Vicyr earlier. "Ha ha ha, sorry for shouting earlier, but you see, I have a sense of duty in my job. I had to be extra vigilant when they assigned me to guard this statue." He laughed, patting Vicyr's shoulder. He seemed to have relaxed his guard after seeing that Vicyr looked like a late teenager. Vicyr simply nodded his head. "I understand." As if the guard found Vicyr agreeable, he raised his hand to call the waitress. Then he looked at the golden statue that could be seen even outside the window and said, "Well, you have to understand, it's my duty to protect the statue that honors that person." "That person?" When Vicyr asked, the guard spoke as if he were excited. "The hero who saved Red Castle 2 years ago. Thanks to him, we could survive even during the large-scale invasion of the barbarians, even Morg's wizards and the swordsmen of Baskerville." Vicyr raised an eyebrow. This was a completely unexpected story. Was there such a hero 2 years ago? Wasn't he missing before that? Was there a massive invasion by the barbarians at that time? And was there a powerful figure capable of defending both Baskerville and Morg, even the imperial capital? Everything was filled with questions. As Vicyr tried to recall the name of the hero, he made an effort to search through his memories, fearing he might have forgotten. "Hey, get a move on and take the little friend's order here. Damn, did you just boil the turtle legs like that without any care?" The guard called over the surly waitress and ordered pork salt grill and a bottle of rum. The guard then turned to Vicyr and asked, "What would the little friend like to drink? I apologize for yelling earlier, so it's on me." Then, "I'll have rum too. Ha ha ha, your voice screams I'm just a kid. How about warm milk instead?" The guard pushed the waitress toward the kitchen. Then, the guards dressed similarly to the one who had sat down beside Vicyr started laughing. "Hey, you're talking about that person again." "Yeah, that guy goes around spreading legends of that person as soon as he sees a stranger from out of town." "Well, I get it. That person is the reason we're still alive." "Exactly. No amount of praise and admiration for that person is enough, seriously. The guard soldiers chattered away, seeing that Vikyr remained silent with his hood pulled up. The guard sitting beside him spoke up. Heh, an outsider, huh? But you must have heard of it. That person's fame and deeds resonate not only throughout the underdog city, but across the entire territory of Baskerville, and even beyond to the imperial capital. Are you too shocked to speak? How can the legend of a hero who started in such a remote place shake the entire empire? Well, I guess so, but it's the truth. My cousin's daughter, who recently visited the imperial capital, confirmed how highly that person is praised in the empire's social circles. The guard soldier downed a glass of rum and shouted with a flushed face. Even after 2 years, the memories of that day are still vivid. The overwhelming emotion, the excitement, the chilling goosebumps. It seems like a remarkable hero emerged 2 years ago. As Vikyr muttered with his head bowed, the reactions around him exploded. The guard soldiers at the back tables raised their glasses filled with beer, vodka, and whiskey. Ha ha ha, you don't know about that person. Are you a spy or something? Even if you're an ignorant outsider, you must have heard of that person, at least once. Right, exactly, it was truly amazing. That person fearlessly pursued the barbarians who no one dared to chase after during that day's surprise attack. Led Morg and Baskerville's united forces and charged into the darkness caused by the mountain without hesitation. Can you believe it? Against those enemies, at night, it was like a suicide mission, haha. But that person pulled it off. Even the Empire's Maddock Castle was just a tiny fort on that day. Hey, those are nothing. That person single-handedly cut down over 1,000 fearsome barbarians and brought back Camus Morg, the frail golden leaf of Morg, who was already poisoned by the venom. Morg's beloved daughter could recover only because of that person's efforts. He, if you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Shut up, that person bravely fought against the unknown giant monster that suddenly appeared. I personally witnessed the last moments of that person, who heroically gave his all to ensure the safe retreat of Morg and Baskerville's united forces. Vikyr felt that something was strange. A hero who suddenly appeared and effortlessly dealt with numerous barbarians who invaded unexpectedly. A knight who ventured into danger to rescue Morg's frail daughter even as he was heavily poisoned. A heroic sacrifice to buy time for the united forces of Morg and Baskerville to retreat, fighting courageously against a massive monster in the darkness. Only 2 years ago, the great hero who existed alongside us here. His name was... The guard soldier stood up from his seat, holding a torch and illuminating the view outside the window. Then, in the darkness on the other side, beyond the clouds, the face of the golden statue became clearly visible, bathed in the moonlight. The imposing figure of the hero was modeled after none other than Vikyr himself. Chapter 106, Return of the Hero 2, Chapter 106, Return of the Hero 2, come on. Clap your hands, you too clap your hands like this. Every night we clap our hands toward Vikyr's statue. The reason we survived that day in the mountains was because he stopped the monster. Ah, this guy, young people have no energy. Louder, clap. Clap. The guards of Red Castle's Central Square clapped their hands 12 times at midnight every day in front of Vikyr's statue. It's to the point that passers-by in the vicinity can tell the time by the sound of the guards' applause. Or so they say. Vikyr looked at the faces of the guards who were forcing him to clap. 2 years ago, the faces during the flood with enemies and the Black Mountain. Faces fleeing from Madame Eightlegs. Some of them even looked like the soldiers he saw that day. The chubby guard who ordered milk for Vikyr chuckled and said, "Anyway, if you don't know Vikyr's name in this region, you're a spy." Of course, the rumor that it spread to the imperial capital is a bit exaggerated. Still, it's true that the rumor is widespread. If you were so thankful, would Morg have given that much gold in recognition of his achievements? It's even more absurd that every year, political figures and nobles from nearby cities come to the giant golden statue in front of the fortress to pay their respects and hold ceremonies. Vikyr let out a deep sigh, his hood pulled even further down. Certainly, he had played a part during the flood 2 years ago, but most of his accomplishments had been greatly exaggerated. Single-handedly killing thousands of natives and rescuing the united forces of Morg and Baskerville, not to mention Morg's frail, golden leaf. In reality, the majority of the achievements that night were undoubtedly due to Adolf Morg. Vikier had simply expedited the situation, allowing for a nighttime pursuit, that's all. Well, in the end, I did face Madame alone. Vikier sipped his milk and reminisced about the past. Anyway, that night, Morg's Adolf and the united forces of Morg and Baskerville had achieved everything, wrapped up as Vikier's sole accomplishment. As Vikier pondered how to make sense of this situation, the tavern's door suddenly creaked open. The sound of boiling fish stew, the scent of skewers cooking in salt, the bubbling of pig oil, and the heat emanating from it all dissipated in an instant. A cool night breeze swept away the stuffy air of the tavern. The ones who brought in the night breeze were three women in long robes, with thick eyebrows, eyes that slanted like a cat's, and beautiful appearances. The three women appeared to be triplets. The guard soldiers who saw them were momentarily stunned by their beautiful figures but managed not to make any mistakes. That's because the personalities of these three sisters were truly terrifying. What entertaining stories were you sharing? Obviously. We were talking about Vikier. It's midnight after all, we were probably clapping too. Talking about Vikier's deeds. When the three sisters asked, the guard soldiers answered enthusiastically. Yes, that's right. In response, the eldest sister, Hysis, came forward and took a cold beer glass in front of her, laughing. Ho ho, that's only natural. His achievements are extraordinary, in truth. Even I still feel excited when I think about the emotions I felt when I first met him and his achievements. At Hysis's words, the eyes of the new guard soldiers sparkled. Has the first commander met him in person? Of course. Hysis and the other two sisters squinted their eyes and smiled. When I first saw him, I thought he was just a handsome young man. But during our time together in the fortress, I came to know him better. He's endlessly kind and exudes charisma. As Vikier listened to this, he couldn't help but smirk in disbelief. The first meeting with them hadn't been particularly pleasant in Vikier's memory. However, for some reason, the Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis sisters seemed to cherish their memories with Vikier as something truly beautiful. He was really amazing. Honestly, I was busy spying on him all the time while living in the fortress. We only bumped into each other a few times in the cafeteria. Still, we saw each other for quite a while at the cotton field boundary. Even though we couldn't have a long conversation due to the interference of those three dogs from Baskerville. If I knew this would happen, I would have talked to him longer back then. The sisters began to chat while the guard soldiers listened. During this time, Vikier was eavesdropping, hoping to gather some information about the current situation in Morg and Baskerville. The sisters' chatter was still quite revealing. 2 years ago, after Vikier was declared missing or dead, there had been some surprising changes. Surprisingly, Hugo Le Baskerville had visited Morg several times in a rage. Moreover, Morg had provided Baskerville with significant diplomatic compensation. However, Hugo Le Baskerville had not vented his anger, which was unexpected. Lastly, Camus Morg had led a search party and scoured the Red and Black Mountain just a few weeks ago. Vikier calmly accepted all this information. Well, Hugo's anger about his disappearance was likely because he had lost a valuable hunting dog. And the fact that he still hadn't vented his anger probably meant he found Morg's compensation lacking. The only thing that genuinely surprised Vikier was that Camus had not forgotten him even now, 2 years later. Just a few weeks ago, Camus had led a search party, persistently looking for him in the mountains. According to rumors, she had recently disappeared, seemingly hiding deep within her clan for secluded training. Well, anyway, the sisters chatted about Vikier's story, subtly bragging about their own experiences and connections to the guard soldiers. By the way, that golden statue over there couldn't capture Vikier's true beauty. Ah, what a shame. If he were alive, I would have made quite the pair with him by now. Who's making a pair with whom? You're funny. If he were alive, I would have snatched him up for sure. Don't fight. Sisters, we would have met him together. What man would reject all three of us? But soon, all three sisters fell silent. Sigh. What's the point of fighting like this? He's already gone. A melancholic atmosphere settled in the tavern. Around that time, Vikier got up and headed upstairs. He wanted to go to his room and lie down. Listening to his own story becoming increasingly heated was tiring. Then, unfortunately, as he was turning his gaze away, Hysis noticed Vikier's hood. "Hey you, your attire is suspicious, come here." Maybe she wanted to cause trouble. But Hysis immediately exercised her authority as the fortress commander to order a search and body check. Vikir briefly paused his steps as he climbed the stairs. Removing his hood here would probably lead to an atmosphere he couldn't bear. He briefly considered pretending not to hear and continuing up the stairs, but that would only further provoke Hysis's dirty nature. "Hey, stand still, can't you hear me?" Then, a guard who was nearby spoke hesitantly. "Commander, I gave the little guy milk just now, he doesn't seem suspicious." "It's noisy, what's wrong at a time like this? Even the natives outside are strangely quiet, we need to be even more vigilant." Hysis got up from her seat. She reached out her hand toward Vikir, and a strong mana flow swirled around him. Binding! Hysis's signature grass magic caused the wooden railing of the stairs to creak, and long vines began to grow, attempting to entwine Vikir. However, swoosh Vikir easily dodged the vines and avoided being entangled. This unexpected move left Hysis, as well as Middleseas and Losis, who were watching with curious expressions, astonished. The nearby guard soldiers were also so surprised that they almost sprayed out the drinks they were sipping. It was no small feat to evade the magical bindings of Morg's 3 flowers, who had reached rank 3 in magic. This is unexpected. Vikir had a hunch that things were taking an annoying turn. He considered slipping away to hide, but realized that Morg's 3 flowers were not to be underestimated. Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis quickly stood up and channeled their magic. The guard soldiers who had been laughing and talking moments ago also drew their weapons, including swords, bows, and staffs, and encircled Vikir with sharp intent. At the behest of Hysis's authority, Vikir, with a sigh, slowly raised both of his hands and began to pull back his hood. As Vikir's hood was removed, revealing his face, "Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my," the 3 sisters of Morga, Hysis, Midelsis, and Losis collectively exclaimed in awe. It wasn't a reaction to recognizing a familiar face, but simply their reaction to Vikir's appearance itself. And then, one by one, those who realized that Vikir's face resembled someone else began to appear. Some of the guard soldiers turned their heads slowly to look at the golden statue outside the window. And then, they turned their heads back to look at Vikir, who stood on the staircase. And then they stiffened. The shock spread throughout the guard and everyone in the tavern and even reached Morg's 3 flowers, Hysis, Midelsis, Losis, and Kamu. Finally, everyone who recognized Vikir's face stood there with their mouths agape, their index fingers pointing at him, trembling. Vi, Vikir van Baskerville, the missing hunting dog of the Baskerville clan, the hero of the Red Castle, had returned. Chapter 107, Return of the Hero 3, Chapter 107, Return of the Hero 3, the following morning. Vikir pushed himself out of his shabby tavern bed. He had turned down Hysis' invitation to stay in the fortress's guest quarters the night before. He'd already paid for the room the day before. As he descended the creaky wooden stairs and entered the first floor, the guards from the previous night stood guard in front of the tavern and saluted in booming voices. "Salute! I am not a member of the Morg family, you do not need to salute. Sir Vikir, you are Red Castle's hero, and we will never forget how you saved our lives in the depths 2 years ago, so we salute you from the bottom of our hearts." That's when Vikir decided to call it quits. He couldn't afford to feel awkward all the time. Just then, one of the waitresses from last night rushed over and handed Vikir a bag. "Hey there, if you don't mind, I thought I'd give you some snacks for your travels." It was a skewer of the best cuts of beef, some herbal antiseptics, and dark-colored beer in a cold glass bottle. When the guards saw it, they sighed deeply. "What in the world has happened to that woman?" they said. "How can Nancy, the cold wind of the tavern, the epitome of rudeness, be so kind? I guess she's suddenly awakened her spirit of hospitality. What a cruel world, looks are all that matters." But Nancy wasn't the only one who had changed. Ding, 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 ding. As soon as the sun rose in the morning, 3 steeds approached Vikir's tavern. The 3 horses were followed by numerous other carriages and servants. Riding on the horses at the forefront were the 3 flowers of Morg: Morg Hysis, Morg Middleseas, and Morg Losis. For some reason, they looked different than they did yesterday. To begin with, they had fairer skin, red lips, darker brows, or more defined features. They looked natural, as if they weren't wearing makeup, but right now they were actually wearing heavy makeup that took an extreme amount of time, money, and effort to put on. On top of that, they were wearing formal outfits that they would never normally wear. Afterwards, Morg's three sisters greeted Vikir and dismounted from their horses. Even the notoriously ill-tempered Hysis said thank you in a gentle voice to the servant who helped her to her feet. Vikir said to the triplets, "Is it okay to travel unarmed during war?" It was an innocent question, but they answered with a glint in their eyes. "I am armed. I am also fully armed. It's called combat readiness." Ho ho ho. Although my sister's makeup is more like camouflage than armor. The youngest of the three sisters' expressions stiffened at her sister's comment. "What? Camouflage? That's referring to the face you hid with your brush. I only covered my face. How about you, sister? You completely obscured the outline of your chin. You also made your nose stand out with shading. But for what? That almost sounds like civil engineering. Okay, move your bangs out of the way, kid, so I can play soccer on your forehead." As the three Morgs suddenly began to argue with each other, the air around them began to swirl with magical power. Despite their smiling faces, the air around them was growing chilly. However, their fight was quickly interrupted by a single word from Vikir. "Have you contacted the Baskervilles?" Hysis was the first to raise her hand and answer. "Yes, I sent an owl yesterday to tell them that Mr. Vikir has returned." Slowly, his title changed from Sir to Mr. It was Hysis's way of trying to be more respectful. Vikir, of course, wasn't fazed at all. "All right, then I'll go by myself from here." They were still in front of the tavern. He just meant he was going to make the trip alone. The three sisters were openly disappointed. "Are you sure you don't want us to accompany you? It's a long way to the fortress border. The roads are complicated, and you could get lost. I'm sure you're busy, but it's okay." We aren't busy at all. We're so bored these days that we're sleeping all the time. We're not busy because the barbarians are quiet. Why don't you just come with us? We'll show you the sights and give you some advice." "No, thank you. I'd appreciate it if I could just borrow a horse." Vikir clapped his hands and thought to himself, "When I return home, I'll have to report that Morg's men are playing around. Such disloyalty is unforgivable, sleeping around while borrowing someone else's land." Then, Hysis came up behind him, pulling a pale white horse. Only its ears were dyed pink. "This one is my favorite. His name is Poppy, and I've had him since he was a baby. When you're riding him, you're also riding me. No, please think of it as riding with me, eh? Sis, didn't you buy that horse in a hurry at the market last night?" Yeah. She picked the best one she could find, and I pushed the stallholders hard. But it was a real steal." Hysis grits her teeth and menaces at her siblings. "Whatever." Vikir climbed onto the horse. Until then, the three sisters had been arguing over who would lead Vikir to the edge of the Red Castle's boundaries. Then, "I have a question for you." Vikir turned his head, meeting his gaze. The three sisters stopped moving for a moment and stared up into his face with blank expressions. It was as if they were mesmerized, but Vikir's next words brought them back to reality. "Where is Camus?" Camus Morg. Hearing the name brought the three sisters back to reality as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. That's right, there was Camus, We're gonna have to look all over the place, aren't we?" "That's why I told you not to do that, sisters," the three sisters gasped, realizing what they had just done. Then Hysis answered Vikir's question. "If it's Camus, she's entering closed-door training." "Closed?" Vikir repeated, and Hysis shook his head, filling in the blanks of what could have happened. She had heard that after Vikir's disappearance, Camus had organized a search party and spent years searching the depths of Red and Black Mountain. But after failing to recover Vikir's corpse, let alone save him, Camus abruptly stopped searching and entered into a closed-door training session. And what he heard from Morg's three sisters was startling. "She's separated from Uncle Adolf," Hysis said, sounding surprised herself. "I heard that Camus has changed a little since the time he stopped searching for Vikir. She had lost much of her brash personality and spoke less. Then, out of the blue, she announced her withdrawal from the light side. Since Camus always followed Adolf like a parent, who was her uncle and the leader of a light faction, the Morg family was shocked even from within. However, Adolf did not express any official comments about this incident. He just silently watched Camus, who had defected, join the dark side, which stands at the opposite end of a light side. The dark side, Vikir frowned slightly. There are two factions in Morgue: the light side, which uses magic to achieve results both internally and externally, and the dark faction, which is less publicly visible but deeply researches and develops magic within the family. Members of the light faction travel in and around the clan, slaying monsters and constructing buildings. Members of the dark side, on the other hand, generally don't travel outside of the family. Instead, they study a particular field or a specific magic in depth, and through countless trials and errors, discover and recreate new magic. It's the difference between a practitioner and a researcher. The current leader of the light faction is Adolf Morgue, and the leader of the dark faction is Snake Morgue. Snake Morgue. He is an archmage who leads the House of Morgue and holds the title of Marquis of the Empire, the same rank as the patriarch, Respain Morgue. The only thing that comes to mind is his reputation as being incredibly pompous and stubborn. Of course, Vikier, who had lived through the Age of Destruction, was familiar with the man known as Snake Morgue. "This is unexpected," Vikier frowned. Before the regression, Camus and Snake had never gotten along, but somehow in this life, Camus had suddenly joined hands with Snake. Since Morgue's party is composed of 1 delegate, 20 senators, and 400 representatives, Camus would most likely have been a senator. Maybe she wasn't even a senator at all. Vikier hesitated a moment, then spoke up. "Can you deliver a message to Camus?" Hysis nodded as if it were obvious. "Sure, it's a favor from a friend." "Okay, then I'll ask you to keep it short." Vikier nodded, and all 3 sisters took out pens and paper, ready to dictate. But what actually came out of Vikier's mouth was very simple and short. "When you get a chance, let's meet face to face." Is that it? Weren't they supposed to be reunited after 2 long years? The 3 sisters, Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis, stood in place in a daze. Turning to them, Vikier added, as if it had just occurred to him, "Oh, and be sure to leave the dark side." Chapter 108, Return of the Hero 4. Chapter 108, Return of the Hero 4. Vikier rode his horse to the Underdog City, a city where he had once served as a deputy magistrate. Vikier rode his horse through Underdog City's streets and alleyways. The security of the city had greatly improved. For the time being, there were fewer homeless people and drunks roaming the streets, and the streets were cleaner. I noticed that there were very few children in the area. Normally, children run around and play in the streets and alleyways, but there were no children in the alleyways. There were a few kids running around, most likely on errands, but they were always accompanied by an adult. Otherwise, they'd rush back inside, as if there was something dangerous outside. Vikier tilted his head but urged his horse toward the city hall. The main entrance to the city hall was now in sight. He felt a bit nostalgic. He hadn't been there since he had temporarily left the depths to find a cure for the Red Death. "Faith that can move mountains," Chihuahua had clearly written those words on a plaque. It was made in the past when Vikier burned 10 billion on a bet. As he entered the city hall building, he was greeted by a bustling staff. Without a sound, Vikier dismounted and made his way through the crowd to the inside. This was to meet up with Chihuahua. He spotted a woman busily working in front of the deputy commissioner's office. Judging by the unfamiliarity of her face, she was a new employee. Tap. Vikier knocked once on her desk, but the woman was so busy. She didn't answer except for a brief frown. Tap. Vikier knocked on her desk a second time without effect. Tap. But the woman didn't respond this time. "Take a coupon and wait," she said in a very businesslike tone. Victor thought for a moment and nodded. Currently, Vikier was listed as dead, so he was not officially a deputy. So, in principle, it was right to draw a number and wait, especially since he had no intention of making a scene. Vikier took the ticket and sat down to wait. None of the employees walking by paid him any mind. Their faces were buried in their papers. After he had waited for hours, finally, Vikier's turn came. The 3020th customer in front of him had just finished his business and went away. Vikier had just gotten up and was approaching the woman. Bang! A desk near him shook as if it was going to shatter. A male employee jumped to his feet and shouted in an excited voice, "News from Red Castle, Lord Vikier is alive and well." "What, really?" "It's true, it's true. It's a message from the commander of the Morgue family herself. He's leaving the Red Castle and is on his way here." Then there was an uproar. The atmosphere in the city hall quickly turned into a simmering pandemonium. "Lord Vikier is alive. It's the return of a hero. Contact the main house of Baskerville now. Lord Vicar is on his way here. Roll out the red carpet now. We only have a white carpet. What should we do? Make it red with your own blood, and welcome him with all you got. The city hall staff began to scramble, abandoning all their important work. That included the woman sitting in front of Vicar. For God's sake, we need to get ready to welcome Sir Vicar right now. She threw down the 3021st wait list and stormed out. Or better said, she would have done so if Vicar hadn't gotten in her way. Wait, you have to take care of my complaint first. If it's urgent, just send it in and I'll do it first thing tomorrow morning. It'll be too late then. The woman shot Vicar a look of incredulity. I'm sorry, but I can't help you right now. We have a guest, a very important one at that. I don't know what your business is, but under these circumstances, you'll have to wait until later. I need to see the director. The woman paused as the name of Chihuahua Baskerville came out of Vicar's mouth. If he was going to go straight to the office, he was a pretty important figure, and she couldn't ignore him, so she grunted and gathered up the papers. Oh no, I don't want to do this now that Mr. Vicar is on his way too. Why didn't you tell me you had a meeting, so I could get it canceled sooner? The woman glanced back at her coworkers, who were busy preparing to welcome Vicar, and gave the genuine complainant a look. Then she slid a piece of paper in front of Vicar. Write down your name and the purpose of your visit here, please. As fast as possible, Vicar did as he was told. Name, Vicar Van Baskerville. Purpose of visit, reunion. The woman snatched the papers out of Vicar's hand. She had dealt with so many complaints that she was used to dealing with nobles. She didn't even bother to read the papers before knocking on the door of the director's office. Mr. Chihuahua, you have a visitor. Chihuahua's voice came from the other side of the door. What? I don't have any meetings today. Yes, but you have a visitor. I said I don't have a meeting and I'm canceling everyone. Mr. Vicar is on his way, so just send him home and they'll understand. The woman turned away as she still hadn't read the paperwork. She sighed and waved the papers in her hand at Vicar, who stood still. Mr. Director said there will be no meeting today, and he's busy with an emergency, so please make an appointment before you come in next time. According to the paperwork, your name was Mr. Vicar. In the future, please contact me ahead of time and leave a message at, and a moment. The woman's body went rigid. She looked dazed for a moment, then she adjusted her glasses and looked back at the paperwork. Soon, the letters in the name field of complainant 3021 are clearly visible on her glasses. Name, Vicar Van Baskerville. Purpose of visit, reunion. As the woman stood there with her papers, one by one, busy employees walked by and looked at the contents of her papers. Hey, I'm busy. What are you doing here not rolling out the red carpet? Hey, don't get in my way. Can you get out of my way? Please, Huck. What's with all the prying? The people gathered around the female employee one by one and froze in place. The number of people was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, the entire city hall staff had gathered around Vicar, and they were all frozen in place. The office was silent as if it had never been so busy. After a long moment of silence, customer number 3021 will enter. The female employee's voice echoed softly as she crawled away. Chihuahua Baskerville looked at Vicar as he burst into his office. Oh, at least you came through the door this time. Last time you came through the window. He had gotten quite used to Vicar's unusual behavior. Vicar flopped down on the sofa as soon as he entered. Suddenly a child came running to him. Daddy, Daddy! It was Pomeranian. It was Pomeranian La Baskerville. Vicar grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up. Not Daddy. Uncle, Uncle, Uncle. Pomeranian laughed as if she was amused by Vicar's behavior. She clung to Vicar's side, her hands digging into his waist. Uncle, hee, I'm a rat. Catch the rat. Pomeranian had learned to speak a little. Chihuahua's training must have worked, Vicar thought. Pomeranian held out a rat to Vicar, but it didn't look like the kind of rat you'd keep as a pet. It was so skinny and scrawny that it was nothing but bone and skin. Vicar nodded approvingly. It's a cute little rat, but be careful not to catch the plague. Hee, oh, Uncle. Vicar patted Pomeranian on the head, then turned his attention to Chihuahua. Chihuahua filled Vicar in on the details of what had transpired while he was gone. In return, Vicar recounted the events that had occurred to him in the depths, as Chihuahua listened in awe and amazement. So, did you finally defeat the mysterious creature in the mountains? Not completely, however. It fled to a cold and barren place with fatal injuries, so it has probably frozen to death or starved to death. Kaya, deputy magistrate, once you owe someone a debt, you pay it back to the end. This time it was Vicky's turn to ask a question. Have you solved any of the underdog city's problems? Oh, it's all been resolved thanks to your suggestion from last time. Cindy Wendy is very good at her job. Suddenly, Chihuahua's normally cheerful expression darkened for a moment. Vicky didn't miss the change and asked, "Is something wrong? In fact, there's a case that even Cindy Wendy can't seem to figure out." Then Chihuahua stood up and pulled out a sheet of paper from the bookshelf. It was a cold case in the city of Underdog. Recently, children from the slums have been disappearing one after another. It's a serial phenomenon. I don't think it's a kidnapping for money. The trail is not quite clear. Is it the work of the same person? If my guess is correct, it is a solo operation, though I have no proof. Cindy Wendy is a capable human being. I'm sure we'll get a lead soon. I hope so. Chihuahua shook its head as if in distress. Then, Uncle, this is Baba. Pomeranian grabbed Vicky's arm again and sagged. Vicky couldn't help but turn his head as Pomeranian clung to his arm with his entire body. The momentary separation seemed to have made her even more sullen. So, Pomeranian, what do you want? Rats. Pomeranian held out another rat to Vicky. Vicky nodded appropriately and tried to live up to Pomeranian's expectations at that moment. Vicky took another look at the rat in Pomeranian's hand. Something was off about it. Vicky squinted his eyes and examined the rat. The rat reeked of death. Upon closer inspection, the rat was long dead with nothing left but bones and skin, and Pomeranian was playing with it. Vicky's mouth opened halfway. The rat was now dancing on Pomeranian's palm. This was clearly a corpse resuscitation technique, a death magic spell that could be performed using negative mana. Pomeranian, yes, uncle. This rat, did you revive it? Pomeranian nodded with a cheerful expression. Yep. Since when did you know you could do this? 1 night, 2 nights, 3 bomb. Pomeranian wiggled her fingers eagerly, and then stretched out 5 fingers. Vicky nodded. 5 nights ago. Who taught you how to play with rats like this? The tribe. Vicky was silent for a moment at Pomeranian's words. Pomeranian was found in the village of the Rococo tribe. Vicky had assumed that she had learned the secrets of the Rococo tribe, who are known for their black magic and command skills, over their shoulder, but he was not certain. At this age, you've already sensed mana, even the most elusive negative mana. Even children of the Baskervilles and Morgue, who are said to be geniuses, don't feel mana until they are 8 years old. But Pomeranian felt mana at the age of 5 and was playing with it freely. Vicky thought for a moment. A magical prodigy had appeared in the iron-blooded sword family, and she was also the granddaughter of the patriarch. I wonder how Hugo would react if he found out. Vicky tried to imagine Hugo's reaction to seeing Pomeranian. If it was the Hugo he knew, probably a granddaughter, and you don't even know what kind of bastard's blood she's mixed with, you worthless thing. It was likely to be something like that. Hugo judges all his children by efficiency. A woman can't wield a sword as well as a man, so she's already going to be judged negatively. And magic, black magic, that's not exactly Hugo's favorite type of witchcraft. Plus, I don't know what he'll think of her being his granddaughter. Vicky closed his eyes and considered. There were no daughters in the Baskervilles. No, almost none. You have to look far and wide to find one, and even then, Hugo doesn't even know their names. In fact, there were no daughters in Hugo's direct lineage at all. Pomeranian must be the only one, Vicky muttered, looking down at Pomeranian clinging to his leg. Pomeranian La Baskerville. She was the only granddaughter of Hugo Les Baskerville, the current head of House Baskerville. In other words, the most direct of the direct line. The first daughter of his first wife's first daughter. How would Hugo react? Is it a good idea to introduce Hugo to Pomeranians in the first place? Vicky shook his head, recalling Hugo's cold expression. I can't even imagine what that cold-blooded man would say to Pomeranian. I'm sure he'll say something derogatory about them, like they're useless, a waste, a mongrel, or something, or perhaps he'll just give her a cold, unfeeling stare as if he's staring at an intangible object. If that's the case, perhaps it's best not to tell him. Vicky was thinking about what to do with the still young Pomeranian. Bang! Something shattered the window. Chihuahua, surprised, opens the window and sees an owl with a letter tied to its leg. Chihuahua quickly took the letter and read it. Then he exclaimed in horror as he looked back at Vikier. "Mr. Vikier, we're in serious trouble. What? From the main house, my lord god, wow." Directly, he was on his way as soon as he heard of Vikier's survival, both at the same time. Chihuahua's words were cut off by a noise, a loud bang bang bang, a knock on the city hall's front door, and the painting of horses who had rushed a long distance. Chihuahua finally finished speaking. "He's finally here.